Hello, hello, hello. Hello, let's do this. I'm ready. Hang on, maybe not. Okay. DEI. Oh my God. I've been digging into it even more. I did. Here, let me find my playlist. I have a whole playlist on my channel of me breaking down this stuff. And I'm going to go back into the Washington State stuff that I covered earlier and peel back some more layers that are even more gruesome and horrifying. All right, let me get my playlist. Um, all right, here it is. But before I do that, I'm going to check it on the news. And I have a video I want to show y'all. People that think I'm like this is a moral panic or I'm hyperventilating or being hysterical or catastrophic about this DEI stuff. This video I'm going to play doesn't make me feel any better. Russian strike on military educational facility. That's the top headline. And a boat capsized in the English Channel. 12 dead. All kind of stuff's happening. And Putin gets a red carpet welcome in Mongolia despite arrest warrant. I don't know that background. And then we snatched that guy's plane. Don't forget that. You want to have corrupt elections. I don't know if that's why we snatched it. It was something about sanctions violations. All right, let's get to this video. By the way, I'll be monologuing today about half an hour, maybe an hour if I get too worked up about this stuff. But it's a lot, so I don't want to overwhelm myself or you, more emotionally than cognitively. It's really, I hate being lied about. And I hate when people try to dictate my reality to me. And I hate it when people try to tell me what to do and micromanage me and control me. Because you know what? That's not America. That's illiberal. We're all sovereign, autonomous, self-governing citizens. So why are you doing that? And stop. All right, let me get this video. Oh, here's another tweet I want to read real quick from another guy. The United States Constitution is America. It sets the standards by which we the people, American people, self-govern. Standards to which their elected representatives are held, often held in check. Those who complain about Constitution limits are telling on themselves. I feel that same way about speech, which is in the Constitution. We have America has decided this is our free speech parameters. This is what we're allowed to say. If it offends you, if it hurts your feelings, so what? We can do it here in America. You don't get to come and break our American norms because you believe that the parameters should be more restrictive than they actually are. That is illiberal. So let's watch this video. You can see how activated I get over this stuff.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line,
Hang on.
he has lost his privileges and it should be taken
Oh,
down.
he's lost.
And the bottom
Hang on,
line,
hang on. She's talking about Elon and Twitter. He's lost his privilege.
he has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop.
Girl, no. No. No, no. So she's saying, first of all, I don't know what the rule she's talking about is, that Facebook has one rule and Twitter has the other. I don't know the specific rule. I only have that one clip. Um, she says what she wants. She said she wants to place a responsibility on them to understand the power that they have. Meaning Elon, because she said Facebook had some law that satisfied her that Elon didn't. So first of all, do you not? First of all, can you legislate or mandate or require that somebody understands something? Like, does any external person have control over what somebody understands or not? Like, so that's a little confusing to me what she's going for there. But do you think somebody like Elon doesn't understand their power? Like, what is? I'm trying to tap into her theory of mind about Elon and his psychology. Like, what does she think is happening here? I don't understand her, but she's really scared or worried about something, and now she wants to regulate content, which we already had the Twitter files a few years ago where they kind of tried little backdoor attempts at that. But this is not American, guys. If for those of you that are acting like I'm freaking out over nothing and what's the big deal and this is progress and all that, this is not American. That is the big deal. If you're okay with it, fine, but understand this is not an American way of doing things, and that is going to bother people who value an American way of doing things because we're attached to our country and our Constitution. All right, let's see what has Jeff so upset. Um, 1 second. Oh, wait. Um, for some reason, I put the YouTube link in the chat. I'm gonna put the panel link later. I want to get through some of this DEI stuff. All right. Let me get my tabs organized. All right. This is from the office. Hang on, let me get my. Okay, this is from the Office of Financial Management. It's an official. It's ofm.wa, which is washington.gov. So this is official state website. The OFM, they call it, Office of Financial Management. Their role is in supplying vital information, so they're a source of information, fiscal services, and policy support that the governor, legislature, and state agencies need to serve the people of Washington. So they're like infrastructure. So what I'm about to show you is from their site, but before that, I'm looking at their. I wonder if we can watch this little video. Why don't we do this? They have a little video on their website. Let's take a look. Get the YouTube version. Uh-oh, hang on. What's going on here? Wait, what? Neurojack comes on here all the time. Tell him to come talk to me. You're your own person. He don't tell you what to do. All right, I haven't watched this video yet. Let's take a look.
On March 22nd, 2022, Governor Jay Inslee signed Executive Order 22-04, implementing the Washington State Pro-Equity Anti-Racism, or PAIR, Plan and Playbook. The executive order calls upon all executive branch state agency, boards, and commissions to partner with the Office of Equity in a commitment to be an anti-racist government system.
The Office of Financial Management is dedicated to upholding this executive order in our policies, practices, and program implementation.
These are Karens. It's like
We join in this
takeover of the
unified vision
Karens.
of equity and anti-racism,
I
and we
feel like I'm
believe
watching
every
a horror movie.
individual living in Washington has a right to thrive in their communities.
While this implementation falls on
By the way,
all
this
of us,
how people are.
responsibilities may vary. Our executive team and other staff in leadership roles throughout our agency will focus on many areas of work related to specific business lines. Beyond that, we commit to
using an equitable lens in all the services we provide, both internally and externally, to the customers and communities we serve across the state. By
So
doing
this
so,
is.
we will
hang on.
help break down systemic barriers that prevent all individuals from having the same access to opportunities and services.
I hope this music's
We
not
will also
copyrighted.
use data metrics to identify priorities while measuring our improvement.
Assessing our individual
This is the
impact
technocracy,
and
the
progress related to
Karenocracy.
equity in our specific roles. We
Hang
will
on.
welcome feedback.
This is the Karenocracy, and it's here in Washington State. Right, I'm not imagining it. This is actually happening right now in my state. It's been happening for years, ever since 2020. The governor here and then Biden, they both put out these equity orders that started creating all of this stuff. So look for more of this under Kamala. And you just saw the little video of how she wants to regulate our content. I don't want this. I don't want a theocracy, and I do not want a Karenocracy.
And promote safety by
Look how
addressing
happy-
concerns
hang on.
quickly and respectfully.
Look how happy these people sound. Look, can you feel the joy coming out of them? They look like occupied people. They look like hostages. They look like robots. They have no human emotion or life in them.
We will proactively identify areas of attention. When that is not possible, we will respond efficiently and with care. Keeping equity front and center in all of our practices, starting with our mission, vision, and
Does
value
it look like I would fit
that
in
will
with these
drive our
people?
work
Can y'all
and
see why I struggle like
relationships.
this?
Over the next several months, we will hold coffee chats to share information and hear from you about what equity means
Oh, I should
to
have
you
gone to one of those.
and how you incorporate it into your work. This will enable us to hear examples of
See?
putting equity into action.
Hang on. This is okay. Every single state employee. If you get your paycheck from the state, if you're a mailman, a janitor at a school, you have to take these trainings and get this indoctrination. So what equity lens? Every single job that the state pays for, like what equity lens does a janitor need to do his job? This is gatekeeping. That's what this is. This is using. Well, we'll get into the dogma, but this is ideological dogma, and if you don't adopt it or pretend to adopt it, you get gate kept out of the workforce here in Washington State.
Our internal PAIR team began meeting last fall to partner with the Office of Equity on our strategic action plan related to equitable practices across our business lines.
We look forward to this work in partnership with the Office
all
of
talk
Equity,
the same.
internal teams,
This is
customers,
this
and
is a
stakeholders.
monoculture.
If you have thoughts or suggestions,
How is this
please
diversity?
contact our equity officer at info@ofm.wa.gov.
Watch. Hang on. Notice you had a lot of visual diversity, different shades of skin. You had no intellectual or communicative diversity. They all talked, they all said the same things and talked the exact same way. And they're calling it diversity. That's gaslighting. Stop doing that. Okay, so, hang on. Let me check it with the comments real quick. Oh, post the link. Yeah, let me do that. I have so many tabs open because I was so deep in this rabbit hole this morning. All right, there you go. Okay, let me catch up on comments real quick. Browns, I want you to come up and when I put the link and well, hang on, it gets where it's I'm getting there. And I think what I just pointed out is bad. That the conformity, the lack of spirit, any kind of emotion or light, like these are not people that I could interface or build a society with just based if someone showed me that video and I didn't even know what the content was. But that's all superficial stuff. So I'm just saying, but the part about how it's diversity but not really diversity, I think that is bad. And I think that they're all Karens is bad too. Nerojack dismissed you for coming here. Why? Well, he's being a bully. He's trying to manipulate and control you. Um, Att- well, we're going to get to that because this training course I'm talking about that the state requires. There's this one guy. It's his company. He like designed the course and he sells it to trainings. So this one guy, they're using his training for all the state court. That's the official state training you have to take. And that happens in the peer community here too. Like peers will create programs or trainings, and then the state will contract with them to train the peers. And so there's like this private state partnership. um, okay, we'll talk about this, Lanza, because I don't know what's going on, but it sounds weird and messed up. All right, let me find the... Okay, so this document I'm about to look at comes from that office we just looked at, that Office of Financial Management or whatever. Um, Here, I'll just share. At least I think this is... Okay. This is like their strategic plan or document or whatever. It recognizes that in order to achieve our mission and vision of service to that, we must embed, look at this, embed, not get everyone's collaboration, but embed. That's what this feels like. It feels like a takeover. It feels like a Walmart comes into a town. We must embed the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion in all aspects of our work. When we are representative of the people we serve, we can better address the disparities and outcomes of our services for marginalized and through purposeful, tailored, and equitable use of resources and programs. Okay, here's where it gets bad. To achieve a truly diverse workforce, we must be willing to address, look at this word, undeniable realities. This is dogma. They are telling you what the reality is and that it is not able to be denied. It is reality, and you cannot deny that it is reality. So right here, they are inserting dogma, not science, dogma. Not even anything we've all collaboratively agreed is reality through the process. This is top-down dogma, such as the experience, the existence, and pervasiveness of discrimination. Look, the existence I've never denied, pervasiveness. So not only does it exist, it's pervasive, it's everywhere. You have to always be watching out for it. That's a reality you cannot deny. You cannot tell them that that is not the reality because they are telling you it's the reality. Oppression, racism, white privilege, white supremacy, white dominant culture, and individual biases, which, yeah, we all have these. They're fucking normal. Every human being that's ever existed has these. When did they become an issue? Listen to these undeniable realities, such as, so they are explicitly identifying this as the undeniable reality. Pervasiveness of discrimination, racism, white privilege is a reality. You cannot deny that this is ideology. I don't know how anybody can argue that this is not ideology that is inserted in state policy. White supremacy It's not even like bias. They are flat out saying white people think they are superior to other people and want a culture where white people are on top. White dominant culture. If white supremacy wasn't literal enough, they spell it out right here in the next phrase. White dominant culture and individual biases. This is what Washington State is officially accusing everybody. They are saying this is a reality. We must recognize oppression exists and has been reinforced through institutions, laws, and policies to create structures and a system that discriminate against marginalized communities, especially people of color. I want to see what this footnote says. Oh, y'all, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. This is triggering every button I have in me. The system has influenced societal norms, practices, beliefs, and thoughts to create a dominant culture that further reinforces and perpetuates discrimination and oppression. They don't have to show it, they just have to tell you it's a reality. And it's happening to all these communities, but especially people of color. So if you're, I don't know where the cutoff shade is on the Sherman-Williams paint scale, but at some point it moves into, like, it stops becoming white and it becomes moving people of color. So that everybody on that side of the scale is the most oppressed. Like, they get more of the resources and attention because of all the people this is happening to. It's happening to them the most, and it's from people on the other side of the paint scale, the white shades. All right, let me see where this link goes. It's sometimes when I click them, I don't always get back. We recognize that oh, look, intersectionality. Remember the tweet from the other day? We recognize that people sit at the intersection of class, gender, sexual orientation, ability, etc. Why does a janitor need to know this to clean the school bathrooms? And that there are multiple ways we identify or experience barriers or oppression. We are leading with race when we mention oppression and marginalization because race continues to play a defining role in lived experiences and outcomes. Health, a defining role. Health, education, jobs, incarceration, housing, etc. A defining role in healthcare. Your race plays a defining role in the healthcare you receive. Race is often the hardest to address and most avoided, so we are leading this DIRR related work with a focus on race. By centering on race and using tools that can be applied across all areas, we increase the ability for all of us to work for equity. This emphasis is not meant to be exclusive. Okay, well, let me go back. No. All right, I have to go find the thing. So this is model policies and considerations for a diverse, equitable, and inclusive. Is this an official seal of the state of Washington? Building forests with us. Model respectful work environment policies. That's what I want to get to as well. Here, I'm going to put the link to this. You can browse through it if you want. I'm probably not going to be able to read in detail too much more of it without some nerve pills. Oops, hang on. Let me find it. All right. The dominant culture, which is the white, they've identified it as white, which honestly in Washington State it is. The dominant culture influences our individual perceptions, thoughts, and actions. Okay, well, yeah, culture influences everybody's, but so what? How do you quantify that? Why is that your business? The product of this culture and our biology, so they're nature, nurture. See John Powell, Stephen Mendenden, the problem of, okay, whatever. Damn it, every time I hit a footnote, I have to reset. Is the prevalence of biases. See how everything, and even Jack said this, that biases, this idea that you have, which everybody has biases. Mine are, I know what my biases are. that you have these biases that you don't know you have, and that's where the racism is. So you're racist whether you know you're racist or not, and don't deny it, both conscious and unconscious, in how we perceive others. So what? Why is it the state of Washington's business how I perceive somebody? They should be concerned with how I treat people, sometimes based on contrived, fabricated social construct. Oh, really? The gender people are lecturing me about contrived, fabricated social constructs. Determined by who? Determined by who? Who decides they're contrived, fabricated, or I thought all social constructs were fabricated and contrived. I thought that's what a social construct was, and I thought, according to this ideology, everything is a social construct. So what the hell are you saying here? These biases perpetuate discrimination and oppression of those outside of the dominant culture, especially people of color, because the dominant culture is what? White, leading to discriminatory hiring practices and other employment decisions. Okay, well, then go tell this to the people that are hiring. I thought they already had shit in place to guard against this and like accountability for it. And other I agree, people in making employment decisions and hiring decisions, those people should have the proper education on law, civil rights law, workplace discrimination law, etc., to know to not use somebody's race or demographic characteristics in those decisions. And for the most part, most of my life, most hiring people pretty much can be trusted to do that. I don't know why I don't know what. Maybe in Washington State, the white people at the top are not doing this, but none of that's Jeff. Microaggressions. Remember, this is an undeniable reality. Microaggressions. I had a friend once that said microaggressions demand micro apologies, and I agree. And an unhealthy and exclusionary rather than inclusionary workforce culture. I'm interested in what this looks like because usually I'm the one excluded in most workplace cultures. I've been up here. But all the workplaces I've been in, I've seen all different types of people going about their day doing their job. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, I've been in this state for 15 years. I don't, where are they seeing this? Such a work environment affects everyone because we are all connected. Look at this. This is that collectivism. But it most negatively, you don't know what affects me or doesn't affect me. Don't speak for me on this shit. To achieve inclusion, we must disrupt the othering of communities and ensure, look at this, ensure respect. Ensure how? Through policy and law? Ensure respect? How? The only way you have the power to ensure it is through legislation. So you're going to legislate respect and belonging for all. We must be willing to look at our facilities and work environment through the lens of gender inclusive restrooms, heights of countertops, accessibility of present. Look at this, autistic people, come see this, come gather around real quick. Look at this. Look at what they are looking at to ensure respect and belonging. It gets worse. Communication norms. What in a diverse, let me ask you this, in a truly diverse culture, what are the communication norms? When you have multiple cultures together, different ethnicities, genders, sexualities, races, backgrounds, what are the communication norms? And who determines them? We must be willing to challenge our practices and behaviors that perpetuate a patriarchal work environment and lead to gender discrimination and harassment. You getting this, folks? It's not even white people. Oh, look who else it is. Oh, it's the men. It's the men. It's the men. Patriarchy is a conspiracy theory, just like the Jewish conspiracy theory. It is an ideology. It is sitting right here in state policy. Every work environment I have been in this state has been a matriarchy. It's been like 95% women. The supervisors are women. And I'm the one that always, I am the one marginalized and on the outside in these work environments, and then they want to lecture me about how I'm the one. This is some major fucking gaslighting. These people are like abusers. Like, this is predatory and abuser behavior when you fuck with someone's reality this bad. The department recognizes that although we cannot change the oppressive and discriminatory practices of the past, we have control over the workplace culture we create today and in the future. Much work remains for us as a department and to accept our responsibility and seize our opportunity to dismantle the internal policies, procedures, systems, and practices that perpetuate inequity, which is like everything. Communication norms is one of this. Language is one of this. These people are insane, cuckoo crazy. And people that say, oh, well, you're freaking out over nothing, that's just Washington State. This is just Washington State until the right people get elected at the federal level and it moves to other states. Because I'll tell you who else. Usually what Washington State does, California's doing, Oregon is doing, Minnesota's doing, sometimes Illinois, New York is sometimes doing, and the New England states. So if you think this is just Washington State, no, it's going to be the blue states. And if Democrats are in power and they keep buying into this bullshit, then they're going to swing the other states toward this. I worry about this way more than Christian nationalism. Okay, based on these, once again, undeniable truths, based on all this stuff that we are telling you is true that you better not deny because you can't deny it. It's not even possible to deny it. It is therefore the department's expectation that all employees, regardless of position, do the following. Recognize your role in perpetuating inequity. Okay, well, I don't have a role in it, so I recognize mine. That's checked. Whether conscious or unconscious. Okay, so now I'm supposed to recognize something I'm not conscious of. That is the responsibility being placed on me by an employer, is this deep therapy work. People go to therapy and spend thousands of dollars trying to uncover what they're not aware of. But now I have to do it as part of the workplace expectations. Be willing to walk the journey towards self. This is personal growth. This is what people determine for themselves. This is outside of the workplace stuff. What is it doing in state workplace policy documents? Co-create with your colleagues a welcoming, supportive, safe, affirming, and respectful work environment. Like all those people in the video. Accept that mistakes will be made. Engage in support, respect. Remember, ensure respect, communication norms, respectful dialogue, and courageous conversations. Unless, I guarantee if you are white and male or even male and you have a courageous conversation, they're going to freak out. They're going to say you're being domineering, you're mansplaining, you're using your masculine privilege to overtalk everybody. Even when uncomfortable about racism, white fragility, dominant culture, oppression, historical trauma, etc. Participate in continuous learning, training offered in these areas. Cultural humility. Identify and address microaggressions as they occur in our workplace. Like, we don't have enough conflict already. We have to expand the range of what counts as aggression. Read and comply with the policy. If you're not sure whether you're following this policy, ask your supervisor for advice or support so you can uphold the values described. We have people that can help you stay aligned with these policies that we're dictating to you top down. All right, here's where it really got worrisome for me. I'm probably going to have to do a two-part on this. Model respectful work environment policy. This is where my adrenaline started to pump and I started to breathe real fast and hyperventilate and get that fight or flight response. Sometimes our actions and behavior. Okay, listen. We all have a responsibility to set a positive example and behave in a manner that will not offend, embarrass, or humiliate others. Okay, well, that cuts out every job in Washington State for me, because I do this to everybody all the time because it's subjective on their end. This is subjective on their end. There's no way to know how to avoid doing this to all people all the time. Sometimes our actions and behaviors, I'm glad they're focusing on actions and behaviors now, without intent can offend others. So, there may be a gap between intent and impact. We are all self-determining adults, right? So if I do a behavior and somebody has a particular thought, reaction, feeling about it, they can decide what to do. They can communicate it to me. They can decide to distance themselves. Why does it need this third party government state apparatus to be involved? There may be a gap between intent and impact. In these situations, it is important that we own our behavior and work to build trust and respect in our relationships. Respectful behavior includes, so these are their expectations. This is their idea of what respectful behavior looks like. I don't think anybody from this panelverse could get a job in Washington State. Engaging in others with an open, collaborative, and cooperative approach. That's what I try to do. Y'all are doing this top-down shit and then telling everybody to be open, collaborative, and cooperative. Why don't you model what you're asking? Value the diversity and the human rights of others regardless of their race. I don't know anybody that doesn't do this. Look how they added body shape, family status, so I hope that includes nuclear family. Recognizing the dignity of a person through courteous contact, as determined by whom? As determined by whom? Workplaces already have stuff, they already do this. Commit to learn and develop an understanding of differing social and cultural norms. Take responsibility for one's actions, display humility with mistakes, and offer others grace and forgiveness. I get to decide who I give grace to and who I forgive. You don't get to tell me when to do that. Fuck you. Emphasizing positivity and commonality rather than opposition. Don't tell me what to emphasize. And finding ways to be constructive. So they want you to actually tell other people things, which... Okay, this is the part. Disrespectful behavior includes offensive or inappropriate remarks, jokes, gestures, material, or behavior. So you could have like a book at your desk that's offensive. Yelling. I have you see how I talk now? I have been at jobs where I have been passionate and worked up, and I have been called into the office about my yelling. And I would tell them I'm not yelling, and they would tell me yes I am. And I'm like, okay, well then who gets to determine what yelling is? It's subjective. In Louisiana, this would not be yelling at all. Belittling, okay, who determines what belittling is? Reprimanding in the presence of others. Aggressive or patronizing behavior. Who determines? None of this is concrete. This is so subjective that you're saying, here, do this, but who's going to evaluate and judge it? There's no standards to determine what this is so that people can conform to it. This is open to abuse. This is the Karenocracy. These are like the Karen commandments. Embarrassing or humiliating behavior, intimidation or coercion, damaging gossip or rumors. There's people in the panelverse that are doing this right now. I don't know if it's part of that prison politics or what, but they'll go and it's relational aggression. They'll try to destroy somebody's reputation or character by making hateful videos. Bullying, inappropriate contact, covert behavior, withholding so you don't spy, like you're not a good spy, you don't give up information on your coworker. What is this? Microaggressions, discrimination, harassment, sexual harassment, we already have laws for all that. Behavior that is inconsistent with creating a work environment anchored in respect, dignity, equity, civility, and inclusion. I had a bunch of other documents. Lead by example, yeah. That's what I was saying. Address behaviors and incidents that at the lowest appropriate level. Yeah, that's sound. I had other tabs. I had an interview with the guy that created the training. Guys, I'm half an hour in. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I think I need to take a healthy mental health break. So I think what I'm going to do is come back tomorrow and maybe look at the interview and some more on those trainings. But this is the background and the context for what's going on here. And so people that are gaslighting and making it seem like I'm somehow just overly sensitive or distorting it. All right, let me check on comments. Wow, let's see. And then Brown's Bar, I want to get to your stuff too. Need to take once a year training. It is nonsense, but it's not life changing or affecting. It is if it's telling you that you're the dominant culture and you're a white supremacist and a patriarchy. You're part of a patriarchy. It has helpful hints to stop locker room talk in the workplace. Was that not like why weren't supervisors stopping it before? How is this a national issue that needs a DEI directive from the President of the United States? It's completely out of proportion to the problem, which I agree with Jack Darko on one thing, which is we need to identify the problem. And we haven't, I'm not even sure what the problem is. That they haven't even identified the problem yet because it's so subtle and minute. Like, yet they have this big giant nuclear weapon they're ready to drop on it. I don't understand the proportionality of response. Well, Philip, hopefully as I was spurging out over it, I've explained why I find it so upsetting. It's totalitarianism. It's authoritarianism. It's top-down ideological indoctrination. It is absolutely illiberal and against the principles that America was created on that keep it going. Controlling language, speech, policing thought, that is not American. Did you see all of that stuff I described? That is keeping me out of the workplace, for one. There's no workplace in Washington State that I can step into and keep a job for more than probably 2 weeks at this point. I can't work for somebody that thinks I am a white supremacist or a patriarchal racist. I don't know how you have a good working relationship with somebody that thinks that about you. Maybe you can teach me how to form a society and have relations that with people that think you're a threat, an enemy, and have hostility towards you, or fear or are scared of you because they're being told this in these trainings. Maybe you can come up and help me understand how to work with people like that. I went to Louisiana last year, and my sister works at a school there, and we were talking about it, and she said, DEI, what's that? And I said, oh, you know, and I started explaining it to her, and she looked at me and she says, we don't have that here. She's like, have you met our director? She would never let this kind of stuff here. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to move to a red state so bad. I'm not sure I quite understand, but if it's the implication of white supremacy, that's not enough to build state policy on and start accusing your fellow citizens of. Yeah, well, if I got something wrong, you're welcome to come up and challenge me. Right, and Microsoft, who is one of the main drivers, because in Seattle, like what Microsoft and Amazon do, all the other companies copy. And so Microsoft was like the industry leader in DEI for a while. The guy I moved up here for, was real high up at Microsoft, and he was steeped in this wokeness. That's kind of the first time I encountered it. I didn't even know what it was. It was feminism, wokeness, all that stuff. And he had to parrot it to keep to be successful and keep his position. And so Microsoft just got rid of theirs. They were one of the main, I guess, pioneers of it here in Washington State, and they got rid of theirs. Walmart enforces. So any Walmart. But I'd have to see their actual policies because I don't know if it's on this level of ideology. My problem is the ideology, because a lot of these is just basic workplace policy. Any job I've ever had, you're not supposed to harass coworkers, be mean. Like if there's an argument or a fight, there's policies to address the incident, all that. It's the ideology that it's because of racism and white supremacy and patriarchy we have to dismantle the systems and people are being oppressed and white people are doing the oppressing. My state is, like, this is big tech here. The state is pretty much, I would say the state itself is like a big corporation, and it is maybe a co-equal with the other big corporations like Microsoft, Amazon, whoever else. But New Orleans, I mean not New Orleans, Seattle is very corporatist or technocratic. So like the way a corporation is run and the way the state government run here is very, very similar. The state is just a little more bureaucratic. It's like Kafka's castle. It's very, very Kafka here. I think I am. People are welcome to come up and tell me where I'm crazy. But I think, like this, I've explained why this stuff is upsetting me. Hey, Leggy. What's up? This is the comment of the morning for sure. Right, thank you. How hard? It's like in my generation, Gen X, we were already doing this, and then suddenly there was like maybe a big drop off in the next generation, and they didn't know how to do it anymore, and so that generation needs to be taught it all over. Our generation was doing this in kindergarten. Why do we need to be bothered with this? I don't mind signing a form if I opting out of, like, if I get hired and if there's an option to opt out of DEI, and then if I get accused of racism or anything, I just take the hit myself. I would gladly do that. In fact, I feel better equipped to defend my own lack of racism than have some bureaucratic policy do it. I've already run 2 civil rights complaints through the process. It is laborious. It sometimes it could take like up to or over a year. Leggy, I'm gonna post it in just a sec. I'm wrapping up the monologue. Yeah. Other people, talk to other white males in the workplace and see do they say the same thing. What I don't like is people like my interest in this is personal. It's people gaslighting me and trying to like tell me my reality is not what it is. And so I'm trying to present very clearly my reality so people could show me where it's not correspondent. Hey, OTW. What's up? OTW, by the way, is the guy doing the Panelverse game, so you can check out his channel. Here, let me drop it. One second. You could give him some likes, subscribes. Hey, Bex. Good to see you. What's up? Okay, let me get the link in here. There's plenty, people, there's entire organization. I was part of Counterweight for a while. I did their listening sessions for over a year. That's Helen Pluckrose's organization that she started, where people that were encountering this in the workplace, and this was a global organization. It was started out of the UK. They could come to the Zoom calls and talk about what they're encountering in their workplace around this stuff. And so for over a year, I listened to probably, I'm sure hundreds, close to 100 stories, if not over, of people dealing with this. There's also websites that they track incidents. They have maps of the United States, and they have where it's happening in all the schools. So the resource, I'm not the only one. This is not me. Well, it is kind of me sitting behind a computer. But it's also me seeing it impact my own industry in the real world, in the trainings, the conferences that I go to. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, okay, link. Yeah, right. Let me do that. All right, I guess we're at the open panel stage now. I'm going to break up this DEI stuff for my own mental health. But I will tell you, having said all of this, um, earlier this year, let me see which county it was in. King County, that's the big county in Washington State. That's the county that Seattle is in. Had to suspend their DEI trainings because they were telling all the firefighters that they were racist, and the firefighters are like, "No, no, fuck, we are." And they raised a big stink, and they had to stop the trainings and suspend it. So I'm going to cover that tomorrow too. And I had some tabs on. I do want to put one little more thing. I had some tabs on racism, and there's one article on 7 types of racism, and it's titled "Defining Racism Beyond Its Dictionary Meaning." And I think you could probably apply that to pretty much any word in our vocabulary today, because one way that they try to gain power is they take a word that has an existing definition, and then they just expand it to apply to other things outside of the traditional definition, that they can use that word to frame things and communicate things a different way. And so this article has 7 additional definitions of racism beyond the dictionary one that are now in use. All right, and we have, hang on one second. We have our friend Leggy in the back.
Yo,
Good morning.
good morning. Well, it's afternoon for me, but
How you
morning.
doing?
Good.
Oh,
Good.
right. Yeah, it's. Are you on the boat? No, you're off today, right?
Yeah, I'm off for the day. Yeah.
How how's it going?
It's going.
You still there? Oh, he might have dropped out. So, Lanza, you too, if you're able to
No, I'm
come up
here.
today to talk
I'm
about
here.
that.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Lanza, if you want to come up and talk about the Neurojack stuff, because that's all news to me. I didn't even know
Anyways, Forbes. I was reading an article. Forbes has a article about DEI hire and what it means and stuff like that there. And by definition of DEI, right? And the way it's worded, pretty much it. I gotta read how Forbes has this wrote. Hold on, I gotta.
Okay. And while you're doing that, I wanted to show this one last little thing. This is from the American Psychological Association, the APA, and it's called Racism, Bias, and Discrimination. It's just a little paragraph from their dictionary. It gives, well, I'll go over this tomorrow, but I just want to point out what we're working with here. It gives the definition of racism, the definition of discrimination, and says absolutely nothing about bias. So this is the level of scholarship that we're working with.
All right, Jeff. I put it back there so I don't. So I don't. All right. So
Oh,
essentially, Forbes. This is Forbes goes DEI hire is a disparaging term that refers to quotes or targets for hiring racial and ethnical minorities, women, and other people with disabilities for positions of authority and or power. Because it refers to all of the above groups, the term DEI hire actually implies that only heterosexual white men are qualified for such high leadership positions. Indeed, the same people who use the term also tend to extol the idea of meritocracy.
meritocracy, which I extol as well, but in my experience, the DEI people are anti-meritocracy. Meritocracy is you advance based on your own ability and your own
Well, I
skill.
just like how Forbes wrote that essentially by the definition of DEI, that only white men of privilege
That kind of what it is. It's like white men run everything, so let's create ways for the rest of us to gain some advantages in power and wealth. Because in their mind, they have this belief, which is it's a false belief. It's not true, but they have the belief that men designed and created society to help men, and that we keep it going, and we're
Well,
trying to keep everybody else from having the power that we have. And none of that's
now
true, but
question,
they believe that it's true.
question for you, because my daughter, my 13-year-old daughter, asked me this question. I really didn't know how to answer it. She goes, "Have you ever noticed, at least where I live, I don't know how true it is elsewhere, but at least here in Maine, when you go to a nail salon, it's ran by Asian people. More times than not, unless you go to like an actual hair salon,
I
but an
probably wouldn't
actual
want any other type
nail
of salon.
salon is a nail salon. Just a pure nail salon is usually ran by the Asians around here. So my daughter asked me, why does it seem like that's always what they do? You know what I mean? And it is true. You got certain ethnic groups. It always seems like they do certain type of work.
Yeah,
Like a lot of your migrant workers are of Hispanic and Haitian descent now.
yeah.
You
Why
know?
is that not racism? If you hire Hispanic people to pick fruit or Asians to do your nails, is that racist? Why don't you hire white people? Where's the white people picking the fruit?
I mean,
Why is it
that's a big thing
racism when
about
it's
berries
brown
around here.
people that don't get the job, but it's not
Around
racism when
here,
it's not white
it's
people that get the job?
you don't have the crews that you used to have, and what you do have for berry crews now, if they're raking, you can guarantee if they're hand raking them berries, it's a Hispanic or it's a Hispanic crew. No, no, there's no ands or buts about it. You know, and and this kind of got me. I had this debate about it and about why is it, and I said, well, you think about it. The people that don't have it as well, Americans, we feel entitled to a to a certain
Yes.
sense. We want top dollar for everything that we do in life. It doesn't matter what it is. We try to get the most money that we possibly can out of people. These people from this other country, because our money's worth more, they don't give a shit. They'll go work for $10, $15 an hour, be happy as a clam, and and they'll send all that money back home because a way of life for them is way cheaper. Like, 'cause I asked a friend of mine who's a Hispanic guy, I go, why isn't you never see a Hispanic person not well dressed. I go, why is that? And he goes, well, the clothes is so much cheaper. He goes, whether or not they're knockoffs or not, who knows? But he goes, it's just so much cheaper, especially sending money from the U.S. back home.
What M Corner? What are we entitled to specifically? Because I want to make sure I'm getting mine. I'm not sure what my entitlement is and how to claim it. So I want to make sure I'm Schrodinger's white. I'm white when I get for my entitlements, and then I'm an oppressed minority as a Cajun when it suits me. So yeah, let me know if there's a list or a checklist or an application I need to fill in. Put me the link.
I know
Also, I
me.
have a friend. Real quick, I have a friend that sent me a comment that I want to share. It's a concept from physics called retrocausality, and he says in hindsight, anything is how we want to any in hindsight anything is how we want to frame it in the current thing. He says comic book logic, retcon, another word for that. I That's what's happening, and it's been used by social constructionists to justify their epistemology in a retroactive way. So, for all of the philosophy nerds out there, I want to throw that in.
Well, I guess it depends. I mean, Jeff, do you consider yourself a minority?
I'm a minority in many ways, and then in some ways I'm not. M Corner, I don't have an opinion on I don't have an opinion. First of all, I'm allowed to have an opinion on anybody's experience. We all are. I don't have a valid opinion on anybody's experience but my own. I've never tried to speak for a minority experience, so I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah,
Well,
I'm an ethnic minority. I'm I'm autistic. I'm gay. I'm a religious minority.
well, how are you? Just curious. How do you look at yourself as an ethnic minority? How do
I'm
you?
Cajun, South Louisiana. We're our own
Okay,
ethnicity.
okay.
But I didn't know I was until I moved out of Louisiana and realized that the rest of America is not like us.
Well, no, I mean it's New England, you go even in Maine, you go to other New England states, it's a whole different way of life. Like Massachusetts, like going down to Gloucester and see like the fishing industry down in Gloucester, it blows my mind the way they do things down there versus up here. Like, or even down in Portland, Rockland area, the way they fuck Millbridge, 30 miles away, the way they lobster and the way they do things completely different than the way we do. We hold money back and get a rebate at the end of the year. They don't. You know, they get all their money up front. We hold it back. Bait. We get all of our bait at the wharf. A lot of them guys in Millbridge, they have to do their own bait. Like there's many. It's region. I feel like there's different struggles in different regions for different folks.
Yeah, and that's why I'm more sympathetic to solutions at a local level instead of these top down, like one size fits all solutions that I see coming, like in this stuff.
Well, people think that
It's totalitarian. It's dictating a reality for all people that they have to conform to. And real quick, M. Cormer, uh, yeah, well, Jack Dorker and I are going to talk about this because what we're realizing is that when I'm saying racism, I'm talking about the racism from my generation on back, like the lynchings, the Jim Crow, the slavery, that kind of stuff. But there's like I'm going to go over that article tomorrow with the 7 new types of racism that go beyond the dictionary definition. So those types of racism is what I'm saying don't exist at the scale where we need these giant DEI bureaucracies to address them. But I'm not saying that the other type of racism doesn't exist. It just doesn't
wait a
exist in
second.
the amount that it existed in the past, to where we have
Who's
to like the
I'm not
battle's pretty
whining
much
about no
won.
discrimination. What the fuck? I'm just
Someone with a disability. Well, I don't speak on behalf of others. Other than generally, like I'll say in my work with autistic people, I notice this, that, or in my experience, it's common with autistic. I'll say stuff like that. But that's more observational than me trying to communicate somebody else's reality for them.
it's just really hard. Exactly. If you don't live in that person's reality, it's kind of hard to say the struggles they go through or have faced and shit. So,
See, Liz is doing it right here. She sees us as white men. So she doesn't see
well,
the
I mean, I am
struggles I
white,
go
but
through as an autistic man or anything like that. She just sees 2 white men sitting at the top of the pyramid, whining about all the struggles that everybody else goes through. So she's not even seeing the same reality that you and I are in right now.
look, all I know is I'm not. I mean, I give a fuck left. Discriminate against me all you want. I care less. I'm just saying, in life, no matter where you are, there's going to be some type of discrimination against you.
Yeah.
It's there. There's at least one person out there that will have something against you.
It's tribalism. It's normal.
So,
And the United States did a pretty amazing job for a long time of integrating all the different tribes. Um, I'm, I don't know what you who you why you think I'm speaking on behalf of me. I don't know who you think I'm speaking for.
I
Like
don't
don't
understand when the
attribute
hell.
what I'm saying to anybody else. Like don't take it as me speaking for anybody else, and then that'll
Well, when the
solve
hell did
that
I say
problem
I
right
wasn't
there.
white? I'm whiter than white. Fuck, man.
Wow, Liz and M. Cormer are both having some pretty divergent experiences from the one I'm having up here. I'm not telling black people anything. I'm telling the whole world, every shade out there,
No, no, and I definitely think
that the
discrimination
forms of
exists.
racism that they're talking about today. I'm not saying the past racism didn't exist. And
No,
you know
there's
what? Tomorrow, stick around because tomorrow I'm going to go through the types of racism and we're going to see. I'm going to go through each one and I'm going to see, does it exist today? Where is it found? Does this exist? Where is it found? There's 7 types. Right. We're going to go over them tomorrow. Yes,
I
but
mean,
if you're saying lynching is not racism, then I don't even know if we're in the same
well,
like
I mean, lynching is, but
discourse
lynching is
universe.
also a hate crime at the same sense too.
What
Like
is?
lynching, it's a racial slurs, all that. That's all class. At least here, it's all classified as a hate crime. So, like, you can't speak for other people's struggles, though. That's the one thing, because like you
Yeah,
see it. I
I
mean,
don't.
you I don't know.
So
You
it's
go to
both
other parts of
violent
the country,
crime
you see
and
it.
cultural belief. It's a belief and a violent crime. So they're equating a belief you might have in your head that you don't know you have is identical to a violent crime because it could lead to a violent crime. So it's one thing. It's the cognitive counterpart of the act of violence, and so they need to police it at this end to make sure it doesn't happen at the violent end. That's ridiculous. They can't both be the same thing and have any kind of meaningful use as a term. Hey, Philip, what's up?
Mic check.
Yep.
Awesome. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hail, brother. Interesting topic. Spicy topic for you, huh?
Apparently.
All right.
Well,
I've had this shit used against me so much too,
And
and
then,
mostly my friends.
Used against you. Can you
Yeah.
share a story with us, or is that too
Oh,
personal?
I've shared it many times. The last job I had, it came into play with me as a male. Being a white male from the South in Washington State, it is impossible to have the level of success that people here that are not that demographic have. They are scared to death of me. I am tall. I am male. You heard the girl in the comments say that there's two white men on the panel whining about oppression. That's the kind of perception that we're facing.
So the one thing that really changed my perspective on being a worker bee is I signed up to work on a boat, and the captain steers the boat wherever he wants it to go. If I disagree with that, then I need to remove myself from that boat, or I'm going to disrupt the whole crew and what they're trying to do. So if you're trying to apply
Wait, say that
yourself,
again?
so when I'm a worker bee, when I'm a sailor, right? I'm a sailor. I don't own the boat. I don't own a boat. I'm looking to get across from point A to point B. I'm going from the United Kingdom to the United States, right? I get on this boat, and the captain says, "You know what, dude? We're going to South America." I'm like, "Shit, what boat did I get on?" And I go, "Hey, dude, you guys can't go that way. I want to go to America. I'm not going to fight the whole crew who's going to South America who agrees with the captain. I need to get off that boat as soon as possible and find a boat that's going to America."
That's what I
So
do.
if you go to places that have DEI, you ain't gonna fit in ever.
Right, and in Washington State, that's every place.
Okay, so then this is your perfect job. You need to go get your own boat.
That's what this is.
Okay, so DEI is in your past.
No, I'm allowed to talk about it, right? Are you telling me not to talk about it or make other people aware that it's an issue? This is political advocacy. I'm allowed to advocate for the issues that are important to me, like free speech, individual autonomy, and self-determination. What is this in the past stuff? These are the core values, and this is something that has the potential to threaten or encroach on those core values. How is that the past? Everything I've shown on this website is happening right fucking now.
To you right now?
Do you mean
on
my
YouTube?
personal past? No, this is
Is this happening to you on YouTube right now?
This is something larger than me. Are you
performing-
saying just only be concerned about my own self and not the rest of society?
Well, no.
This has the potential to impact me and everybody I care about. People like me. This has the potential to impact people just like me. I think as a community, I don't think as just a single person is what's good for me. Everything I'm doing is to help a community and other people. And then I feel like I'm being asked to be selfish and not worry about if it's not affecting me, don't worry about it. Let other people deal with the consequences of their own. Don't try to help other people.
I didn't say that.
That's that's the message I'm getting from if it's not affecting you now, why are you so worked up about it? It's in your past, just move on.
Well, that just happened to click in my head. It's like, well, if you're your own captain, then you get to choose the programs that you enforce. And if you want to talk about
I
DEI,
am. All of that's
awesome.
correct, but it doesn't mean I can't have a feeling about the DEI stuff. Like being my own captain and having this channel doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have the reactions I'm having when I see it in other places.
I completely agree. Now I have another question.
I feel like I'm being policed.
Do you think I felt like I was just asking questions.
Well, I mean,
I didn't.
it's
I only asked questions. I didn't. How do I feel?
it seems like
Please
the
explain that.
subtext of the questions is why are you so worked up about this? You don't even have to worry about it. You can just not look at it, do your channel, and
That's just
not worry about it. But part
is
of my channel is doing topics to educate people about what's going on in the world, politics, things that affect autistic people. You saw communication norms was one of the things they were trying to engineer to ensure respect. All of that has direct implications for what I'm doing on this channel. So if
I
the
understand.
message was let it go, I don't want to let it go. That's part of it. It's part of my
Let it
mission.
go,
Everybody
let
that
it
knows me
go,
knows that
let it
I've been
go.
doing this since 2020. I started my very first YouTube channel to fight this stuff. This is such a core part of what I've been doing the last 5 years. And to say just let it go.
Is what? It's just a statement. That's all it is. It's just a statement, brother.
Okay. Well, the
Yeah.
statement
And
is
I also have a
noted.
question. You said something about you said it so fast it went through my head, but one of the points I wanted to bring up was yelling. You
Yeah.
said that someone I've been accused of this too. I was like, well, dude, I haven't hit yelling yet. Yelling to
I
me.
know.
Okay, so do you think yelling is negative?
No.
So why do you think when people say, "Oh, I haven't heard Jeff yelling yet," what does that mean to you? Does that mean like we haven't heard Jeff be what? Not positive? Yelling in positive ways? What do you? Because I'm confused. Because I used to go, "Hey, dude, I've done that before," and said, "Hey, you're yelling." I'm like, "No, I haven't." When in actuality, any time that you've gone from standard pitch, standard tone to above tone, even if it's in good passion, is considered yelling to
Well, then
someone
that's
else's
tone
perspective.
policing. That's tone policing.
But it's
Autistic people should go out of their way to stay away from people that have a need to tone police somebody's pitch.
whoa. I'm just trying to set the what it is. I'm not policing anything. I'm
No,
just
I'm
saying.
not talking about you. I'm saying the people that for the people who, if your tone goes up even a pitch and that's yelling, like that's the standard for yelling. If your tone rises a single pitch, those people and autistic people need to not try to integrate with each other because they're fundamentally opposed. Autistic people's pitch goes all over the place all the time. So do neurotypicals, by the way. And so
Well, how about
if the standard for what's not yelling, if the standard that you have to stay within to not be labeled as yelling is keep your voice at a level and don't go a single pitch above it, autistic people are not going to be able 99% of autistic people are not going to be able to do that. We
well,
get excitable. People with
correct,
PTSD, people with mental health. Did you
correct.
watch the video that you liked so much, and it showed all the robot people that were all talking like this and reading off of the thing? That is the not yelling, and anything above that is yelling. Here, I'm not
Oh,
kidding. In Washington State, what I'm doing right now, they would probably call security and have me hauled out of the building.
correct. So you brought up a good point that sometimes just someone changing their tone and it can be perceived to somebody from like a
But that's
PTSD,
their
bro.
problem if they're misperceiving reality. That's not my problem. I get to talk how I want, and if they perceive my tone as aggressive when I'm not being aggressive, then they're misperceiving me.
Okay. Yeah.
I get the
So,
consequence for
are,
it, but in America, sovereign adults can communicate about all of that. We don't need third parties to come help us with this. We did it on the playground as kids. Like our generation grew up playing with each other, no adults around, and working out conflicts by ourselves.
so, hmm,
This is nanny state.
that's an interesting concept that you're talking about because it seems like I don't want to address it, but you did. There's a flaw there. You just said that tone policing is not good, but you don't like DEI. I don't know. There's something
DEI
there.
is the tone policing.
No, but there's something there. But it's all right. It's not a big deal because it would create a negative. It's a negative intent to point something out like that hypocrisy. but there is
Look,
hypocrisy in there somewhere.
I'm
all I
using
know
it
is I don't. As
descriptively.
far as
Well,
DEI
hang
goes,
on,
I
hang on.
don't
There's
give
a
a
lot.
fuck
There's a
what
lot.
color your
Hang on.
skin is, as
Hang
long as
on.
you know what the fuck you're doing and you're the best person for the job. Ultimately,
Okay.
That's meritocracy. Real quick, there's 5 things coming at me at once. That might be true, M Corner, but I'm not. I'm using it. I'm using it in the way I'm using it. I just said I'm using it to describe what I just used it for. So whether if the right wing's using it some other way, you need to be able to separate that from the way I'm using it.
Okay. I remember what it was, and it's now I figured it out. Do you mind if we go back to it? All right. So you want to build community, right?
Yeah.
How do you build community when you don't care about what people think?
In what way?
So, tone policing. How do you build a community with a bunch of people who you think are yelling at each other?
I don't think people are. I'm the one that doesn't tone police. I'm the one that lets people come on here and yell at each other.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
well,
I
Like,
have a question that I wanted to ask. I stopped mowing the lawn for. Do you
Oh,
think that someone can also be aggressive or condescending while they're being like even keeled tone?
yes.
yeah. Pass.
I
That's
might be doing
passive
it right
aggression.
now. I
That's what
might be
they
doing it
do in
right now.
here.
I'm too stoned to know.
Uh,
I apologize if I am.
No, I don't
No,
think you.
I'm
I
not
don't think you're
accusing
being
you of it.
passive aggressive at all. I think you're being.
I'm
You seem like normal Philip to me. You're asking questions and sharing your thoughts.
Hey Moose, hey brother. And then I honestly do not know how to pronounce this person's leg. It looks like footloose.
Leggy.
leggy.
Leggy. Okay, it looks like footloose. So I was like, well, it's like feet loose, kind of like
It's a rebus.
leggy.
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
welcome, brothers.
You're asking great questions though. Like you're diving deep, and I think I'm learning from the response as well. Like this is how different people perceive things, and I'm learning from both perspectives.
Um.
most are you learning that us Mainers up here we have a different thinking though than most people though.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, fuck the
Fucking us
Twitter.
up here, we don't give a fuck what the rest of you fucking. Long as you leave our guns alone, we don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't give a fuck. You can do whatever
Guns and
you want.
marijuana, don't touch our shit. We're golden.
Don't touch our
Yep,
shit.
yep. They don't care what you do in your own backyard.
Oh well, that's not true because Knox County, it is illegal to smoke anywhere outside in Knox County, even on your own porch.
All right. So
So
Jeff,
you were talking about like community and people yelling, and why?
well, we can move past that because I was just
Oh.
trying to point out like how do you build a community when you disregard other people opinions? And tone is something
Well,
that
a community's
I don't
not
want
going
a
to be
leader
built, huh?
who's yelling at me all the time.
Say that
I don't
again.
want a leader who's yelling at me all the time. I don't want a coworker who's yelling at me, in my opinion, is yelling at me all the time. That's from
I
my point
agree
of
with
view.
that statement because when you work for a
But
captain that seems like he's constantly worked up, going
So
faster, fucking hurry up, you fucking like
I have
right,
to
and so
tone
you have
police
the ability,
myself.
huh?
I have to tone police myself.
But you're choosing to do that, and you can
Correct.
do that.
Can you?
No,
Okay.
and I both I choose not to, and I couldn't even if I
Whoa,
wanted
you
to.
said you choose not to. What do you mean you choose not to?
I choose not to. I choose not to be conscious of the pitch of my voice and match it to how others somebody. That's an extra track of thinking that
Oh
interferes with
man.
what I'm trying to do.
I'm s-
So if I'm going to yell at you, it's going to happen. Whatever your threshold of yelling is, my pitch is probably going to cross it at some point. So if you don't want those people in your life, you as an adult have the ability to evaluate this guy named Jeff. He keeps yelling at me. Do I want to continue to be around him? That's where the power lies. It lies with you. Not with
okay.
me having to be aware or change anything, because I can talk to other people and it's not yelling at all. So I'll just find the people that it's not yelling with and I'll just form a community with them.
Let me ask
That's
you
how I
something.
address it. Like
Have
each
you?
adult can make decisions in response to the decisions and choices of other adults.
Okay.
I'm
Hearing
with.
that out. Go ahead. And who is
I'm
mystery?
with. I'm with Jeff right now
That's Lanza.
as far as what I've heard because I have a friend who has been working with the county, but he works with the DEI and he works with numbers. And he told me like how subjective that they were, and then that, and I remember Jeff talking about how this is bad, and reading some of the stuff, and then now that he's reading it again and hearing the language, and it's like who's interpreting and all that, like literal mystery, right? I heard Jeff talking about it. My friend, I happened to see him yesterday, and and I said to him, I was like, yeah, this is exactly what this guy said. Should I believe him? And he told me, he goes, is he a white male? I go, yeah, he is. He goes, yeah, then definitely what he's telling you is exactly what's happening for him.
I'll be honest, I was multitasking and I missed some of the story.
There's
I believe it's happening to
confirmation
Jeff.
through me from my friend who I saw yesterday, who asked me specifically out of his mind, knowing this information going on, because I described to him, I want to know, is Jeff right with how he's describing it? And all he said to me was, is he a white male?
Oh.
And I said yes, and he goes, that's exactly why this is bad for him.
Yeah, and I'm a white
and
male whether I
so
want to be or not.
there's
I don't get to say
how
I'm
do
not
I get
male.
two confirmations like that? Like, am I special? Or
No,
to,
it's because it's happening.
To break that down though
It's
is
pervasive.
Is a because there's so many people that's interested in it, right? To be
How do
able
you
to
know what our
make
gender is, Liz?
to be able to make a small publication in rebuttal to it and somehow make it popular would be hilarious. Because I bet you the people that work there probably don't even really like it or something. My friend, he goes, oh, it's all right. So I don't really think he likes his job, but.
Liz, you're making our point for us. Like, there's 5 diverse individuals on this panel, and Liz sees 5 men. Like, we're all reduced to our gender, men. We're 5 men. That is DEI thinking. DEI thinking. It takes the individual and it reduces them to some group characteristic, and then
In this particular
it makes
case, it does.
statements about the individual as part of a group, not as an individual.
While we're talking about DEI, right?
I thought
Right,
that
and Liz
DEI
just did
removed
it.
that.
She said
Did she
there's
say that, or did she just say it in
earlier she
general?
said Leggy and I were 2 white men whining about DEI, and then she just said that there's 5 men on the panel. So all she's seeing is skin color and gender. That's all her brain is, like, her brain can't process the subtleties beyond that.
So that person is,
or if it can, she's choosing not to share that and only share the part of the processing that is related to our gender and
Who did that? Who said
sex,
that?
which pragmatically is the same thing.
To
So
be
she's
fair,
playing
Jeff,
games. She's not being
yeah.
good faith, and she's being disingenuous.
I'm just
and
curious
playing
who said that
games.
because I'm going to watch
Jeff,
them in the future.
to be fair,
Flaky
Liz,
Jake.
Liz is only angry at you because
She's
she's
probably
looking
fucking
for a
with you.
hard-working white man to be a daddy for her kids.
Well, these ambers are
Well,
not for her.
I don't think that's
I'm just saying,
necessarily the case.
stereotypes go both ways, right? You stereotype people, they stereotype you. You make dumb comments,
Stereos
people
don't
make dumb
work
comments.
That's
both
where we
ways.
get into meme war. We're just going to keep meme warring each other.
Exactly. So
You need
let's
a
all just
receiver.
move on from it. You guys are all adults. You guys could get over it. You all perceive things differently. Oh well, big whoop, whoop-de-whoop.
Yeah. I don't know what that was about, but that sounded like a good, confident ending to whatever bullshit I was unaware of.
I'm an enlightened centrist. I'm in corner, so it's enlightened centrist victimhood on my part. Well, I appreciate you hanging out with me all day, watching me play the games.
Oh my God.
It's good having the audience.
Oh,
so Jeff, have you worked construction before?
I did a little bit of roofing for a friend. I helped a friend out, like a couple of days roofing.
Did you see any kind of like racist jokes while roofing?
I mean, it was Louisiana. No, not really. Not It's Louisiana. Like everybody tells all kind of jokes.
Now, can you imagine construction workers in a corporate setting and how they would just naturally not fit in because of the way they do things, the way they talk, the way they curse, way they just the way they act. It's just isn't good
Supposed
for
to
like a
do that, but
boardroom.
Well,
dude.
why is it okay for them to do all that on the work site and not in the office? Because if they were
Oh wait,
constructing in Washington
Like,
State, they wouldn't be
really? You
able
think
to
they're more
curse.
worried about racial slurs than putting the wall up correctly?
I
no,
think
no, no,
that
no.
Washington State is.
Well, a lot of construction is now being
I guess they do get breaks.
being now incorporated into the corporate world, with women being most of the infrastructure now.
Oh, it's because of
Uh,
women. Because women's sensibilities can't handle male energy
well, you didn't let me finish.
or
And we
male
have a
social
lot of
norms.
immigrant workers now who don't understand how America works, how they should be treated.
Yes.
So, like, there's a reason why these programs are to help the older generation kind of, blend into the
By
corporate world. Says,
telling them
hey,
that they're white supremacist, patriarchal, and there's a white dominant culture that's suppressing all the
no,
other
no,
minorities. How is
that
that
the
helpful and not
While
divisive?
bringing in illegals that are stealing jobs from their kids while they're still
so
living.
that's one of my other questions. Why are you taking this so personal when it doesn't
No, it's
apply
not.
to
No,
you?
like it was just kind of a joke because, like, kind of
First
made
of all,
sense to me.
I've been told all day long that I'm white, so I don't
You
even
are.
get to choose my color. I'm being classified as white by other people. Then I'm being told that I'm part of something called white supremacy, and I'm part of a white dominant culture that's racist and oppressing other cultures. And then you're going to sit there and gaslight and say, why does this concern you?
Well, okay, so if
What
you
if
went to the
there was a
doctor's
policy
office,
that said there was a Filipino supremacy and all Filipinos were part of a Filipino dominant culture that were oppressing other people? And then I asked you, well, what is this? Why are you so concerned about it, Philip?
I'm not. I'm
It's it's an
American.
example
Disingenuous.
I'm
of the
American.
level of insensitivity that I feel like is
Yeah,
happening
but
right
no.
now.
Okay, so if you went to the doctor's office, were they going to put you down as your skin color?
Somebody is
Maybe he doesn't
portraying
know.
me as a threat and an aggressor for being white and male, and you're asking why it concerns me?
So
With
if a
backup,
cop
my
pulled you
friend
over,
literally backed up
how
what
would he
Jeff has been
describe
saying.
you to dispatch?
Literally, I'm not even kidding you. I could get him out if you wanted
So if
proof.
a
I'd
cop
actually make you
described you,
pay for
Jeff,
it. But
if a cop described you, Jeff, how would he describe you as a Caucasian male? Is that
No,
okay?
he would say Cajun for sure.
Okay, okay.
I
Well,
mean,
it seems like this is a
I'm
top.
not
Well,
gonna
good.
Someone
Then
brought up a
I'm
lie.
good
glad
point.
we get to do that. I'm glad we get to tell people what race and gender they are, because I don't have to use pronouns or pretend
Well,
like women are men anymore.
you
you guys are being funny.
Whoa, hold
at
on,
this
hold on.
point, it's not a healthy
Now
You guys
you
are
conversation,
got
so
an
I'm
funny
going to stop
for
ethnic
it.
it.
group which is Cajun, but at
What
first
was unhealthy? What's the unhealthy part?
Well, you understand what gender you are. I'm not going to tell you what gender you are. You
Understand
understand what
what
it is.
gender
That's not
you
what I
are.
said. I said if we can tell people, if you can tell me that I'm white, even though I may not be, I can tell people that are male that they're not female, even though they may think they are. I'm
You
saying it
can. It's
goes
freedom of
both ways.
speech.
I mean, I'm sorry,
But
but
I
if
don't.
Good.
Well, I
you
don't
were
know.
born
Where's
with a
the
dick,
unhealth? What was
you're a male.
unhealthy
If you were
about that?
born with a vag, you're a woman.
Well,
No
no,
matter
it's
which
My
one
becoming
you take, you'll
ancestors.
unhealthy
take it.
because we're not sticking to topic, or now we're addressing each other.
No, I said plants have
I think
genders.
we're talking
I
about
stayed
the
on topic.
topic. I'm not,
Well, I can't address the topic
if you
without
feel like
addressing
You
I'm
you.
probably
addressing
didn't
you
hear me.
personally,
I
I don't
can't
know where
address the
that's coming
topic
from.
without addressing you, Jeff, because it's personal to you, right? I can't address the topic because it's
We were
personal to
addressing
you,
it. We're addressing it, but now you're making it.
Why would that prevent you from addressing the
We
topic?
were addressing
because
it.
We
that
talk about topics that are personal to me all
because
the time. Autism's personal, Satanism is personal,
because
homosexuality is personal.
Why
That's
are you
never
addressing why
prevented
we're
us from
addressing
You
it?
addressing
guys
a
are
topic.
all
because
talking
And
you
then
over
said
according to you,
everybody.
you don't even understand
Yay.
why it's personal. Like it's a mystery to you why I'm even taking all
it's
this
not
personally.
personal to me.
Okay,
That's why
you
I'm
You're
trying to
sound
not a
understand
white
it.
male in Washington State.
Well, so
So,
now you're a white
Philip.
male.
You guys are all
Philip, you
talking over
sound
each
Yes.
other.
cheap.
I just want to
So
say
other people
that.
can't call you white
That
male,
peop
but you can call yourself a white male. That's what I mean,
You're
Jeff.
fine.
This is getting too personal. I can
No,
calling
it's
out
not
people's
personal.
Can
hypocrisies is
somebody
not
help?
good.
I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee, and somebody can help me figure
Do you
out
see?
what
Do you,
Philip said. I have no
do you see what I
clue
mean? We've
what's
hit a
Philip's
going on
good.
well,
here.
He's good.
Is he
I
Philip's
honestly
fine.
uncomfortable?
don't.
Philip's
Good.
okay,
fine.
hold up. All right.
Everyone's fine.
So essentially, he's talking to more like he's Cajun, which is which kind of goes into the Creole, which is the was a blend of when the Spaniards come over and they mixed in with the natives that were already there in Louisiana in that area. So that's what Jeff's saying. But if you look at Jeff, though, he's very white. He's as white as I am. Like, you know what I mean? And it'd be like me by saying because I had one ancestor
Because
that
he
was
looks.
one
Wait. That's
eighth.
your perception, though, right? Just making
What?
sure. That's our
I
perception.
mean, this is my perception of what I
It's all.
see.
Yeah,
That's what's
all of our
that's
perception.
whole
We all agree that
society.
Jeff does look white as fuck, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
According to
I
Okay.
mean,
society,
it's,
yes.
But I want to make sure it's our perception and not
I
our
mean,
not a
he's
reality.
he's Casper. He's
Whoa.
Casper White.
Perception and reality, are you separating the two? Can you
Are
tell
you
me where it
saying that? Are
separates?
you saying that you don't? Are you saying dualism doesn't exist?
Hold on, you're beyond me right here. So can you
No,
answer my
no,
first
no.
question, please?
Right now, Lanza is saying that Gen X Jeff is both a black man and a white man
Yes,
together.
that's
Yes.
more accurate. Yes. Thank you. I feel seen now. Thank you. It's very validating.
Yeah, but but he's being treated away because he's white. But it's also because of the area and because of this program he's been
But you know what?
describing.
White people don't treat me like I'm white
It's
at
almost like
all.
you're kind of like low key promoting the program by hating on it, though. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you. Dude, I'm
I
gonna
thought
get one of these hosts to spit water out of their mouth. Probably gonna be you.
Oh man.
I thought Philip was asking questions, and
Sorry.
He was,
yeah,
but I just
I
didn't
don't.
understand any of it. I got very confused by them.
They were a little confusing.
hey,
Well, I mean, you are cracker
Jeff, you
white
might want to
though,
get that
like
Chucky out of your
appearance
chat.
wise.
It's Moose's chat. I can't I was trying to, but Moose has to do it.
Who are
Oh,
you talking about?
Oh,
that Chuck, because they just spelled out.
OTW.
They
That's
just
Oh,
spelled out
sorry.
OTW.
words.
Well, you had
I'm
a
inside my
conversation
house.
with Jack yesterday, and you suggested that you couldn't find any positives in DEI. And like I was suggesting, like the old guys in the workplace from old construction really needed it to conform to the corporate world, so they weren't yelling and cussing at people.
Well, did they tell them that they were white supremacists? I'm going to go over it tomorrow where in Seattle they had to end the program because they were telling the firefighters they were racist and white
Yes,
supremacists,
in
and the
the training.
firefighters didn't take kindly to that.
Yes, we have to do the training, and it says yes, you cannot do this to certain groups because you're this group and that group. It tells us that in our training. It's a
Okay,
5 to 10 minute video.
that's some fucked up
and
ideological
we do it,
shit.
and then we get paid.
All right,
Because you know
so
what?
you work for
I
them?
guarantee, Philip, I can go in a room full of construction workers
Yeah.
and train them how to function in a corporate workplace without telling
he
them they're
could.
racist and white. I guarantee I
Bet
can
you he
accomplish the
could.
same goal without the ideology.
I would probably hire Jeff purposely for that job, bro. Like,
Yeah, but it's just using different words, right?
M
Wait,
Corner,
what?
if it's just a check on discrimination, then what's with all the white supremacy, patriarchy, oppression talk? It's not just. Don't try to pass it off as just a check on discrimination.
Like one of the
I
things
mean,
was like just discriminating against someone eating beef because it was against their religion, right? And then we have a whole bunch of guys in the locker room, or in the break room, trying to make fun. This is one of the examples they use, right? Making fun of this person because they don't eat beef according to religion and they're new to the job. So how do you tell those guys that this is bad
What do you
without
mean?
telling them the background behind it of why it's bad?
You expect him to defend for himself because he has a job around men to be like, I am a man and I make choices and right, hot,
So
good one.
wait.
They
In
could
a
just say
place
good.
where you can
If the joke
freely-
was good, they could laugh. Like, what are you talking about? You're saying people are being harassed for being vegan?
Yes,
There's
or
some shit
being
at job sites.
being
Is that what you're
Indian,
saying?
where it's against
look,
the religion to eat
like I
beef.
said
Being a
yesterday, I
Hindu.
still think people. The biggest issue is that it seems like one group of individuals are still holding on to the past of shit, and that's all you hear. You don't hear what, like I said yesterday, the
Who's holding?
Irish and the Italian was treated just as poorly as any other race. They were not considered white, even though they're just as white as anybody. They were
Okay.
not considered white. They were considered worthless. They were
Right.
below the African American
that's
population,
the
believe it or not.
Sicilians in Cleveland were like one of them literally told me they were called the white N-word before. Like they were like, "You're a white N-word."
I just have a different point of view at it. Like I said, I don't take it personal. It's like going to school and taking a course that I didn't agree with.
But he was telling me he
I
was
guess
in street gangs and shit.
You don't know what it's like as a white person to be told you're white supremacist and dominant and oppressing people. Like, so you're not going to feel that end of it because
you
you
know
don't
what
have the
it's
white
like
skin.
to be a Filipino to grow up in a white world.
Bro, listen. Last time I saw,
I know what
Jeff,
it's like to be a Cajun and grow up in a white world.
But you know how to be a different skin color, Jeff.
I know how to. I know what it's like to be treated differently because of your culture and ethnicity.
Like I was looking at Philip and I was
your
like,
skin color, because up here they are
I
very
would treat
conscious of
Philip
white
like
skin.
a normal dude.
So you know what it feels like to be with skin color, dude.
Why would you not treat Philip like a normal dude?
Each person has their own perception of how they grew up, the life that they had to live, all the things you've gone through, your skin color, your family, all that shit is all different. None of you guys know anybody else's life.
So
I don't know.
You understand there's people out there that make us feel like that, right?
No one can make you feel anyway without your consent and participation. You have
so the people out there telling the story of others is what you're saying.
That's victimhood mentality. That's another reason I think this is bad, because now you think you're at the mercy. Your feelings are at the mercy of other people.
Hear about it?
And that's disempowering. And you could be more empowered to take control of your own emotions. And I think that's better than what DEI offers.
So this
I don't want like 6-party sources, bro. Do you have an account of this?
So this is a fact that if you don't fit into the workplace culture, like you have this experience, Jeff, that you get shunned out, you get singled out. So you know the feeling, brother.
Yeah.
That there's people out there that do this.
Yes.
There is.
I have said.
So
Listen. Philip, listen.
Right.
Wait, hang on. I need to say this. Hang on. I'm gonna have to backstage.
You interrupt more than I do.
Let me say this. I have said on this stream multiple times, I think the one tiny point that the woke might kind of get right is the experience of marginalization. The description of the experience that people feel from an out group coming into an in group tracks with my own experience. It tracks very accurately with my own experience. I don't think that their identification of the causes or the solution is accurate, but I think the way that they've identified this experience for some people, they are on to a little something there. I have said that over and over, so I want to acknowledge that.
There is 1% you like about the DEI.
There's gotta be something.
If they would take this and do something better with it than they're doing now, there's like 1% potential. Yes.
Okay, because you said yesterday it was scary.
That low.
Less than, but I'm going to acknowledge that it's there.
Did you hear what Jeff said yesterday? There's 0%.
I'm feeling a documentary coming out.
You're right. No, I didn't say there's 0% chance. I said they would have to rationally persuade me. You were buying into Jack's framing. You were buying into Jack's framing.
You were saying it pretty well.
I'll go undercover, bro, for the movie, and wear a button camera and shit, and be part of the DEI, right? That's on the government.
We thought about that in 2020. Me and my friends were going to get jobs as DEI.
Would you go to Walmart? Where would you go?
No. I'd be working with the DEI.
You'd be DEI
investigator. The DEI. No, it's just like,
Laws doesn't consider any of this. But he's in Canada. This is normal to them.
Is DEI a public entity? Like, they obviously receive federal funds.
This is yes. The federal government has department.
Yeah,
it's an individual department. So like the mental health department will have a department of behavioral health equity within the mental health department. But Washington State has a separate department devoted just to DEI. It's its own state entity, and it gets funding, and then it passes the funding to all these other groups.
Yeah, but they might get a grant for taking suggestions from the government. They'll say, take these suggestions and these guidelines, and we'll give you this grant money, and this will help you deal with your problem. Like, I don't know if they're actually dealing. I don't know. Some states do that because they'll make
the ideology, and we're going to look into why that program got ended because of the firefighters.
Forgot what my point was. I'm sorry.
So you're suggesting that Walmart is getting paid for these programs to be implemented?
My point was that if you're on camera, if you're always on camera, then why not fucking have a camera? That was my point. I'm sorry.
I never thought about that question. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
And Lanza, real quick, what's the thing with Neurojack?
Nothing.
There was whole paragraphs of
it's called a disagreement on
But if Neurojack
provable
is telling
facts.
you not to hang
But
out with me, Neurojack hangs out
he
with me
didn't say
all the
he
time. So
used you. He used you. Yeah, as a way to like. I don't know why. I don't have the motive, right? But you were used as a way to be to downgrade my credibility. And I was like,
okay,
what?
well, we can
Like, dude,
explore that
I
one
was like,
day, I
what are you
guess.
doing? Like, are you seriously gonna like play games like this? Like, I'm trying. Like, I thought you were serious. He's like, oh, I'm dead serious. Like, I thought he was kidding, bro. Like, and it got to like that point. So like, I kind of want to just leave it there because like, it is what it is, and I could potentially embarrass myself further. I think maybe, but
So
he did. He did it.
It's all
I
secret
believe in
survivor.
him, but he made accusations, you know, that I disagreed with. That not only I disagreed with, the panel also agreed with, and I don't know somehow else other people agreed. They were like, yeah, no, like this has been ridiculous to expect something like this or something. I was like, all right, dude, like I'm just making sure I'm not fucking crazy, right? Like, and and that's it. And then I mean that's you know, I guarantee he'll be butthurt forever over this. Like I feel bad because like I like the guy, but like I want to I guess you can't teach anybody. But he made accusations, and I was like, hold up. I was like, are you sure of that? And I got him to admit no, which tells me that the guy has truth, right? He's
What were the
truthful
accusation
in
about you?
he's truthful in being caught in a lie in the moment, right?
Do
Like
you want
that
to?
taught me
What were
something.
the specific accusations, or do you want to talk about this offline?
Oh, if you want,
let's go.
do you want?
Yeah, I mean it's up. I'm just
Well,
trying to respect your
did
privacy.
you guys
Sometimes.
know I'm not part of any Discord?
Congratulations, brother. Me neither.
Did anybody know
Discord's for
that?
losers. I'm just joking, Jeff.
It's a two-sided question.
Pretty much is.
Did anybody think I was ever in Discord, or does
Yes.
everybody think I am in Discord now?
I
I
mean, I
thought you were a
guess I never
Discord
really gave
slumber.
two shits if you
Huh?
were wearing, honestly. So
Yeah, I've never been on it, right? So like I don't,
I've never talked
because
to a
I look at
Discord,
it
and
like
I
one
don't
of
think
those
you're admitting
cards that you get at like the gas station,
a
like a
Discard.
membership card. Like it's like a membership card. You got to fucking worry about it, kind of. It's like, oh yeah, I don't need that shit. I
At
already
the
got
gas
20 things on.
station, we usually have
Yeah,
those
because
at.
like your keychain's filled with keys and all this other shit. It's like, why add another fucking thing? Like
So
that's
you're
how I
not
do.
on Discord, but what were the accusations?
Oh, the accusation was that um, the first one was what? It was that I fucking derail every single show for the last year,
Why is he
and
just accusing you of that
I
now?
don't respect the format, and that something else stupid. He said,
That's your superpower.
hold on. He
That's
said,
right. You just exercising your superpower.
no, it's
Who's
like
doing that, Moose?
so it's like
Or OTW?
OTW's doing one, but Moose had an idea for one too.
it's like the guy wants to believe gravity but not relativity, right? It's like, come on, bro. Like, so like he's being overly relatively dramatic. Like he's
But I don't know why he's complaining
That's a great
about
way of
your
putting it.
communication style now after like a year of knowing you. Like, why all of a sudden is it a problem?
well, that's what he said. He said he actually goes, I've put up with your bullshit. That's what he said. Now that
So,
I didn't plan on saying this, but that's funny that he did
oh,
say,
did
he's
he
like,
burn out on you? He's just reached his
yeah, yeah, he
limits,
burned,
but it's not
he's
really an
tired.
accusation of like you did
To quote
something.
him as
It's
a
more
man,
like
without the funny part first, to add in the humor of the clear indication how this fits in. But he goes, he's like, I'm tired of hearing it.
then he cannot be around you. Like that's what I'm saying. Don't
But like,
if someone's getting on my
it's
nerves, I
subjective.
just reduce the amount of time I spend around
It's
them. I don't go on a
subjective.
big crusade against them.
Okay, okay, so then TML put us up 1-on-1. I wasn't expecting this, but I was like, oh my gosh, dude, like let me try to be nice. I gotta be nice. You know what I mean?
You try to be nice.
So
Well, it's
then
good
like,
that you had that impulse. That
well
it's in
then
there.
if you want to watch me try to be nice. And I
Yeah,
go
which it's
oh,
TML.
he starts like ramping up and like he wants to talk about acceleration. Dude, I've never seen nobody accelerate a conversation like neuro. Like if
Like
acceleration is applied to
10
like
questions in 3
conversations, bro,
seconds.
it's over. He wins. Okay. But I go like what happened?
This is on TMLs.
Yeah, but like I think it got taken down. Look at his community post.
Oh,
Anybody find out
TML's community post. I'm sorry.
Anybody
So
find out the
basically, what
story?
happened was, he puts us 1-on-1, and then Neuro goes, "What the fuck's like up, dude?" He's like, "You've been derailing fucking everything about the show for the last year." He's like, "I know. I'm just wondering,
well,
like,
that
what's your
they're the
yeah?"
one that let you on, so that's on them, not on you.
Well, okay, yeah.
Because if a panelist is derailing my show, I take them off. So if they kept you on the whole time you were derailing your show,
Yeah,
that's
plus
them.
there were there were 8 other people on the subject, and the where it stemmed was a disagreement over the definition of free will, and it was funny because me and Denizen were there, and the fucking
Oh my
first
God! Say no more.
bro, and the first time I was with Denizen, like I realized that was the first time I ever met him, and oh my god, dude!
No,
And then
that's
remember when you brought up that picture of the guy smoking a cigarette, and you're like, "Oh, what actor is that? What's his? Is that Keith? Whatever." I go, "That's a guy smoking a cigarette against his will," and we all thought it was funny. But
There's only God's
what's the
will, bro.
problem again? What's the problem again? Neuro
you were talking
something?
about Nero Jack's accusation, but it sounded like it's not really
Yeah,
accusations. He's just kind of needs a
no,
break from you.
he's straight up like multiple times has made public. What do you call them? I guess just accusations, but like talking about, he said I derail. I have derailed every single. But are you talking about justice that's for you,
Did
or
he
what happened?
accuse you of doing something like lying or
Yeah, he accused
betraying
me.
him, or is he just not like the way you communicate?
He goes, I don't know what the fuck you're doing here. That's what he goes. He goes, you don't tell anybody what the fuck you're doing here. He goes, and then he makes an assumption. He's like, and you have no interest in the subjects. Like, and I'm like, fuck, this is good. What I'm going to deal, how am I going to respond to this? You know what I mean? It's kind of funny. And then I'm just like, I was like, are you able to prove that?
Is there really
And then,
nobody talking right now? Is there really an opening? Holy shit. What's up, guys? Moose here. If you guys would like to if you guys would like to
You're
support
so
the
wrong.
channel, there's this new little money button down there. You can send in a super chat, you can get a super sticker, or you can get a membership. That 99 cents will be the best 99 cents you've ever spent. You might not be able to take Jeff to bed with you before, but now you can. You'll be able to listen to him as a member all night long, all night strong.
God.
Now, does that include the hand
I think
job of the
that's worse
day,
for
though?
America than DEI.
Moose, does that include a hand job
Praise
of the
God.
day?
And you could also get memberships for your friends too. They're very cheap.
Oh yeah, you can buy your friends into the club. So it's not like Fight Club
We're
where
trying
you
to
don't
collect
talk about
all the
Fight Club.
outliers. We're making it very accessible for everybody, inclusive, diverse.
Only the
What if
ones
you're
that
like
like
the
to get
in
yelled
truth
at,
teller?
though.
Okay.
They have to
We
be
do
able
yell
to
here.
tolerate
If your
yelling.
yell
We
meter is
yell.
set low, you're gonna hear yelling. If you have tolerance for male energy and communication styles, you'll be okay.
Lubrication is not always used in these halls.
Never looked those up.
Well,
I
I
read that
always
book
try to
though.
drink
Mars
some
are from
Astroglide, but that's
men.
just me.
Well, not laws. If that's the case, they're really good. If they're designing this just because they know it's deliberately to push my buttons and not really to address the issues they say it's to, then they're very good because it's working. They are master trolls.
No,
The
wait a minute. Wait a
interesting
minute. Is that
thing,
in towards me?
the interesting
No, the
thing is,
DEI
I think
stuff.
that King
Oh
Philip's
shit! I was gonna
questions
be
are
like, what
actually
the
really
fuck, dude? I'm not
good,
kidding.
and I'm trying to learn from
But
his
I'm also not
questions
over
because,
dramatizing.
yeah,
From
thank you,
You
Lanza.
want the conflict content.
What?
Yeah, thank you, Lanza. I'm trying to tell you that you can learn something from the questions that he asks because he asks questions that lead to dialogue for minutes and minutes and minutes. Like it's actually good questions.
Did that?
Did you
You guys can't
understand them
argue with
though?
that.
Who did that?
I understood exactly what he was asking.
Oh,
Who?
I got
What do
very
you mean by
confused.
understand, Jeff? Was it like the words didn't work for
Who?
you, the
Who
intent
said
didn't
it?
work for you? Like
I
what?
don't know. I'd have to analyze it and
Was it
break it
me
down. But
who
I know
said
there was a
something?
lot of
What?
confusion coming at me at once. Like each new
Everyone
question
was
just
talking and
twisted the
who's
pretzel
saying
even
what?
more.
What
Oh,
pretzel?
is looping,
Like
Well, this whole
uh
conversation's a pretzel. It's like an in
bro.
and
ooh.
It's
out,
not
here, there, a
pretzel.
Okay,
little
hold on.
salty.
Moose fucked it up.
How do you guys enjoy
It's
your
a
pretzels?
overbaked pretzel, baby.
I
You
like
know,
the hot, like
I
the
like
mall
I
pretzels.
messed it up
I like
because
the,
you
yeah,
you don't have
exactly,
the
the malt
reading comprehension
with
of
the
the
honey
room,
mustard.
Lanza.
You're right. You're right.
Really?
You're right. No,
See,
no,
some
he's
people like
right.
like the
No, I was
cinnamon
picking up on
pretzels.
it, but I was like smoking
Oh,
and I
I like
forgot.
cinnamon
And then
pretzels too.
two.
Little
See,
cinnamon.
that's the
Cinnamon's
problem. You
delicious.
guys don't give Moose enough time to get his stories out, and he like
Were you the one hijacking?
what?
I'm just
He's
kidding.
doing his
Hijacking.
superpowers. He's
What?
learning the
Talking
Who's
about,
parts you
dude.
were
You can,
saying,
hijacking?
bro.
I'm
bro. You're
just,
trying
yeah, I
to
was
label
just
me a
teasing.
terrorist, bro.
Just teasing.
What?
No, he
No,
said
you're
that
an
I
infidel.
yeah.
That is what
No,
you
he
are.
said that
Infidel.
no, he said that I derails what he said. He said
Freight
for
train.
the
We're gonna call
last
you freight
15 minutes,
train.
you've derailed everything that I've tried to do. And I said, I'm familiar that women speak in generalities like this. I was like, do you have any examples that you would like to say? You're welcome to bring up. You're invited to show an example. Now, that way we don't push this thing on further. And he's like, no. He goes, basically, you're a retard. And I'm like, well, then why are you talking to me? And he's like,
Wait,
what are you doing here?
was
And I'm
that me who called you a retard, Lanza? Because I call
no,
a
but
lot of
then,
people
But
that.
you are retard. No,
no,
you're the idiot.
right.
I'm the retard. You're
No,
half
Why
idiot.
the hard
the point
R,
is, I didn't.
guys?
Okay, the point
Calm
is, I
down to
didn't
the
take
No,
R.
offense to
It's
that.
heavy.
The
I was
point is,
just
I didn't take
asking
it.
for
Okay,
clarification.
What? What? We're
I
not
don't know
allowed to
who Lanza's
say.
talking about.
We got to say Riri. We can't say retard. We got to say
is
Riri.
You can
neuro
All right.
slacking.
Y'all are just a bunch of fucking Riris. All right. Get the fuck
Ah,
out of
bro.
here.
Okay, so he made
Dr-
the accusations that like I've been derailing the machine lies, but first it was all about him specifically and what he was trying to do. Even though he asked Hank for help to make his point, which no
What the
longer
fuck?
really
What?
makes it his
What are you
point.
even talking about?
All right, Lanza, I have to ask, bro. You know you derail, right?
How?
Okay, what is your best derailing, you think? Like,
How
who is having
how
like a
would you
really deep
describe? Could you
conversation? You come
describe it
in
to
with
me?
like, that's so you don't know you derail. Okay, all
I
right. You're
need
just a
no.
slippery
I
trail, then.
literally need the
I
training, bro. If you don't want to be sincere with it, like that's not cool.
It's not. But Phil, give it. It's not gonna work. We don't do timing. There's no way to teach us timing.
You got
It's
to
just
Oh,
teach
not.
me, dude. I'm willing
It's.
to
I'm
learn. I
53
mean,
years
if
old.
it's
I haven't
I'm
learned it
like
yet.
if you can't, I mean, like if you want to do jokes, we can do this too. But like, I'd rather learn personally. Like, let's not be
And then
stupid
I saw
idiots,
her
monkeys.
face, and now
we're
I'm a
trying. We're trying.
believer.
I don't think he
I'm still
derails. He's
gonna
just
crack
like a
jokes.
additional.
What's his superpower, Jeff?
He's like the picture in picture. I think it's derailing for other people, but I don't think he doesn't derail me. He just I can keep up with 5 or 6 conversations. Well, so he just starts his own little conversation in the corner that I could keep up with while I'm having the larger conversation. But I think for everybody else, it detracts them from the larger
But
conversation.
yet my conversation gets lost in
Which they all
translation.
believe is like the
What the
I
most
know
fuck?
important
yours
thing
does,
ever, and
Leggy, and I like your
it is
conversations.
usually like honestly, 10 to 25% of the time maximum. I don't know. Like if
I
I
think
want to be
Leggy
if I want to
does
be
get
honest,
lost.
like like people just get pissed off. Their topics get like either like I've done this where like I'll make a parallel or like I'll be like a what do you call it, like a fucking
Tangent?
I
I'll
No.
just
make an
babbled and made
adjacent. I'll
more
make an
sense.
adjacent point.
You're
So
just Mr.
Oh, okay.
Question
Tangent
Mark,
What
works.
is your
just going
best
on and on.
adjacent point?
what, huh?
What is your best adjacent point that you've
What's
ever
my
pulled off
best
on a show?
adjacent point
Yeah, that's what you're
from
calling them.
where I'm standing or something? Hold on.
Yes, in the conversations you've had in the past.
In
You're
the
standing
past,
on the
you want me to go
panel.
in the past? Hold on,
Yep,
I'm
go in the
dude. You
past.
have to let me get to where you. Okay,
Yeah,
you
Flaky
got to
Jake. The
realize I can go to
important
the
thing is
past,
at
but you have to let
once.
me get
That's the
there
difference.
before
The at
starting your
once
next
part.
statement. Otherwise, you're just being confusing. You
It
have
takes
to
you a while.
understand
I'm
that.
learning. It takes you a while. Okay, so we're putting you in the past. We're putting you on the
No,
machine
it
lies
probably just
past.
didn't take as much Adderall as you, bro. Fuck.
No, you
It's
probably
already you
took
can see
more by
it's
the
already
sound of things.
derailed. It's been what, five
All right, go
seconds,
for it.
10 seconds.
It's up to Philip, but he's pretending he like can't finish his sentence without like, hurry up.
Yes. Okay, I'll go faster.
Go for it.
And I could backstage
Wait,
and
let
do
him
this.
go.
So you're on machine lies panel, right? They're having a great conversation, and you just decided I'm going to go on a adjacent tangent right now. What is your best adjacent tangent that you've gotten on machine lies?
This is just funny because Jeff Noah, I'm just thinking about what I can get away with saying here.
I know.
Hold on. Would you mind asking me again?
No, that was too much.
Yeah, that answers it for you.
I know what you're doing, brother.
Yeah. What's my
Yeah,
mind saying?
I
What
don't
does my mind
understand
say?
the
Hold
word
on.
adjacent
Envision a
in that
whiteboard. I'm
conversation,
envisioning a
in that
whiteboard. I
structure.
am drawing something on the whiteboard. Do you see what I am drawing on the whiteboard, Philip, that you are imagining? Do you see
Picture
what
of
that is?
yourself. You're so narcissistic. You're just proud of yourself, bro.
I'm picturing you drawing a
You
large
think that I
marijuana
like
flower.
what? You think that I went outside of myself to then project, to see myself to then project it, or what?
Yes.
How are you saying that that's possible? And then
You're
telling me that
Lanza.
I'm stupid for saying, for not saying that, but you're the one who said it.
You're the one that said it. I'm just the one observing it.
Okay. Well, we can all level up and learn, right? Observing is part of learning. So, boom. There's learning, there's participation. We got that going.
Like
right?
science.
What else? What else do we need? We need like Jeff was saying we need to take a look at this shit. Dude, my friend's not a fucking liar and shit. I mean, like, I just
How is this answering the fucking question?
what question?
Like you're going on talking about on a fucking
He's got three
tear down
adjacents,
Well, they're
fucking
bro.
making
memory
fun of
lane.
me
Are
and
you
shit,
walking
and
the
like I'm
yellow brick
supposed
This
to
is
not.
road there?
welcome to
Are you
I'm
going through the
supposed to be
Spurgatory.
land
like,
of
oh,
Oz?
This is
hold
what
on,
Like,
Moose.
Jeff
holy
I
likes,
didn't
fuck!
realize
bro.
we're having an
He just wants to
exclusive
know
here that
how.
other
What's
people
the
can't
worst
jump
you
in and
got
I
off
get,
track? This has
huh?
to be it. He's so far off track. We're gonna call him the fucking 12 a.m. to Atlanta. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Holy hell!
This is
Lanza's
Malaysian
a
Airlines,
regular.
bro. He's
I
lost.
didn't mean
He's
like get
part
out
of
of
the.
here, like get out of here. I just mean like get out of here.
Yeah, it's
Like
like, yo,
He's one
it's
of our
like if I was older
mascots.
like someone else, I would probably impart wisdom instead of sarcasm, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
I'm gonna
saying? You
pee in
know
my
what?
chair
I
from
know a little
laughing
bit
if I
about
don't go
respect
pee.
well,
and like
yeah.
driving cars a little bit
Go get
slower,
a
you know what I'm
bottle.
saying?
He's pissing
You
a
know what I'm
Mountain Dew
saying?
bottle or something. We did that actually in high school. We pissed in a Mountain Dew bottle, then we gave it to a freshman to drink.
No. That's ruthless, bro. It was at least
Well,
like half Mountain Dew.
it was kind of on purpose
That
slash on
concentrate.
accident. We handed him the wrong bottle by accident, but but once we realized it was the wrong one, nobody said anything. So
Bro, I saw somebody do that, dude. Grab the wrong bottle by accident. It was like their spit cup for their seeds. That was an interesting moment to watch his
I've
face
seen
turn it.
that.
Yeah.
I would
It's
see
hilarious.
I'd see Mr. Pauly afterwards. I'd go, and even to this day, I mean, fuck, I've been out of high school 20 years practically, and to this day, I'll see him. I go, yo, I go, you drank piss.
You drink the classic. Sending it back
give
up.
give it like
Sending it back to the. Oh my gosh, you're
I like
ruthless.
what
Oh,
we're doing
fuck.
here. Like, I just don't like. I'm just trying to not accuse myself of getting derailed here. You know what I'm saying about telling that story, if that's what you
Well,
want.
now you sound like you fucking have walked away and
Okay.
Yeah, something happened to your audio, brother.
now someone's echoing.
I see.
I'll mute.
Was it you?
My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
Now you're loud as fuck.
Yeah, and yes, dude, it's literally like this piece of shit phone. I'm pretty sure, or it's like
God
an extra
damn,
piece of
man.
technology, or I think it was Moose for a moment. And I'm just kidding.
You were the fucking kid in class that didn't need to raise their hand, were you? You're the one that just fucking yelled out loud, weren't you?
Bro, I was
Dude,
that
yo, yo,
kid.
yo. Here's my
I
favorite
was
one that I
too, I'm not
did.
gonna lie. I was definitely that kid.
Here's
Fuck
my
that, I wasn't
favorite one
raising
that
my
I
hand.
did.
If
Here's
I
my
knew the answer,
favorite.
I was just fucking saying it.
Here's
I'm
my
listening,
favorite one
brother.
that I did, and it has to do with fishing. So you might like this one.
Oh, I like
Now,
fishing.
what is that called when under Africa? Is it called Gibraltar or something?
The
The
Strait
tip
of
of Africa.
Gibraltar
Yeah.
Right.
goes
And then it
into,
was Magellan
don't it go into like the Mediterranean Sea or
or
the Dead Sea?
dude, one of the stories in like seventh grade history, like this is how much I paid attention apparently. So, but they said they were starving and that they were eating the mice. I almost said rice. The I wish they were eating the mice and they were eating leather. They were boiling leather. Oh, they were so hungry in the ocean, so hungry in the ocean on this boat. And like I'm in seventh grade. I'm like, why didn't they just go fishing?
Yeah, that's always weird when you hear someone starves on a boat. You're like, why didn't you just go fishing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't have any way to catch said fish. But there was a
You would think
guy,
that would, you
Right,
would
I
bring
think,
that
like
with
you
you.
didn't
what was
go
it,
ready
last
with you. Like
summer?
you don't have
There was a
a
guy
fishing
and his
pole hanging
dog that
out.
was
You know what I
rescued.
mean? Like,
They were in the Pacific Ocean for, they set sail from
it's like sounds
Hawaii.
ridiculous.
They set sail from Hawaii and was
There's
heading
no
to
way they eat leather, bro.
California.
They made that shit up. They were like, they're having such a good time. They had time to make these jokes up for us to tell us our fucking history about eating leather and shit. Like
You eat
laugh and
fucking
eating
leather,
fish with
don't you?
fucking
You
fishing
fucking
poles.
shoehorn motherfucker.
Yo, dude, I don't what? Who am I supposed to
I
trust?
was in the middle
Magellan?
of speaking and you cut me the fuck off. How fucking dare you?
I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
You're funny, bro. Sorry.
Well,
You and I were just
am
agreeing. You're
I
like, we do
funny
the
like
same thing.
haha
Okay, go ahead.
funny or funny like funny?
Well, it's funny because you just said we do the same thing or something. So
Hey, Ricardo.
it's like a demonstrative. I don't know. What do you call it?
Well, should we get back to the
Do your
question, or
thing. Do
should
your
we
thing.
keep doing this? I could
I
go
don't
either
know. What's
way.
the question?
Yeah, they're supposed. Yeah, I'm supposed to answer this question. That's what I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
pre-say.
I
Don't
moved you
fucking say I've been
1% today,
putting it off.
bro. I did my job. I moved you
Okay.
1%.
All right.
Anyways. Philip, what the fuck's your story? Anyways.
I'm playing. I'm
So you
playing.
work on a boat. So what are you? A fucking what the hell they call it? Um, merchant marine. There we go. Are you a merchant
Oh,
marine? Or was that
oh,
just a figure of speech? You saying
yes.
you work in a? Oh, okay.
There's a figure of speech. That's how
Okay,
someone
got it.
explained it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That this is one guy that he was like trying to tell the boss, the owner of the company, that he's doing it wrong. And he's like, bro, there's a reason why he got
Yeah, I do that
fired.
all the
He
time.
told the captain he was doing it wrong. He's like, who cares if the captain is driving the boat into the coral reef? It's his choice. If we sink, it's his choice.
I
That's
hate to
true.
tell you, but if
And
the captain's
it's
making some
teaching. What
fucked
else?
up
What else?
choices, there's
What
going
else
to
is
be a
going on?
mutiny.
Sorry. Like that.
Well, if it's like in the military and it's some messed up situations, I'll draw the line there. But when it comes to that, he drives it into the company, into the ground. Let's go find a new job.
Not with me on that boat. Nothing's getting drove into nothing with me on the boat. I'm going to land, and
Hold
then you
on.
can drive it into whatever.
Hold on.
Well, like for example,
Yeah, you have to
one of my first
what are you
jobs was a
talking
warehouse
about?
job, and for some reason, this great this boss, he was a good boss, but he decided that a round product he wanted to ship it somehow on a square pallet, and so it didn't move around, but didn't give us supplies. And it's like, dude, how the hell are we supposed to ship this thing? And so I got so frustrated that he thought that I was going to strike him. I would never do that to my boss, so he fired me. And I was like, dude, I just put
So
this
he was
damn
trying to
thing on
put
the
something
pallet
round
and
on a
shipped
square
it.
pallet. When do
It's
they
like
make a round
assumed
pallet?
There has to
violence.
be
Because I've never
narcissism
seen
or
a round
something.
pallet. I've always seen round things on a square
Like it's all
pallet.
about me, survival and shit. That's weird. That to be a human walking around thinking like that all the time, man, and that'd be fucked up.
Like what?
To like treat you the way that they treated you. To be that, like that's you. Like your boss.
Well, he wasn't thinking like that. He was just thinking of metrics. He's like, well, this product's going to sell. How do we get to the customer?
Oh, okay.
So you
You
got to
do.
think about, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what you do.
Well, I don't do that job anymore. So, but no, I still have to do things that are just like dumb, just dumb. But this is what I signed up for, and I'm going to get rewarded for doing it. That's what I signed up for.
Well, I mean, I'm only going to do dumb things to a
That's true.
certain point. If
Yeah,
things are look, I work on a lobster boat. I'm the stern man, but I tell you what, if something's going funky and I don't agree with them, I'm definitely going to do it my fucking way. If it fucks up, then it's on me. But I don't ever. I take guidance, but I do it the way I fucking want to do it.
Really? You take guidance first or after? After you fuck up.
Well, it depends on how much marijuana.
I'm just playing with you. I'm just playing with you.
No. It depends on how much marijuana is consumed. Sometimes I might do it, then be like, I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Yo, are you my neighbor, bro? This guy? Oh my god, he fucked up a half acre of land by doing like ordering this machine he should have never ordered, and then got lost in the sauce, and then didn't communicate with me for 2 months, I'm sorry, for 2 days, and I'm like, send me a photo of what you did. He goes, I fucked up. He sent me a text because I fucked up bad. I go, show me a photo, and I'm like, oh no. So I get there, it's even worse, and like now his like land's all uneven, and there's like fucking like random ponds everywhere. And I'm like, okay, and he's like, I was like, you need to do this from this point. And then we're walking around the yard, and he's feeling bad about it, and I'm like making it like I'm personally counseling him that he's okay, that he didn't fuck everything up. Like it was like I don't know, it was weird as fuck. He was cool. He used to be a DJ, but he ended up digging this ditch for like 8 hours. He told me to like try to hide this fucking pool that had gained itself into this hole, and he was unsuccessful, but he had dug for 8 hours. And I was like, oh man, that's that's a shame. And he goes, yeah, Thomas Jefferson used to love digging ditches. And I was like, are these the people you're talking about or whatever that don't like whatever, like the weird ones? Because I thought that was pretty weird what happened to me. Like that was an actual event in my life that I saw.
It's so humbling finding our limitations out. And that guy's like, well, I guess I can't landscape.
Well, no, okay, bro. Like, here's the thing. He's right down the street, and he's my neighbor. So I'm like, yo, I'll give you the hookup. Whatever I pay, you pay, or whatever. And we get it from here. And then it shows up, and we get there, and okay. Now, actually, before all that, I do this estimate, and I'm like, this is what you got to do if you want to make this shit the best, the easiest, the cheapest. He's like, yeah, and yeah. I'm like, this is what you do. We buy this soil, you pack it down, and you fucking spread grass seed, and you can make everything look fucking fine. And he's like, yeah, that sounds good. Like, dude, swear to God, like 6 times. And then, like, didn't talk to me for 2 days, and then showed me what he had did with this machine in his backyard. Like, he had either just, like, completely disregard, like lied. I don't know what. It was funny to me, though. Like, I kept, like, trying to help him. I don't know if he was trying to push me away. Maybe I was derailing his project. You know what I mean?
I thought you were trying to help him with it.
That's how subjective it is, boys.
Oh, are you trying to help this one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think
What
so.
should we do here? What would your recommendations be here?
I mean, here's the thing: is like, I don't think I'm trying to hurt it, right?
No, but what would you like if this was landscaping? How would what would your recommendations be?
I don't have any recommendations that I can like.
I remember you put something on
I'd have to
YouTube,
think
like
about
some
it.
notes.
Maybe I was just making an argument and being. Maybe I was lying. Who knows?
Do you know?
Not to imply.
Do you know when you lie?
If you say, I imply, you can't imply that you lied.
But you can know, like you have to know
When
you're
you
lying.
lie
You can't accidentally
implicitly, is that
lie.
implicit lying? Is that implying?
You
Or
can
what?
accidentally lie.
How do you accidentally lie? You have to
Someone
know,
told you
like you
something's
have to
wrong.
know
You could be
the
fucked up
reality that
or
you're trying
something.
to hide, and then the false reality you're presenting to detract from the real. Like, so there's so much conscious intent involved in a lie. I don't know how you can accidentally just.
Okay, so I get what Philip's saying with this though, because like you could say something and misquote something or misspeak, and technically that is a lie, so it's an
But you're not
accidental
doing the
lie.
lying if you think it's. You just pass it on other lies.
What do you mean?
No,
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 like
no.
what
Like,
you were told a truth and you relate it as a lie on accident because you don't
Yeah,
know
but
you don't
that's
have
not
good
me
skills.
lying. That's not me telling the lie. That's me passing on somebody else's
well,
lie.
I was talking about
It
more
wasn't.
like somebody ask you, okay,
Alright.
like my captain, how many lobsters you have? And I say 65, but shit, oh fuck, no, no, there's 3 lobsters I didn't ban, so 68. Like it happens. Like it's a lie,
Hey,
but it
you get
wasn't an
hungry.
intentional lie.
Well, it's not a lie
I'm
because at
kidding.
the time you thought there were 65, so you thought you were saying the truth.
Well, yeah, but ultimately it's still an accidental lie.
Did you eat those lobsters?
Well, fucking right I did, bud. Why wouldn't I? Fucking butter and lemon, why fucking not?
I don't
With
know. I don't know.
claws. 2 clawed lobsters.
I
Cold
kind of
water
half believe you.
motherfuckers. Not them weird ass, no clawed, warm water fucking rock lobsters.
California
We're not
lobsters
talking
with the
about
tiny
them,
claws.
Liz.
Go for it.
We have the
All
tiny
right.
clawed lobsters,
Go
bro.
for it. Go for it, non-detractors.
What's better, crab or lobster? Well,
Well,
lobster.
it depends. I don't know. I mean,
Who
it
gives
all
a
depends what
crab?
type of crab you're eating.
No, you didn't, bro. No, you didn't.
I lobster everybody. I don't know. I lost that. I lost that one.
You gotta claw your way back
That
from
was a
that one, bro.
softball. It just got
Yeah,
lobbed right at
blue
you.
crab.
Blue.
Maryland blue crab are probably the best
Yeah,
crabs to
yeah.
eat, I personally.
Dude, I'm
I
gonna
love
start
blue crab.
literally walking around in my front yard like a crab, maybe, and film it.
Oh yeah,
They are
go
they
No,
are
snorkel.
I'm kidding.
both
I'm kidding.
bottom feeders,
No,
but
Oh yeah.
I'm
they
kidding.
do have a
I'm
slight
such
seeing
a
who's gonna
different
be the
tease.
diet.
most enticing here.
Did you guys ever
I like
enjoy
Leggy though. He's funny.
Futurama? The cartoon TV series Futurama. Did you guys ever enjoy
I
that?
never got into it because there's like 1,000,000,000 episodes.
Well, I thought they portrayed that Zoidberg, the crab doctor, pretty
I
funny.
like that guy.
He turned sideways to go through doors and stuff.
I don't know all of his
You remember
mannerisms. He
that
just talks
fucking
funny.
the Spike TV show 1001 Ways to Die?
Yes, that
Who did
was.
that?
It was on
I do
Spike
remember a
TV.
TV show called that. Yeah,
Yeah, used to be on Spike TV. It used to be Mansers and then 1001 Ways to Die.
and one of them was like killer bees or some shit.
Yeah, dude, there was all kinds of weird shit that's happened on that
They're like, we
show.
followed this guy through the jungle, and he got eaten by a foreign tribe.
Did you guys ever watch Final Destination, the movie
Oh
series?
yeah, dude, our
Ooh,
I don't know
generation,
why I'm vehemently opposed. That could be a good thing though.
our whole generation do not look at tractor trailers the same, especially log trucks. Oh hell no.
Oh
oh
shit!
yeah, the log
I
truck
have a
going.
trailer. I need to watch it.
Oh,
Oh no! Wait,
You've never? How old are you? You've never seen Final
no. I
Destination?
know everybody I know talks about it, but I always just say I'd never seen it, and they're
Yeah,
pretty
but
much
how
like,
old are
you are
you?
like, why? What the fuck? Who are like? How have you not? And I just say like, for some reason, I just haven't seen them, and I think there's like 5 or like more or something.
6, I
It's too. It would
believe.
be too many. It's like an investment for me. Like it's of attention and time. Like I think of it like that, and I'm like, I'm just one of those people who haven't seen it. That's all I'm saying. I have nothing
Oh
against
yeah,
it.
the three seashells for Demolition Man.
I am being serious. Don't
I
think I'm
love that
trolling, bro.
movie.
I am being serious. I have not seen that movie, but it has to. What I've heard about it from my friends, it has something to do with something falling off of a truck and going through a wind going through a car. That is literally all I know.
Oh my gosh.
But I guarantee you've watched Brokeback Mountain, haven't you? Sorry, Jeff.
You stupid.
That was good, dude.
You're
For
gonna get
research.
me. I can tell.
For some
I can
research.
kind of tell for some reason. Just Mikey Pots and Pans.
Vinny Pots and Pans. Nah. I'm not Vinny Shits and Stains, okay? I
Mikey,
don't recycle 1930 garbage.
Mikey steak and rake. I don't know. Just making it up.
What? Wake and bake?
No, steak and make it.
Oh,
Never
Shake and
mind.
What
bake.
is that?
Mistakens were made. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you like it was like a sandwich meat or steakums or something.
Oh, what's for lunch today, Jeff?
Yeah, what's on? What's at the?
Oh,
What's at
I
stake?
just put it in the
What's at
microwave. I have to
stake
go
here?
grab it. Thanks for reminding me. I'll be back.
Yeah, bro. I gotta take care. Yeah, someone's gotta take care of Jeff.
yeah, somebody got to do it.
I'm gonna let Leggy do it if you sound more cheerful about it.
No. Philip's the one that brought it up, so it goes to him. He drew the shortest straw.
Yeah, you guys suck at friends. Get better.
Are you saying that I'm friends with this guy?
On the internet, you might be, bro.
Dude, listen, I think that
Who knows?
listen, I think I've only met him personally once, and I think he disliked me. He goes, yeah, like, he was like he came in like 30 minutes goes by with me and him like kind of like I don't know doing some spat thing, and then someone comes in and he like describes me hilariously, like I don't know, he just made me laugh. Like,
Thanks for sharing, bro.
yeah, you probably should check it out. Like, I can't remember exactly like what it was now. Let me think. It wasn't
James, you're the topic. Someone said they were new here and wanted to know what the topic was. They're the topic now.
It was DEI earlier.
It can't be new.
It's whatever. It's changed. I'm here all day, so the topics are gonna change. It's a kaleidoscope, a cavalcade of topics.
But what if Moose decides to end it, though? Then you're not here all day.
Who knew?
What if what?
Well, you said you're streaming on Moose's, so therefore, what if Moose decides to end it?
Oh, he can end it on his stream, but it'll still keep going on mine.
So, Jeff, you were talking about that you were going to do Dungeons and Dragons with a new group. Did you already discuss that in the stream today?
No, I'm always
So
looking
how's
for
it-
players.
How's that going? Did Moose join?
No, it fizzled out.
I thought you said you had a group to go to.
We
the other
did,
day.
but then there was drama and conflict, and it all fell apart.
Can we talk about
Because
the
of
drama and
trolls.
conflict? Can we talk about drama and conflict?
With Dungeons and how's there fucking conflict with Dungeons and Dragons?
I know, right?
Like how?
No, it was not
used to
Dungeons and
be a
Dragons.
bunch
It
of
was
nerds
trying
sitting
to
around
do
rolling
Dungeons and
dice
Dragons
and
with
fucking
trolls from the
role-playing.
Panoverse. That was the.
It sounds like
idea.
it sounds like goofy
It
golf.
was going to be some kind of weird mixture of like a flow state kind of channel,
Psychedelic
but
golf.
with like rolling the dice and fighting, like actually going through a Dungeons and Dragons like campaign, but
Laser
just
tag.
streamlined.
Just
And then,
laser tag.
and then Jeff, did you start a new TV series?
We've just. I have Big Brother going. It's airing now, so it's. I'm watching that currently, and we just ended one of the Survivors, so we'll probably start a new one at some
How
point.
did Survivor end?
It well, it depends on who you ask. The season itself was great, fantastic, one of the best.
You don't think Survivor's overdone?
Overdone in
Survivors now.
In what way?
It's called
No
Survivors.
more,
you're
no
right.
more than The Price is Right or any of those other game shows.
Well, I understand that, but still, I don't know.
They should make all the
I don't know.
survivors find it out from all angles. They should give the old
Survived.
people the
Hey,
guns
Cope.
or whatever they're good at, and like the young people like all the shitty weapons.
Hey, Vic. Vic, what's up?
Do you think we'll ever get to the Hunger Games status, dude, where people are watching people like?
Didn't they do
eliminate each
Squid
other?
Game? They did the live Squid Game. They like made a reality show version of Squid Games.
Yeah, yeah. I think I told you my buddy was on that.
Did somebody
On the
die or
newest
what?
It's like I didn't watch this. Can we watch this? I missed
We can
out.
maybe watch in the Discord. That could be the new series.
Oh, dude, I wouldn't watch that at all. I like the old UFC where they broke bones and stuff. I don't watch that stuff either. It's evil.
If you guys need, let me see. I
It's
have
called Squid Game: The Challenge.
Game of Thrones. I have all the Game of Thrones, and I have is it Mad Men? All on YouTube. If you guys need me to join Discord and share those shows.
They're watching Game of Thrones now. That's the series they're on.
You have all of them?
Yeah, they binge. I didn't want to watch, but the little group in Discord is binge watching. I don't know what season they're on, but they've been
The
doing it
only
for a few
thing I
weeks.
know to say after whenever I hear of Game of Thrones, the only thing I know to say after that is put your family and your squad first. I don't know why.
Thanks for sharing, bro.
I didn't hear it. I'm
It
sorry.
doesn't make particular sense to me, I guess, enough to explain it. Sorry.
That's okay. This is a laboratory as well.
Of emotion.
Well, I'm trying out this new straight jacket, and I'm having trouble adjusting.
Well, you know.
Dude,
yeah,
all right. Well,
I just made that up, bro.
do we need
like,
a little energy on the
these are
panel?
kind of
Could we
fire.
use a
Like
little
people are gonna
spice?
find this shit off me,
Who's
dude.
coming up? Who's coming up?
I'm playing video games. Ooh, hail,
Oh,
brother.
is this Illuma
Video,
Tommy?
Shut the fuck up.
video game.
Ah, shit.
What are you
See,
doing?
this
Video
is why
game.
this is a garbage panel. You might as well get Rants up here. You're devolving into the bullshit we're all trying to get away from. You got
Okay, what are we
Browns, who
sliding
might as
from?
well
What
be
are
in
we
the
saying?
SNL class.
What are we
Remember when
derailing?
SNL did the
Hold on.
I can't hear anything from
What are we?
anybody.
I don't know what
because
I'm
your
derailing.
panel is devolving into garbage.
Well, you
And you
came
can do something
into the
about it, Joe.
garbage
Can
to
you
tell me
explain
about
it?
the garbage.
Yeah, if you shut your faggot fucking mouth,
Okay,
Brown.
your turn to explain it is now,
I
gentlemen.
guess I'll have to hear about it in an email.
Okay, perfect. That's fucking great.
Oh, come on.
Like,
That's
yeah,
it
dude,
for
that
the
was
day.
like, oh, dude, that was like the summer heat with the breeze right
Come
there.
on. I could have had some fun, Jeff. Come on now.
Mm.
We were having such a
How
relaxed,
much for
It's
2
pleasant
minutes of
conversation. It's just
Tommy?
not what I want on my channel
You guys
today.
How
don't
much for
talk
2 minutes
about
of Tommy?
crypto and
And I need to be consistent. Like I can't have Tommy making those kind of personal attacks, and then when I try to stop somebody else, they're like, "Well, Tommy gets to come
Okay.
up and make them."
But what if they're done funny as hell?
Did you
Can you
find
get like
it?
a
Do you want him
I
back?
was starting
Well,
to
he's
get
gone.
funny,
He's
but I
gone
lost
anyway.
it.
But
I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
he
I'm
came. He
sorry.
came to curse out
I'm
my
sorry.
channel. He came to curse out my guests. He's
Came in hot.
whatever Spurg thing's
But-
going on
but-
with him today.
But
But I'm happy with my channel. I like the conversations we've been having, so he can have his opinion.
I'm
He's
just
not my
saying
channel
I can
daddy.
handle it. I'm a big boy.
It seemed like the end was near, you know. Like that's what it seemed like. So there it is. 1, 2, 3. Lights,
So, Jeff,
camera, action.
I was thinking about mapping the panelverse. What happens when a panel gets taken down? Does it automatically get removed from your list, or like
No, but
the
I
history
guess
of it?
there'd be like a little like overlay you put on it to signal that it's no longer in play or something.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you? Yeah.
Like a wiener or something? Are you talking about a porn bomb?
What?
On my murder board, when I map out the panelverse,
You have a board of murder. Okay, let me hear about this. I missed this.
the panelverse, all the different sectors,
Wait,
like Paul
what kind of board?
enslaved.
What kind of board was it?
Wall behind him.
This, you know how they do in the
Am I
detective
the only
movies?
one
They
that
have
heard you
all
say
the
this is
pictures
a
and the
murder
string
board?
connecting everything. All the different panel
Okay,
relations.
I'm not going to get confirmation on that. Sorry, I'll just shut up.
What do you want confirmation?
I know I say that a lot. I'm sorry.
Just start a. You have a YouTube account, Colt. Just activate your channel and turn your camera on, and just start talking or acting. I don't know. I don't know. Mine's probably not going to be just white. We're going to have diversity and inclusion. Besides, with the
It's gonna be green.
panelverse, you couldn't really do an all-white board. I think
It would have to be a green board.
some kind of or rainbow, multicolored, fractal
It would have to be
Mandelbrot
something.
board.
Because I think there's more fucking colors in the alphabet than the alphabet community.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
think we're gonna get well past 26. Like I couldn't even use letters to code things because we're gonna be way past 26 at some point.
we well, this has died now.
You and Philip, you want if Philip, you want to talk to Tommy?
Yes, I'm sitting here, something, blah, blah,
He
blah.
said he
Sure,
if
I don't
it's
see
you
why
and
not. I'll
him.
pay
What's he
for it.
doing though? Sitting there for real, or is he lying? Is he standing?
I'm just playing video
I
games.
believe he's standing at this moment.
Here, we'll see what
Have you seen my
happens.
prediction?
Yo, Hill brother.
Hang
I
on.
want a one-on-one with Philip. You
Ooh,
save
this
the
will be
amount of
interesting.
time.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's one-on-one because you're one of the last people around here I respect. I
Oh, thanks,
understand
brother.
Jeff. I understand Jeff's autism to give me all this credit, say he watches people come for me, that I'm very respectable when people are respectful with me, and then he facilitates the opposite thing. And like the fact that Brown's
It
boy and these
Tommy, I think
motherfuckers are
it's me
becoming,
you want to talk to, not Philip. What's up?
I don't want to talk to you at all.
Oh well, then get off my panel. Why do people come here with the games? Yo, don't do that.
I'm so
It happens every
confused.
time somebody tries to run a game on me.
That could have
See,
been good
he
content.
reminds me of that rebel fella. What he
Which rebel?
reminds me of. Connie, rebel. That's what he reminds me of.
Oh,
Tommy
oh, there's another
Illuminati.
Tommy out there. Yikes.
How much did he get paid for that one?
No, no,
He said,
I like
Hitman.
Tommy. He just has his moments, and this is one of them.
Oh,
I mean, I
But
personally
again,
still
if
would
you
like to
don't
call
like
it
my
up there.
panel for whatever reason, just don't watch it. It's so much easier than taking time out of your day and getting
oh
your
wait, what?
emotions out. I guess it's like me and the
I
DEI
need to
stuff.
derail. Excuse me, I need to derail. No, I'm just kidding.
Am I their DEI? Like my channel works them up so much that they can't let it go and put past them and move on.
Okay, I'll talk to you, Jeff.
So,
Who is
Jeff,
that?
thank you for entertaining my questions about DEI. Thank you. Sorry if it
Is it me?
wasn't appropriate, but I appreciate you having the conversation. And everybody have a good day. I'm gonna get some food.
Philip,
I'm
I
hungry.
enjoyed our conversation. I'm glad you came up and
He's gonna
challenged me
show up.
and asked
Peace out.
questions. So have a great rest of your day.
Peace, brothers.
Enjoy
See
your
you, Philip.
lunch. Alrighty.
Yo, if he did
Yeah.
like coverage over like stuff, he could call them refills or something. Out there, man.
Tommy, we're just not in harmony today.
Like
It's not about
shorts or
anything in
something.
particular. We just need to try when our biorhythms are more aligned or something.
But
I mean, it might have had something to do with calling him a faggot. I mean, it might have
who
had
did
something to do
that?
with that. I mean,
Who
I'm
did
just
that?
saying.
Who
If you
did
want
that?
to talk to the fella, you probably shouldn't have called him a fag. I mean, come on
Oh, he
now.
did it.
So,
He was
yeah.
being like rude or whatever. Yeah,
It's
he
just
was doing that.
it's spurgery.
But
I'm
same
used to it.
senses. I
But he
wish the
wants
fella
to
was
be known
here
as
because
rude
I'd
for
like to
some
hear what he
reason,
had to say.
even though he's rude.
Well,
He's trying to
look.
make a point. Even though people are fucked up, you should still listen to them.
I mean, he's trying to make a point, and he's trying to act
Yes,
like he's the
cult.
That was
smartest guy in
harsh
the
language.
room.
I
And
need to tone that down. That was some DEI right there. I'm sorry, bro.
I
I
mean,
didn't mean it that
anybody
hard.
with
I'm definitely
Illuminati in the
trying to
name is
push the
just.
limits here of what's possible. But that's
I wasn't
America.
trying that
That's the
hard.
whole idea of
I
America
could
is
have
how
picked a
many
different
different
word, but my
demographics can you
vocabulary
blend?
is unfortunate right now.
This is DEI right here happening live.
Is it really?
Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Cult is saying I'm trying to blend demographics beyond what is possible. And that's
Yep.
what DEI is trying to address. How do you blend all these demographics beyond what might be possible? So maybe this is the DEI people can come here and learn how to do it, and then they won't have to go around calling everybody racist.
Kind of funny. But I don't get how this is DEI though. I mean, was that just sarcasm I wasn't picking up on? Or
Colt's comment that I'm trying to blend all these
okay,
different
okay. I forget that
demographics.
I never read the comments, man. I'm sorry.
That's probably
I
your mental
literally
health probably
never read
benefits
them.
from that.
Like I do read them, but like um, not like
Okay, Aunt Lanza,
I'm
use your
busy
derail
thinking
power. This
about
is the
what's
time we
going
need it.
on instead of yeah. Huh?
Maluma Tommy wants to talk to you now, I think.
Well, he can talk to me offline. I'm not.
Oh.
Do you think though, Jeff? Do you think though? Like I have no vested interest in it.
In what?
In like I guess talking to Tommy. And I
It
don't think
does. It doesn't seem like a conversation with Tommy and
I
you
don't think
is going
you
to
have
go
it
well
either.
today.
I don't think you have it either, right? You don't see a vested interest, like you don't see like an out,
No, he has some
like
opinion about how I'm running my channel, but
oh, he was opinionizing. Okay,
I don't.
Well, I think ultimately he's
all
bored
right,
of it. He doesn't like the conversation. He wants it to try to be something different. Apparently,
that
it's
is
not
true. He does do that
enlightening
too. I
enough
forgot
for
about
him,
that.
and that it can't just be a bunch of dudes on a panel, fucking shooting the
Hmm.
shit, just talking about nothing really,
It's
I
just
love
simply
it.
that.
and
I
just
think
talking.
those conversations are healthy.
I mean, I do it all the time. My kids
Oh,
call it telling my life story because we get talking to people. Like I go to the store, I'll see a buddy of mine. I'll sit there and talk 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Before I even go into the store, and then run into somebody else I see and talk another
Yeah.
20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. That's
yeah,
so normal to me. They don't do that here at all.
Like my wife
yeah,
goes,
that's
like
pretty
the
cool.
guy I work with on the boat. Like a lot of times,
That's
like
probably
I'll
why I
come
don't make
home,
as much money
shower,
as I
then I'll
should.
leave and go to town and get what I need from the store and all that. Well, he'll be there. He'll be there at the store. And me and him will stop and talk. And she goes, "Didn't you just work with him all day?" I go, "Yeah, but now we're talking about other shit."
Yeah,
There was a
there's
blog
like
post when I first moved here that I read on social media about this guy was in the store here and he saw a friend of his. He had to go get cereal and milk and he saw a friend of his in the store like in one of the other aisles and he panicked. And he's like, "Oh my god, I'm going to have to say hi to this person. I just want to get my cereal and milk and how can I get out of here before this friend sees me?" Like that's how they are here. It's the opposite of, "Oh, look, so and then you chat 20 minutes." It's like if
they
they see someone
panic
they
like
know, they
that.
panic because they might
Oh,
have to talk to them.
yeah. Well, it is. I have heard, we just want to get in and we just want to get out, kind of thing.
It's
So, like,
introverts. They're
and
very
plus, like, with what are you talking
socially
about?
averse.
If you're talking about a woman,
Nah, I think it was a social media post. I think it was guys. It seemed like it was
uh,
two
well, if it was
guys.
women, it would be like
It was
another reason
It
would be
was like
like they
these
didn't
little
look so good that
introvert
day or something, and they didn't want to go to the
nerds
store.
that they have up here. I
Hmm.
think straight people should reclaim the rainbow. I think y'all should take it back.
Look.
You ever tried eating
I like
them?
tie dye. My wife likes tie dye,
Yes.
but it's one of them things. And when I look at tie dye, I think of like the '60s hippie, marijuana, that type of culture. But nowadays, when you wear
Huh.
tie dye, you always get somebody makes a comment. What are you, one of them fucking rainbow community supporters? So I don't even wear tie dye no more because of
They
that
have
shit.
ruined tie
You
dye.
get called dude. Come on, man. You get called I can believe it, but that's hilarious, dude. And do you feel like what do you tell them when they're like, "I don't like your gay shirt"? You must be a queer or something, you know?
That's so weird that
What do you
if
do? Do you just like? Does it happen often? Do you like tie dye that much, or has it like just been like a singular, or
I'm talking about.
has this been
No, it's
multiple
happened
events or
quite a bit.
lately?
Like it's happened
Is this
quite a bit.
lately?
even
It
in
happens a
Maine,
lot. Damn, dude, that sucks. You can't wear tie dye without
yeah,
being
like
gay,
everything's
dude.
it.
Nobody owns.
The,
Nobody owns.
I mean, I'm not saying everybody's like that, but you do have
Oh,
people that
Jesus,
say that
scared me.
shit.
The original rainbow flag cult was not that. If you read the story behind it, it was pretty basic and simple. And the colors represented everybody, and it was about inclusion for everybody. So that part wasn't the big agenda. The original flag itself.
What? If you think about it, an F kind of looks like a flag. Why don't they just call it an F?
You think that's why they started flag with that letter?
Oh, because F's don't wave.
Alright,
Those
y'all,
are
put a
letters
knife in
too.
me.
Those
I'm
are.
done. I'm out
I'm
of here.
sorry,
I'm
dude.
bouncing like a fucking ball. I'm making like a tree and leaving. I'm out of here. Peace out.
Take care, Leggy.
Thanks,
I'll
bro.
probably be back here. If you're still on later, I'll be back.
Be
Yeah,
easy.
I'll go as long as the people are here. So
Alright.
we might be. Take
My
care. Have
kids
a
are
good
just
one.
getting home from their first day of school, so
Oh right,
we'll
yeah,
find out how that shit went. Ha ha.
yeah, absolutely.
Alright, bye.
Okay, I hope it's good news. Yes, Jax. A lot of time. I just sit there and like try to absorb as much of it as I can and let them have their feeling.
Yeah, of course.
You hear it from. Oh, the same thing. Like, and did they know the original person, or it's just independently a totally separate person is suddenly saying the same stuff to you? What's Cora? I don't know. Well, if there was ever a time to use your derailing powers,
Oh, it would be get ner. Are you in contact somehow through any sort of media outlet? You know what I mean? Network with Neuro.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
we chat, we talk. That's why, like, if he didn't want you on my panel, that's weird because he and I are friends. Like, I,
I actually
am
like.
I? What's up with me and Neurojack if he doesn't want you here? Because he hasn't indicated any issue with me at all to me.
Yeah, even after like all this like accusations, which held a large, what do you call them, exaggerations and stuff, and it was like not being honest enough to have like a real conversation with. And I was like, yo, like,
Is it brown
if you're
sport?
gonna act
There's
like you didn't do this or whatever, and then we're just gonna move on,
He sounds
after.
okay on my end, but someone's
Oh
saying
no,
you're muffled.
it's okay. Yeah, it's me. I need to hold this phone closer, but.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean it's just basically uh I want to see what I can learn about it, about the interaction, because it doesn't
Well,
I mean it makes like certain amount of sense, but I want not that I want it to make more sense, but that I want it to be resolved in a manner that
Neurojack, if you're
that
out there and
wasn't
there's a chance,
demonstrated over 2 days. But like I'm
Neurojack,
not
if
like it's not the biggest thing in the world. It's just like I'm just trying. I'm actually out here checking people.
well,
So
I know
he's
it
one of
caught
the
you by
ones
surprise and it's bothering
he's
you.
one of the ones I'm checking right now, and he's one of the ones running and like playing games and stuff. So like it's like that could be hilarious actually if you think about it. You know what I mean? It actually is funny as fuck. But
Hey,
nevertheless, I
Dobez.
wouldn't be disingenuous. I would have more respect. I wouldn't make the claims that he would make in the public format or whatever that he wanted to make them, and I wouldn't have used you as a person in that context that he
Hang
was
on real
trying
quick. Hey,
to.
Lanza, real
Yeah.
quick. The doorbell's ringing. Keep going and welcome Dobez. And if the two of you could get a little conversation started, I'll be right back.
Every time, dude. It's just like in that context of fuck, I forget, bro. Like I forget what the fuck we're talking about. Like
Yeah, what are you talking about? Because I
in the
just joined.
context, like I just want it to be resolved, and but like understandings need to be had. I think I could be wrong. Okay, but I think understandings need to be had because clearly there are misunderstandings.
In what?
And I was very clear about this is what I don't understand. And then he would make like another egregious claim, and I'm like, wait, like before you do that, like let's go from the beginning and go over this. No, you're a retard. Okay, so that's what I get from him, which is in honesty, it's a beautiful response, of language. So I don't know. And I was just like, dude, like, I was like, how do you want to do this, bro? Like, how do you, like, how honest do you want to be? Like, if, I'm being honest with you and you're, you just like, I don't know, dude. You was just like, saying I was derailing he said I derailed the Machine Live's entire stream for the last year. Every conversation. And but most of them specifically had to do with what he wanted to talk about, ironically or coincidentally or whatever they call that, egoically. I can't remember. But so yeah, he's like making all these claims and shit, and it's like about dude, like you know what he got mad about? You know what I think he got mad about? They were talking about math. They were talking about does math prove God, right? And hey, and I've let them talk. Like, dude, I've let them talk. Later on, he claims I didn't let them talk. That will be a lie later, or I could just tell you about his lie later now, which is actually kind of funny too. So we'll just do it that way. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Fucking, I think the dude eats moths or something. I'm not, or like is attracted to the lights. I don't know, like something. Dude. It's not really. It's something that we both will learn from, I hope. In the
And this
deepest
just
ways.
happened yesterday?
Yeah. Initially, it was what was it like? Saturday night. What's today? Tuesday. Okay, so it happened on Saturday night.
So it's still fresh.
And then he came, and then he ran, and then he came back to the panel, and then he ran again, and then he came back again. I think he came back again, then ran again. But then I went on his, and I was like, "Yo, dude," I was like, "What's your problem with me? Like, what is all this bullshit you're like trying to give me right now?" And he was kind of like, "Well, you don't tell me who you are and what you're doing here," and like he was like he was like doing this like mental like he was what do you call it? Like, he was just in his mind. He was making things up, I guess, is what you call it.
Hey, Just Us. Oh, yes.
And then I was like, yeah. And then he's putting blame. He's putting blame and saying I'm derailed. Like I'm like some sort of like he's trying to paint a narrative because he's all about the narrative.
They do that with me. They do that.
He's all about the narrative, but he's also all about having fair and open, honest conversation. You know what I mean? Until it comes to like shit like this, where he triples down on Stupid Street in front of multiple streams. Well, actually, yeah, multiple over Saturday. It happened Saturday, right? Sunday went to his stream, confronted him, like, and I was like, "Yo, like, just like, what do you want from me?" And he's like, "You derail, like that's his thing is I derail." And I'm psychic, and shit.
One sec. Just Us, welcome. Just Us is almost at 500. We're trying to help him get over. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong channel. Let me get it out. I'm going to put his channel. If you could please check him out, give him a subscribe, a like. He runs a men's mental health channel in Australia. So, hang on. Let me get you his channel.
Oh, wait. What happened to the other guy? He left?
Oh, I just had to pause it for a second so I could make this announcement.
Okay.
All right. What's up, Dobez? How are you? Are you wrapped up for the day?
Yeah. I've been actually surprisingly productive today, and I just finished eating dinner and watching a movie, so now I'm just, ready to relax a bit for the next few hours and then go to sleep.
What
by
movie
relax,
did
it
you
means
watch?
what was it called? The Wes Anderson movie, Fantastic Mr. Fox or something.
Oh, how was it?
Oh, I loved it. I've never watched a Wes Anderson movie before, I think. So it was awesome. Your face seems as if you don't like it.
Well, I don't care for Wes Anderson, but I haven't seen Fantastic Mr. Fox, so I'm like juggling your recommendation versus the fact that I don't like Wes Anderson, and like debating should I check it out anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was cute. It was a. It seems to me you take the essence of a children's story, but then you make it adultish. So it was really strange.
For adult children?
Really, really strange. No, I don't know. It's difficult to explain. It was real strange.
I
But
might
I
watch
loved
it just for that. Like adult. Why do adults need children's stories?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't
I'm looking
really.
at the trailer now.
Yeah.
Eh, I might check. I might be enticed to check it out.
Yeah, I've been watching so many movies now. I didn't even really watch any movies or series before, but now that I've actually moved in, every single dinner is basically a movie. Because,
Yeah.
we don't just want to sit there in silence or have to talk for hours and hours and hours. So it's, we watch a movie.
You watch it with your roommates?
Yes, with my friend. Which, I wouldn't do this if it wasn't actual friends. My roommate is a friend.
So you would only watch movie with actual friends?
Well, at least I would only really watch movies with actual friends every single dinner, every single night. I wouldn't have that schedule with strangers. I'd gladly watch a movie with strangers if it was a good movie, but with friends you can tolerate bad movies as well.
Right.
But still, I think the best we've watched so far is Lawrence of Arabia. It was amazing.
Oh, the classic one?
Yes. That was my recommendation though, so I'll take some credit for that. I haven't watched it, but I've heard about it. So
Chuck, thank you and hello. Lanza's well, he's not talking right now. So
wait, let me just take off.
Thank you, Chuck. I love he pays $2 to tell me things that he could tell me first. So that's very generous. Because
I love Chuck. I love Chuck. I love Chuck.
Is the audio too loud? Is that what you're saying? Lanza's audio is. Let me check his settings. Oh, he has to unmute first. Oh yeah, other people told him he was muffled. He's getting all kind of double messaging today. So Lawrence of Arabia and any other I don't watch a lot of modern movies.
Oh, I forgot.
Do you have any sense of what modern movies are doing?
Chuck, how am I? Give me a 1 if I sound all right.
Surely give you if it doesn't sound all right.
You are turned up loud. Let me turn you back to normal setting.
Damn. Okay.
All right. We'll try that. I turned him down. He was a little high. I mean, the volume was a little high.
Chuck, how about now, though, Chuck? Is it 2? Give it a 1.
Where is my phone?
How do I sound now,
great,
though,
Justice. Because I got your I got the stream about your dog that you have to sit with your dog for 40 hours, and so I hope that that's going okay. And yeah, I'll probably be up. I'm gonna keep it going for a while.
As you always do. I mean, you are a marathon streamer.
Well, I'm thinking of it as a job. Like I would go to a job for to work 8 hours, so I could come here and work 8 hours and do like community drop-in work. Keep the little space going.
Like marathon, dude. Like oil, marathon oil.
Oh no.
They got good jobs.
Fucked up my app.
It does cut into my movie watching time, though.
Dangerous.
That's one thing I've had to um, give up to do this. Any interesting notes from psychology class?
Okay, wait, let me think. I since I don't take notes, I actually need to mentally review to.
I just made any tidbits that you've gleaned, not actual
I know,
notes.
but we did have a lot about bias and attributions.
Let's talk about that. That's like the new religion. The faith is in this bias stuff versus not. Like, to me, it's more faith based than science based, empirically based.
It wasn't that. I would say it wasn't politically neutral. Most of my classes are. I actually, from what I've seen, all of the lectures they are. None of what they're lecturing about has been greatly taken over by the politics. They all are political people, of course, but I don't think has destroyed.
You're saying that that's not how the virus is spread. I get you. I'm catching you in conspiracy land.
Yeah.
That's not where it go down. Right?
Oh, thank you, Justice. Thank you very much.
I'm not? Okay, shit.
We have 5 new members thanks to Justice. New outliers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to see if I can get a better microphone, but I can't.
You seem fine to me.
You sound fine.
Yeah, well, I know that this microphone is fine, but I do know that the quality of my phone is better than my microphone. So ideally, if I can manage to use my phone as just a microphone, it'd be best.
That'd be good.
So what is your take on the bias? What is psychology telling you currently, since you're now learning about it, and then what's your take on what you're learning?
Telling you currently, and what do you take from it?
Yeah, well, now it was a lot about a lot of different things. Honestly, it's more about intuition and how it works and how it's basically just your brain taking shortcuts that are usually correct, or at least they are correct enough that your brain keeps them. And sometimes the tools you use to take these shortcuts, or they do have a certain they do have a certain bias or a twist.
It's almost like an advancement, right? Or something, or it can be used against or for good or for evil. I mean, or like not, you know what I mean, like for your benefit.
I think it just helps us navigate our life. It's like one of our
I'm sorry.
Heuristics that we use to.
Yeah, it's necessary, but that also means that
refine our models.
If you build a model about any topic at all, it won't be a perfect representation of that topic. It will be a perfect representation of your experience with that topic. And so if your experience is not exactly representational, you will get you can say a wrong bias. And they just use, there's coincidental errors in judgment, and then there's systematic errors in judgment. And it's not systematic in the political sense. It's just that this is not just random. It's actually
what was the first category?
Over domains. Just coincidental errors.
Coincidental errors. And
you just say the wrong name, or you just
like they made up the DEI.
So is it
maybe I'm kidding a little bit.
Like people that didn't grow up around black people have more difficulty sharing a workplace with them, so it's to help socialize them to different groups that they may not have been sensitized to from
that at all.
Childhood.
They didn't talk about stuff like that. Actually, let's see if I can just pull.
Because you said that if you don't have the experience base, and to me the experience, like I was around plenty of black people growing up, so I have the experience base of how to interact with black people. But if you're a sheltered white person that never grew up around black people, you don't have the experience base. So maybe they're the people that need the DEI. But I'm trying to tie it into the bias thing.
And I'm just
because of all the they made all those declarations.
Like your models are imperfect, which all of our models are. And so the biases would be part of those imperfections, but I don't consider bias imperfect. I consider it just the condition of our mental reality.
We also talked about how people perceive a trustworthiness and dominance, and how you can categorize phases into this. That depending on how you look, people will automatically have this judgment. Now, again, it can be right, it can be wrong, but not always. And it's again about the efficiency versus the rate of wrongness. How you, and then how you explain things. Is this causal? Is it not? So it wasn't really political at all, which I'm very thankful for. It was just.
You ever get hit by light? It's kind of getting like hit by lightning. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. But now I'm seeing it as EDI, equity, diversity, inclusion, and I think it's because they're trying to like prioritize and emphasize the equity part. I don't know why I don't understand any of their why they do any of this.
Okay, I'm gonna wait. Can I do that? No. Why can't I? Never mind.
Are you guys talking about two separate orgs? Like you work for one or something, Dolbez?
Wait, what did you ask?
Do you work for two separate, or like do you work for an org like this?
He's in school. He's in college.
I'm a student, college student.
Oh, I thought you like worked at one, and you were like describing your experience working there. I'm not even kidding you. Like I'm not even trying to be a smartass.
He's in school now, so he's learning about it, and this is what they're teaching people
Like, I'm
in
dumb, I will
psychology
say.
class in Norway right now.
This is what they're teaching in psychology class?
Yeah, he's a student in psychology, and so this is what his teachers are telling him, or his textbooks. But
Oh, I should probably take more notes, because now that I'm looking over the slide, I noticed
especially if you keep coming on this stream. I have questions.
Yeah, it's dangerous to come on that stream, but no. They also talk about pessimism and optimism, how that can affect your mental health. If your natural inclination is to be more, pessimistic or optimistic, because bias is just one term. They don't use it as an umbrella term. Bias is just at least my institution. But yeah, they talked about how pessimistic people will generally expect and perceive and see and be biased towards that pessimistic outcome.
Is that a personality trait, like temperament?
Like optimistic?
It depends.
Optimistic is your eyes, and I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think yes, there is probably a big correlation with personality. I mean, almost everything in psychology has a correlation with personality, but it's not exactly the same because, or at least I'd expect that if you have a high neuroticism, you are more vulnerable to negative emotions. You would probably be more pessimistic because you are, again, more open to those negative emotions. Whilst extroversion, you're more open to positive emotions. You would be more optimistic, but it doesn't always mean, it isn't always straightforward. I'd say, a lot of people I know are very stressed, but also very optimistic, which doesn't really help them, because pessimism has a value because it means you'll be more avoidant of potential dangers. So if you are already vulnerable to negative emotions, wouldn't it be good to be wary of negative emotions?
It would be better, like you're saying, it would be better to be off of the negative emotions.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
I don't. What did you say?
I said it would be better to be off the negative emotions, is what I thought you heard you say.
James, psychology deals with both. I mean, Delbus can address it if he wants, but it's.
When did I equate the brain and the mind?
Yo, Delbus is fine right now.
I mean, if you're gonna split up the understanding,
no one solved the mind-body problem anyway. So.
Yeah, and I think the mind-body problem is it's horribly inaccurate term. You shouldn't. If you're going to split it up into something, you'll have to split it up into, something like body, mind, and soul, I guess. But you could split up the body into the brain and the body because they are sort of separate. But they are, to be fair, the same thing. Generally, they are one big unit.
Like,
So
and if they were all to, and if they all were to exist, then I don't know. There's something I was going to say.
Can you please
Lanza,
stop interrupting me?
do you need a break, or can I give you a break for a while?
I'll chill. I just
You want
I
to just
forgot
hang
he was
out?
teaching.
You could. Well, I know. I'm just. It's like a Greek chorus that I'm trying to focus on.
Greek chorus.
Oh, okay. No big deal. It's just it's breaking my focus. That's all. But
Yeah.
come back today later. All right. You were talking about soul, mind, body. Yeah, brain, nervous system.
No.
Body, organism.
I don't even know if I consider the soul a thing or not. If it's just a representational thing or if it's an actual thing, I have no idea. But I mean, the mind and the brain, I think it's. Again, I don't actually have any idea. It might be that we are just purely physical, but a decent argument for what the mind is could be something like that.
Well, the mind-body problem is really the idealism versus realism problem, or metaphysical versus materialism problem. Back from Plato and Socrates. I mean, Aristotle.
Yeah. And in the same way, both are wrong. I mean,
dualism, monism.
I think the body, the brain, and we are one unit. Every separation we make is just a separation we make because it is easier for us to think that way or to come up with solutions. But we are, in fact, just one thing.
But does that unit include a metaphysical or non-physical component? Is I think the mind-body problem, like what circumscribes the problem?
If something like the metaphysical exists, then I personally would presume that it is part of the whole unit. It's just a sort of a mirror image or a shadow. You can't really separate the shadow from the object. They are separate observable things, but they are sort of the same. You can't really separate the one from the other. They reflect each other, or maybe not reflect is the right word, because that's already another analogy you can make. But Chuck again, he's getting rich.
Do you want Lanza back? I think it might be getting too nerdy. For me, I'm just getting started.
Yeah. I mean,
we do nerd talk here. That's one of our. That's one of the original purposes for the channel. But it seems like it makes a difference if you're describing the organism.
Yes.
Do you conceptualize? Does your model include a supernatural component or not? It seems like you'd have two different. It would significantly change the model to include this other aspect. And so the mind-body problem is, which model do we use? The one that includes the metaphysical component, or the one that doesn't? And I think I like to include what corresponds to empirical reality.
I personally, I lean more towards that there might exist. Again, I do lean that there is something that we could define as something metaphysical, but I'm still unsure if it's just a way for us to understand it by calling it metaphysical, or if it's actually metaphysical. And that's
right.
I'm so.
That seems important. Like, that seems like the mind-body problem, because it does seem like a legitimate problem to overcome somehow or resolve.
I don't think we can't really disprove.
In the back, can you flash your camera real quick so I could see that you're a person?
Oh, there's a new guy. Or girl. I'm not discriminating. Although I am, for some reason, not getting my use the microphone.
Yeah. There's James is in the back. He wants to come up, but I need him to show his. But you don't have to keep your camera on, but at least show your face. It did. I saw you try to turn your camera on, but nothing came through. So.
Okay. By the way, what have you done today, Jeff?
You looking at it. Well, actually, I did all that. I went through all that DEI stuff this morning.
Oh, fun! That sounds like a lovely morning.
It wasn't. It's painful going through it on my own, and then I come here and I have to defend and get gaslit about it. So it's difficult enough just facing it and seeing all the craziness that people are taking seriously. But then I come on here and try to communicate it, and I get an additional layer of skepticism.
Wait, are your ideas about the DEI different from the chat consensus? I would have think they would be on the same side as you.
Oh no! Well, my chat is very diverse, so they run the gamut. This is definitely not an echo chamber. Here, I'll go. I'm going to bring James up and just do solo. James, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hi.
So,
You're not going to bomb me, right?
No, man, I'm not
Okay.
anything like that. Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
I heard someone equate the mind, the body, and the soul. I would ask, why did they use the mind and the soul? What is the purpose of that? How do they define the soul, and what do they think the etymology of psychology is?
I split them because I have an intuition that it might be useful, not because I actually have some proof. I don't know. I'm young. I am less intelligent than I'd like to be, but more than I probably should be. No, I'm kidding, Jeff. Come on. But no, I don't know why I say everything I do, but I do have an intuition that maybe in the future it will be useful for me, or there's some reason for me to split it off, because that just feels right. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. It just feels very right to split the soul and the mind, and very wrong to just equate them.
I would say this from, see, I'm a believer. So when we speak of the mind, I would more lend it to the word spirit. If you remember, I don't know if you guys are aware, but Christians, you know how they believe that Adam was created from the dust, the spirit or the ruach or the breath was blown into his nostrils, and he became a living soul, right? So you need both a body and the ruach to have a living soul. However, when you're describing the body itself and how it works and interacts with your mind is not physical, but your brain is, which is why you never make up your brain. You make up your mind and you change your mind. So the mind is completely not physical at all. You can't touch it. And so when you're speaking of psychology, you can look in the etymology of that word, but you're not going to find anything about physicality. What you're going to find is something that's non-physical.
Yeah, but the definition of the word in ancient Greece 3,000 years ago, whilst it does explain some of what it is today, it shouldn't be taken as the be-all end-all for what the subject is today or what the practice is. I mean, some of the greatest things inside psychology is when it began involving the body. Now, to be fair, some of the greatest issues, if we ignore the left-wing woke takeover, because that's a different thing. But like one of the greatest issues in actual traditional psychology is that they are becoming too biological, but only focusing on the non-physical part is it's stupid, I'd say.
Well, that's where you make your decisions, like your choices and your decisions are made in the non-physical. It's not in the physical in your brain that they're made. However,
yes, it definitely is in your brain. Come on.
And even if you take
the mind is an emergent property
the
of
subjectivity, the individual. We don't experience it as neurons and all that. We experience it as what he described. We're individual humans. We're having a subjective experience of consciousness, and all of that seems not body, even if it's technically
It's not
however,
just technically. It's 100%.
Yeah,
I can harm parts of your
that's
brain and harm your mind. I
I'm
can
getting away with that argument. You know, the argument
I
is
think
more,
we're talking past each other on this.
Yeah.
I understand what the point that James is trying to make when he says that.
And the
Yes.
Greek doesn't say it's physical. I mean, you tried to cite the ancient Greek or Greek. Where is that citation? Because when I look in the
You are
Greek, I'm not
misquoting me
finding
completely.
anything to do.
Greek had several different conceptions
No, but-
or intuitions, and similar to Dobes, they had something like a soul, a mind, a body. They had the nous, the phrene, the thumos, the psyche, the soma.
The ancient Greeks had a lot to do in ancient philosophy, but why would we listen to any ancient peoples when it comes to explorations of the physical world? Modern sciences.
I was just offering support for Dobes' intuition and historical
But either way,
foundation for it.
You're misquoting me completely. I brought up the Greeks to say that, you know, the definition of what it was back then doesn't necessarily reflect what it is now. Back then, I agreed with you that they focused on the non-physical, but today they have incorporated it. You can't try to explain modern psychology and what it is by just looking at the etymology of it.
So you can prescribe drugs, right? For the people. So it's not a problem with the mind, it's a problem with a chemical imbalance. And,
Well, there
and all
is a
of these different
relationship
issues.
between
Is that what
the mind and the body. One can affect the other.
Man.
And I mean, one of the biggest debates inside psychology is what is the efficacy of drugs like antidepressives? How effective are they? And the consensus is that, you know, they are good at solving symptoms, horrible at treating the actual problems. So you can't really. A bad psychologist will just prescribe you drugs, but they will work for the symptoms, not for the problem, but they will work for the symptoms.
I think it's a very touchy subject when you're speaking of the mind and the non-physical, and with the man helping you with that. They could influence you and help you, but ultimately it's your decision because it's your mind. So you have to make up your mind, which is not physical, to affect your physical being, to affect you. So, yeah, I would say the prescription, the drugs are a big
These
issue.
arguments are so strange to me. So, like,
maybe because you can't hear my entire argument.
happiness is not physical, right? Like, it's an idea.
could be
The
a
idea,
reason,
these emotional
It's an
ideas are-
emotion. Doesn't it have like a chemical?
But they are literally physical chemical things that happen in your brain, right?
Yeah.
There's these conceptual things we keep talking about, but these concepts are there to describe things that are happening or emerging from your brain.
That's not where you make your decisions. Your brain is still not where you make your decisions. It's not where you make your decisions. Those are made in your mind.
Literally everything that is you exists.
It doesn't. It really doesn't matter where
Say
you
that
make
again?
your decisions. It's
Did
that
you say
you that
your
we do make
brain
them.
is
That's what's
literally
important.
everything that is you that exists?
Yes.
This is a useless debate because you're arguing from different premises. If you
Did you
just
say the brain is everything?
Wait, hang
that
on.
you
I
are?
want to hear Dobes.
I need to go back and understand what he's trying to say. He needs
Yeah,
to
as far as the
clarify.
concept of you, the idea of your mind, the thing that encompasses your will, yeah, it is your brain. Everything else is an extension of your brain to either facilitate it getting information or facilitate it living or moving around.
So you're not studying psychology at all. What are you
Dobes,
studying?
go ahead. What were you say?
No, I am just saying that
they're talking past
there's
premises.
no use for this debate because all of us are arguing on different premises. If we don't fundamentally agree that it's biological, then we can't argue with you. There's no reason to it. We'll just be shouting at each other because we will never come to a consensus. If we base everything we say about the fact that yes, it is biological, and you base everything on the fact that no, the mind isn't biological, we'll get nowhere. It's just an argument to annoy each other. So I'm not going to participate in this. It's useless.
Yeah, your premise was kind of false anyway. So could you define, as you called earlier, the mind, the body, and the soul? Can you define what the soul is for me so I can just know how to speak to you now? You were using the word, so I would like for you to define it.
The soul I added because I felt it could be useful, but I don't have a proper definition because I'm still exploring. But I do think it's closer to the, you know, the sort of Jungian idea of a representation of something that, you know, we don't. The closest we can use is the word soul, but I'm not sure if it's something biological. I mean, something beyond that you
No,
could
no. My
little
problem was
culture differences of you.
you equated the soul with the mind. That was my problem, and I just need you to make a distinction or tell me how they are the same thing because you equated the mind and the soul earlier in your comment.
No, he
So
said they were different. He said he
no,
saw a
no. He
reason to
clearly said
separate
the
them.
mind, soul. I mean, he was saying it's the same thing. You could go
No,
back and listen if you'd like.
no. What I said is that the mind, body, soul is as it's a simplification. We are just one unit, and we split up to make it easier to think about and use logic on and intuition on. But in fact, we are one totality. It's sort of like the Trinity, you could say. You know, the body is not the soul, and the soul is not the mind, but they are all part of the one totality that is your existence or you, whatever you call it. You can't
You're
really
going to end up
split them
proving
off.
What's the
Christianity.
Trinity? What is the Trinity? What is that?
Yeah,
The
you know
Christian
what that
Trinity,
is.
God the Father, Christ, and the Holy Spirit.
You can't
The
equate the
Paraclete.
three. That the three aren't equal. And so I would
I'm
say
just
this.
telling you what the Trinity is. I
What I
don't
would
know.
what I would
I'm not
say
a
is
theologian.
That's
if
my
I could
argument.
respond to you, if you were saying the brain is everything you are, and then you're telling me you were making a distinction between the mind and the soul, I would say you really were not making a distinction. Your original claim was you were claiming these are the same thing. So I'm asking you, why are you using these words, and can you define them? And if you can't define them, why are you using them?
First off, you're sort of merging me and the other guy. We might agree and be more similar than we are to you, but you're still equating us and talking. But and second off, I do not want to talk to you at all. I'm sorry, but the way
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
you will be useful.
I'll go on mute.
No, you don't have to mute. I just don't want to talk about this topic because I know it'll be useful. Now, useless, I mean.
So not him particularly, but just the fact that we're all on different premises. You don't want to have this conversation.
That and I wouldn't say I don't think it's on purpose, but even accidental misrepresentation of my argument multiple times. That sort of I just
what?
don't
Like
have
what?
energy. The way you always come back to, oh, you said a soul and a mind was the same thing. No, I said they were part of a greater totality, that they aren't really. We distinguish because it's useful, not because.
You said the brain is everything that you are, correct? Is that what you said?
No, that was me.
That was you? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm mistaken two guys. So, yeah, I'm sorry for that. Perhaps we agree on a lot of things. If you're the guy that said prescription drugs and psychology is a problem, it's an issue. Yeah, we agree on some things. If that was you, in fact. So
I said I said they can treat the symptoms, but never the problem. So we probably agree somewhat on there.
And I don't even think a lot of those things treat the symptoms. I mean,
Well,
if
it's
you think about
individual.
it,
I
a
mean,
lot
I've
of the
seen
side
many
effects
people
they
be
have
helped by them.
are very, very dangerous.
Sure, but I mean, they have to be somewhat useful, or else they wouldn't be used. But if they were
Oh,
perfect,
I don't know about that. There's plenty of things that are useless that are used every day.
But
And
I work in mental health. I've seen them be
field of
used over and over
psychology.
effectively. So for some people, they are useful. That is indisputable.
But again, they do not solve the problem, which is my standpoint. They should. The ideal way to use the drugs is that you have a patient, you give them some drugs so they will feel better enough so they can come to therapy and actually deal with the proper problem. If that means having to get a job or get a life, or if that means having to go to therapy or whatever else it may be. It doesn't even have to be psychology, but you can't. You shouldn't just prescribe the drugs. They are there so they can be functional enough to actually get the help needed to treat the problem.
the first problem is the decisions people are making in their mind and not their brain, and that would be what you deal with.
Yeah,
Before
I
you start
agree.
giving
I
anyone
absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Wherever the decision's being made, whether it's the mind or the brain, it's the choices that people make that lead them to the outcomes that they
and
have.
most of the bad decisions and choices people make are based upon selfish behavior. So if you think about anything that someone is doing that you would consider wrong, or I don't know proper word to use
People
right
are
now at the
selfish,
moment, but
though.
it would be
Babies are selfish.
selfish.
Toddlers are
Oh yeah,
selfish.
babies are selfish. They will pull their little sister's hair in the back seat when they haven't even been taught right from wrong or punishment, and they'll take the lollipop out of their mouth, and you can look in the rearview mirror and see them, and they know they've been taught, right?
I
So they
love
have the
concrete
mind.
examples.
They have the mind, right? They have that mind that they understand the difference between right and wrong, and they know the decision they should make. However, they were very selfish. So that is the root of all the issues is
Yeah.
selfishness.
And most people do know. There's some people I think that don't know or don't care right or wrong, and they're going to make whatever decision they make regardless. But I think most people are aware that there's some decisions that will have certain consequences over others for other people.
Before we continue, what are your names? So it says North, but you have a J on your profile picture. And you other guy, like, what should I call you?
I call him Effigy.
Okay, simple.
Yeah, effigy's fine.
Yeah.
I most of the time go by North, but you can call me James if you'd like.
Oh, you prefer North?
It's easier. That's a name, you know.
I'll call you. I go North.
Yeah, but I already have a friend who goes by North online, so I don't want to mess up my brain by using that, which is kind of funny. It's annoying how many people I meet and become friends with who have the same first name.
Oh, well, in Norway, I guess it's not uncommon to have somebody named North.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was North Star.
There was wasn't there a movie called North about a boy named North?
I don't know. You're the
I
old
think
guy.
it bombed. I think it was like one of the worst movies ever made.
Oh, the Polar Express.
No, it's called Rob Reiner, 1994. It was called North.
Never mind.
Elijah Wood. It's about a little boy named North who.
I thought the rainbow conversation was interesting.
He like
man.
I don't know, runs away or something.
I thought that
And
rainbow.
it was so bad. It was called one of the worst movies ever made. Like it's always at the bottom of the movie list.
One movie has to have that title.
Well, it's a little boy named North.
So why do you guys think that the double rainbow you have the colors inverted? Why do you think that is?
Wait, well, I don't even know what double rainbow is. What, huh? I think we were going somewhere with the morality thing, like right from wrong and people being selfish.
But sure, we can continue on everything. Like if you want to talk about the rainbows, I can comment on that. But if Jeff is tired of rainbows,
the gay is vetoing it. But if the straights want to talk about the rainbow, go ahead. I think y'all should take it from us anyway.
Well,
I think it's already
veto works though. A veto is that you just end it completely undemocratically. So
let's see where the rainbow. We could have humans are selfish any day. Let's see where the rainbow goes.
So, what do you think how do you have a rainbow? What do you need to have a rainbow?
Water in the atmosphere.
Sunlight, water droplets, I think.
Water droplets. So a lot of people are taught, that the water droplets are how you're going to get the shape of the rainbow and the colors in the rainbow. So
because we used to make them on the hose growing up. You can make it with the faucet.
Yeah, outside. However, if you try to make a rainbow inside without using the sun, now what do you need? What do you need inside to
water,
make
crystal, glass,
a flashlight? I guess
something that reflects a prism.
So you need light. You need reflective surfaces.
Yeah.
And you need moisture, right?
We need something that can break the light up into its component wavelength, like the individual wavelengths of the color.
I mean, many different things can form a prismatic curve and create a refraction of light. But if you're talking about like forming the actual occurrence that happens when light hits off of water vapor in the air, I mean, that's a very specific thing.
Yeah, a lot of people think that shape they see in the sky and those beautiful colors are caused by all the droplets of water. However, if you just try to use light and droplets of water in your home do you think that you're going to get the bow-shaped rainbow?
How do you
think
get
you're
the
gonna get
rainbow
that?
then? How does the rainbow appear? What is your counter proposal?
Well, I think we established we need reflective surfaces, light, and water. That's what we need, right? So I would say I think that needs to be investigated more. Maybe you could do your own experiments and we could
No,
talk
it's
about it
it's because
further.
of the position of the right angles to your eye, from where the light's refracted in all directions, but the direction of the light that hits your eye is at a right angle, and that right angle changes depending on where that water is. That's why you see it like that. Everybody sees the same thing because we're all using the same kind of eyeballs to see it.
So have you looked at a rainbow from above, or have you only looked at one from the ground?
Yes, you can see them sometimes when you're taking a plane and there's some light rain outside with the sun. You can see rainbows.
What shape are they?
Either a circle or a half circle, something like that.
Yeah, you'd be looking down on a circle. Um, I'm more of the opinion that the rainbow was the first covenant that the Creator made, and it was
Okay.
for yeah, and it was
Let's-
for a reason. I don't think you just
So
see
it's
pretty colors
supernatural?
and well, I mean,
what's
you
bigger
look
than a
around.
logical leap? That's
Like
like
the
a
mind-body
logical
problem?
I think it's
moonshot.
I think it's an illogical leap to think that when you look around you, that none of this stuff had a mind behind it. To think that it
Sure.
just came out of
Right.
nothing is ignorant. So I would say that when you look at anything, it was supernaturally done by a mind, right? Not a
No,
brain.
not at all.
But so what I would say is that when you see that rainbow, I would go with the story of old, which is it's the first covenant to show that there would no longer be a flood on the earth as there was, and it shows you that the windows of heaven are closed because they did open up. So I would say it shows to man that the windows of heaven are closed, and if not, you would see giant gaps in those rainbows. So you need that reflective surface above you. You also need the light, and you also need the water droplets. But
Personally, if the rainbow has to be anything supernatural, I prefer the Norse view of rainbow as the bridge to the gods. You know, it's
Yes.
that's
Right,
so
that's
much
what I say. There
cooler.
are many religious explanations for rainbows across the world. Like I think
well, the bridge is solid also, so you got to have something solid and
It's the
something
water
reflective, right?
droplets.
Well,
Gotta
doesn't
Like
have
have
something
Jesus
solid.
could walk on them.
Hey, I'm still
Takes us
hunting for that
across.
leprechaun at the end of the rainbow.
exactly.
That's like that's where you get all the good marshmallows.
I'm gonna steal his Lucky Charms.
So did we solve the rainbow?
I don't know. Could you make one in your home and show it to me and give me a rainbow shape?
Yeah, all I have needed is a little piece of glass to
Could you
shine
do
off
it?
of the light. A prism would do it.
Yeah,
A
just
jar. I could
yeah,
probably fill a
show
jar
me
of water,
one.
find
Show
some
me a
sunlight.
rainbow. Yeah, show me a rainbow in your home by covering all the windows. Don't let the sunlight in, and go ahead and make it that bow shape and make it in your home because I want to establish what you need to actually make or replicate that bow shape that you see in the sky.
You
Could you do
don't
that?
have the distance to be able to do that. You
You
can
have the
get part.
distance.
You can get part of the curve. Like you
So
would be
you
able to
think
get a
there's
slightly
something?
curved ring, but
You can make a
like
small
the reason you
rainbow
can
in
see
your
an
eye.
entire rainbow is because of the distance away from you that water
No,
vapor is. Because
You
all
think
of
there's
those
something?
you
droplets
can
making
make a
that color
rainbow in
have to
your
hit
house.
your eye at a right angle.
You can make a rainbow in your house, just like you can go outside with the water hose and make a small rainbow right in front of you. You could do it in your home. So what you're
Yeah, if I
saying
want
is
to get
not
my
true.
home all wet,
You
No,
could
you
get a
don't have to get
prism
but I
your.
don't.
and like point the prism
How
at like
big
a
is your
wall or
How
something.
big is your bathroom with a shower?
I
Just
don't
tell me
know.
that.
Just like a normal size bathroom in an apartment.
You should be able to do it, man.
Yeah, but I'm not going in the restroom with a hose and drag
You
my
don't
laptop in
need
there
a
just
hose. You don't need
just
a
to
hose.
show you that a rainbow. Do you think the rainbow is something supernatural? Is that your point? Like man can't create it because it's a supernatural
No, I
phenomenon?
didn't say you can't create it. I'm just trying to establish what you need to create one,
Well,
and you
we
don't
already
need a
did. We
water
had this
hose in your
conversation.
bathroom.
I
You don't
thought
need a water. You do not
we
need a
had the
water hose
conversation,
in
and it
your
all
bathroom.
stopped, and I thought it's because everybody agreed and we had resolved it, and then it started up again on the with asking for the same facts that we already went through. So we've already answered what it takes to make that rainbow. I'm trying to dig deeper and understand why, like, what your larger point about it is. Do you think it's something supernatural? That is
First, we
that why
need
you're
first.
questioning why it can be made by man?
Well, first, you don't need a water hose in your bathroom. Second, I'm just trying to establish what you need because I think people are saying things that they're not capable of doing or they don't think is possible in a smaller room. And I'm telling them it is possible and I'm telling them they can do it. And I just want them to do it to show me that they can do it so we can both establish and just agree what it takes to make such a
Well,
thing
we could
in
just
your
watch
home.
a YouTube video of somebody doing it. I don't have to go
I'm
do it
sure like there's
myself.
some kind of way to do it.
It's okay. We don't have to talk about it.
But I don't understand the
Not a
Yeah,
problem.
I'm so
what that
confused.
establishes. Like, if we accomplish all that, what next? Where do what's your argument
Like
from there?
the
Well,
what's so special about refracting light
would
into a
be
specific shape?
the first thing that would happen is one or several of us would not have a lack of knowledge based upon how we have a rainbow in the first place. That's the first thing.
That really doesn't
So
impact my life all
people
that
would
much.
learn. You know what I'm saying? People
Okay,
would learn, and maybe they would investigate
that was
further
an ironic statement.
instead of believing what they've always been told. So instead of believing that the water droplets in the sky in the air are making the bow shape in the rainbow, instead of believing what you were always
What do
told,
you think's
right?
making it? That's
You
what I asked
could.
you. If you thought it was something supernatural, that's the
Oh my
exact
gosh,
question I
man.
asked. What do you
It's
think is
okay, man.
making the
I'm
rainbow?
trying to explain.
Then
Trying to
get
it's
there.
okay, man. You guys have a great day, man.
You too. He took us all around the world to get us nowhere. Like, he could have just. I was like 10 steps ahead of his own conversation.
I just
What
showed
do
your
you think
ignorance on
makes
it,
the
and now
rainbow?
I don't understand you, man. I just
Do
showed
you
your
have
ignorance.
some big
Several
message to
people,
deliver? What do you think makes the rainbow? Are you going to tell us that there's a God that makes it and that we should, like, what,
I've
where are
already
you
said that.
going with
I've
this
already said
narratively?
that. I've already said
I'm
that. Where
still
are you
trying to
going
hear
with
what
trying
you
to cut
think
me
makes
off?
the rainbow. If it's not the water droplets, what do you think it is?
A covenant, right? The first covenant with man or
But
something.
that's not a
A
covenant. Is not a thing. It would be
reflective
the.
surfaces, water and light, as I've said several times. You do not need a water hose to go in your bathroom and recreate a rainbow.
My
You do not get
question
a
was, what do
rainbow
you
shape
think? If it's
in the
not
sky
water
from
droplets,
water droplets. Do you understand?
okay.
Isn't water reflective though? I mean,
If he's saying that we think that the rainbow in the sky is water droplets, but that it's not. That's a false belief. But he's not saying what it actually is. That's the answer I'm trying to get. So I don't think he's here in good faith. I don't know what he's up to. He would just answer the question. He would say, "Well, it's actually God putting it in the sky." So he's not saying any of that. He keeps getting hung up on what we think it, the false reality, but he's not giving us his version of what he thinks it is. I don't know what he's up to.
and I mean, if we why it forms a sort of curve, that's just because the different wavelengths of light bend at different angles when they are
But
refracted.
he has another theory for the rainbow. But
And
he's
the
not
reason our
saying what it
atmosphere is
is, and I
curved.
don't know why he's not. Why we have to go all around the world to hear his theory.
I mean, it was fun at least, and it is interesting
Well, I guess
to
I'll
understand
stop having
people
fun
think
at
like
some
that.
point.
Yeah, that.
Not to
Well,
mention
you
this
should
is
then,
this is
like,
linking
just do
back
stuff in the
to
background.
the Noah's Ark story, which in essence isn't even really like Judaism can't even own that story because that story was taken from earlier Babylonian stories, and I just don't see the significance. Like it's like lightning, right? Tons of religions like Zeus made the lightning and stuff like that, but eventually we find out that no, we know how lightning is made. And
Right, it's just a story. Even as a story, is there a point he was trying to make with the
Yeah.
story? Like,
Stories are good; they can represent something, so it's easy
yeah,
to
I have no problem with it as a
can
story.
use it. Yeah,
look,
But I
this is
didn't
the
know
kind
where
of
he was
stuff,
going with
and
it.
I know it's flippant and dismissive of me, but I, in as an atheist, I have in America, I have to deal with this all the time. Because I debate religious people, and that kind of stuff is what I call comic books. It's the exact same as talking about, you know, how much weight could Spider-Man actually lift? How far could he sling his web across the thing? You know, what metal couldn't Wolverine's like metal cut? It's if you're into the lore, it's an interesting conversation. But if you're not into comic books, you don't give a damn because it doesn't have any regard on the real world. And that's the same thing with a lot of religious people. They're so into their own lore that they start to talk to you, and you're just like, I want to have a conversation with you, but I'm so lost because you have so much lore in your beliefs.
I mean, the problem is that, again, we have different premises and stories that we build up reality with, but I don't want to have to abandon my, you know, understanding of the materialistic universe to be able to argue with you. I don't want to abandon that, and so in the end, it's just useless to argue because either you have to sacrifice such a useful way to understand reality, like, or you have to just leave.
It ain't worth it, Miss Seeley. It ain't worth it.
I mean, my first thought was, okay, this will be interesting and fun. I mean, I haven't...
It was an experiment. This is a laboratory.
Yeah, I've only ever experienced these kinds of people on Jeff's stream.
Me too! Me too!
That's just... I don't think that's you. I think it's just Americans. And I know this sounds wrong, but my first thought was...
You ain't wrong.
These Christians be like my Norwegian friend. Why can't they be like my Norwegian Christian
So
friend?
if he was Norwegian, the conversation would have gone a different way, even if we had different beliefs and premises.
Yes.
Because we almost got that. I kept it going because I saw the potential of getting somewhere. I didn't think he was completely trolling. But it just never got there.
No. But
he kept tripping over his own
thing. It was interesting, and he seemed like a good dude, even though we disagreed on...
Yeah, I don't have a problem. And North, you can come up again another day or maybe later today. But just right now, I have no idea why you're just not answering the question.
No, earlier in the conversation when Dolbaz was having, right when I had come in, Dolbaz was having some trouble. I was thinking to myself, I was like, yeah, he's from Northern Europe. He's probably not used to dealing with American Christians that often.
Because it's like, when I debate Christians in Norway, it's about morals. Like, what should we value? Are values spiritual or are they biological? But they all agree that, you know, I have evolved. Society is like this. Science is like this. We have to base on scientific principle. Like, their argument is fundamentally, you know, that evolution is the hand of God. But you know, that's his method of creating the universe. It's not like he just plopped it out. And science is the language of God. That's like how every single Christian I've met that's not online and Americans, their basic argument is, you know, God is science. That is the language of God, which is such a, you know, that's actually fun to talk with and argue with because you know, we do agree on basically everything.
And even though in a way it's like moving their own goalposts, but I can 100% have much better conversations with people who will adapt their idea of their religion rather than keep it so stringent that they have to deny everything in the real world.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, we have also, like, the atheistic viewpoint has also been adapted heavily. So I don't think there's anything wrong with adaptation as long as it actually functions and keeps up in the new modern world.
True. I believe. Well, yeah. Here in America, I'd say it's still really new as far as like open atheists. I think like the atheist movement here in America was only really out and proud in a way, I guess you could say, since the late 2000s, what they call the new atheist movement.
Yeah.
Ever since then, we've been a like sizable minority finally in America, and we've been growing. But yeah, before that, I would be like, no, we kind of had to hold our beliefs kind of close to our vest in a lot of places.
I mean, in Norway, I think that atheism has maybe even gone too far because they're starting to deny ethics and morality itself. But like in America, go on further. Come on, run the home run. but I mean,
there are places in America where they're trying to make legal arguments that if you're an atheist, you can't swear oaths in court. Like, we're still fighting those kind of fights.
Fun. Which, I mean, I understand the point they're getting at, that, oh, you have nothing to anchor your morality, but at the same time, if you have the correct morality, or that everyone is in agreement with, and it seems sort of stable, isn't it anchored? It's just that you don't know the anchor. Does it have to be this clearly defined anchor that everyone else has? If you have the same morals, which atheists and Christians in general have the same morals. Of course, there's disagreements about certain things, like often abortion and everything else, but like in essence, you for the most part have the same moral structure. It's just that atheists either doesn't have an anchor, or they have a different anchor that they haven't really discovered yet.
I argue that we all just get morality from the same place. People just like externally. Well, I think there's things that are intrinsic to humans. I think morals come from the first level of it would probably be our moral emotions. I think those are built into us. You can even see in children that we have many moral emotions that exude, and then as we become more cognitively capable, our moral emotions start to work in tandem with our moral reasoning, and that's when we actually solidify moral principle and moral statements and moral beliefs.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of the outside world that influences that, but I really like one of my big sticking points, because it's really pushed against hard, is that morality comes from us, 100% from us. Even if you say you get it from a book, you're getting it from a book written by humans, which is us.
Yeah, and I mean, I do agree that I'm pretty sure we're in agreement here. It's just that I'd like to expand the point that I think the basic structure of how human morality works is universal to all humans. That's biological. But think of it like Lego bricks. All humans have the same Lego bricks, but how you assemble the different, your morality is different, but everyone has the same bricks of morality to build with. That's biological.
Right.
But the actual morality is different between cultures, though, for the most part. And then some deeper differences between civilizations, and some differences between people. But generally, the further away you go, the different the morality becomes, but it's still all the same bricks.
Yeah, totally. I agree. And there are definitely certain levels of relativism all around the world. But there's also a kind of like through line of base human morality that almost everyone, I say almost, everyone recognizes. There are some places where cultural and ideological things have, I feel, superseded our natural inclinations in moral beliefs.
And it's not even human. I mean, chimps have a morality.
Yeah, that's another one of the arguments I make, is that all animals have some kind of morality. They have some kind of, otherwise, like as soon as a mama would have its babies, it would be like, well, shit, I'm hungry. Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah. Well, okay. Reptiles, I don't think reptiles are morality. Let's just keep it at mammals. That we're pretty sure about mammals, and probably
mammals are a much easier argument. Yes.
Yeah.
Mostly because of how, and it comes down to physicality, right? It became advantageous because of the way we have our young. Like most mammals have to like protect their young to even like have them exist. So you have to have the mechanisms that encourage that, or at least the ones that had the mechanisms to do that. Their children survived more often, so it passed on the traits. And humans were no different, because like I always say that the base ground thing that gave humans the greatest advantage to make us the kings of the world was empathy and compassion, because that's what you need for cooperation of people outside of family groups.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the greatest thing was language, and ability to actually communicate effectively with each other, but also store information down the line of inheritance, because that's basically enabled. Oh, sure. How do I mean, that's just
you sound fine to me.
Talking lower. Yeah, but sure. But if for that guy it's bad, I'll definitely adapt. No,
and the projection from James is just unbelievable.
I mean, it's fine. People are people. People are people.
They do be that.
I don't like it when people minimize, because that's what I feel like a lot of religious argument and a lot of like ideological kind of like narrative on our history does. Like human beings are amazing, and it took us essentially like 100 to 250,000 years of living exactly like we are until we got to the point 6 to 7,000, actually more like 10,000 years ago, where we started solidly making civilization, and it actually keeping and catching, because civilization keeps failing when we start it right at the beginning. But just to think of that like insanely long journey where people who were really physiologically no different than we are, just lacking knowledge, just living in the woods and trying to get to this point. It's a crazy journey to think about, and to think like for like having a discussion with someone who's like, nah, we were popped out 10,000 or 6,000 years ago, out of the dirt, and then someone made a woman out of a rib. It's just like,
but that's miraculous to them. Like that's just as amazing to them as the human achievement is to us.
Oh no, I agree with you that the story would be amazing if it were real. Sure.
I mean, I know I come off now as a very anti-religious figure. I am in general very pro-religion as a thing, even though I'm not religious myself, but maybe not the American style. Any religion that isn't able to adapt to science or the new evolutions is wrong. I mean, Christianity literally created the modern science, and so at least here, most Christians have adapted perfectly well to science. Most, like half of all scientists there are Christian. Like,
how do they get past all the biblical stuff?
It's representational,
right? They're not literalists. As far as like the Bible, they understood that the people who wrote the Bible were ancient peoples and were trying to convey something. They're not these people who are like, no, this is how it happened.
So those are the fundamental. It's the fundamentalism, not necessarily the religion or Christianity itself, but it's the fundamentalism in any religion.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you can evolve your religion into being that, okay, this is all metaphysical, use it to explain the non-physical, then it functions perfectly well in the modern age, because science doesn't really have a good enough answer for what we call metaphysical, if it even exists. But we can't really disprove it exists either. So that's a perfect slot for religion. But trying to force religion into the physical space, that's where you basically doom yourself in the modern world. So yeah, I'm very pro-religion when it to actual, I'd say, properly educated modern religious people. Not too modern though; they have issues again. But that
it's funny. No one actually asks my thoughts on whether or not religion should exist, because I'm always arguing against religious people. But my general thoughts on religion is that it absolutely needs to exist.
Yeah, I just assumed that
people prove it every day when they say things like, "Well, I mean, if there was no religion, you could just run around, raping and killing," and it's just like, whoa, what?
Glad you have that religion then.
Yeah, I'm super glad that religion exists then, because obviously half the world still needs it because they're too, like, just morally deficient to make these decisions.
Hang on. I don't know if I want to call it morally deficient. I think they just have a different way of regulating their morality or primitive instincts than maybe us enlightened folk do.
And also,
so if religion is the mechanism they use to regulate, I don't necessarily want to say that's because they're morally deficient. They just could have a different way of managing their morality than we do. Because we're using stuff like cognitive awareness, and they're using religion. But I don't think either one of us is necessarily deficient. We're both struggling with the same moral impulses.
Yes, and I think even if we take the evolutionary argument, which is very funny to use the sort of scientific way of reasoning to explain why religion probably should exist, is that, it has appeared in literally every human society to have ever existed, except the modern age, but we haven't really seen how, if it collapses or not, how this turns out. Every single successful civilization and culture has had something like religion. So even if we don't understand its use case completely, there seems to be some evolutionarily advantage to it. Doesn't mean.
But even in the modern age, even in the ones that doesn't have religion, they have some kind of unifying narrative that's holding them all together. That takes fills that function that religion filled.
in early humanity, religion was more than just what we see modernly as religion. What we see as religion nowadays, back then, was basically everything altogether. It was politics.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
the belief in things. It was astronomy. It was knowing when the crops grew. It was everything that we could think to understand the world, like put into one thing. And as humans advanced, subjects have peeled away from it. We no longer need the shaman because now we understand astronomy and we've actually made it into its own thing. And all the things that religion used to explain the world, over time it's gotten peeled away to where we're now just left with this like hardcore of it, of gods and what we're supposed to do and morality, the things that we don't have like really hard explanations for yet, or at least ones that everyone accepts.
I see that point, yeah, but I don't really, I wouldn't stand by that argument so hard yet, because we haven't really seen if our society will actually work out if it wholly abandons everything about religion. So even though things are peeled off and it's successful, can we remove it entirely? I would not stand for or against that, because we can't really see if it's possible.
I would not be for trying to take away religion unless it did so naturally.
Yeah,
unless people just stopped believing.
Organically.
Yeah.
What one reason
that
that
take away a crutch with someone who doesn't have two legs, I feel.
One reason that I converted to Satanism and it appealed to me was because for the first time in my life as an atheist, I had something like a religion, and it definitely added something to my life that atheism did not. So when I tried to go back to atheism, I couldn't, because there's this extra element called religion that I had now that I just was missing. It added something that was missing that I didn't realize was missing as an atheist. And once I got a little taste of it, I could see what religion was for other people.
Is that like community based because you were talking with people of a certain kind, or was it a kind of like belief system for your own mind?
It's everything. It's an ethos, an aesthetic. It is community. And originally I was hoping to find a community of Satanists that we'd all support the same values. But without the community, it still had like an interpersonal or subjective value, independent from the community. So it wasn't just about community. And I've able to get community in other places without religion. So I think it's something. It's psyche to the human psyche. It adds something, even if it's just.
Well, to me,
fiction.
the number one thing that most religions provide is community. I genuinely think it's moral guidance for a lot of people is super important, but I think humans as animals are communal beings, and I think one of the easiest ways to see us break is to isolate us. And I think you always see some people who are living the best, healthiest lives have strong communities in something. It doesn't have to specifically be religion, but they always have large support groups that extend past their family and stuff like that.
But I've had all of that as an atheist too. So I think it added a framework. Atheism didn't really give me a lot of meaning. It was just neutral. It was just the absence of. And this gave me a framework to start like fitting my experience into to generate meaning in a way that atheism just wasn't giving me.
See, did you feel that atheism was supposed to in a way? Because I've never, as an atheist.
No, for me it was more. For atheism was community. Like when I lived in Vegas, they had like atheist meetings and meetups all the time. So it was kind of like a little organized community. And for me, it was about finding people with similar values to me, and that was easy to do when you found a bunch of atheists together. And so atheism to me was just a path to meet other people similar to myself. That was the community part for me. Was more the atheism.
Sure, and I feel the exact same way. As someone who's been an atheist since he became an adult, while it allowed me to bond with a whole bunch of people and allow me access to people who I could almost at least feel that they were in my orbit of how they thought. Yeah. Being an atheist doesn't fulfill any of like my other needs as far as like beliefs or other kind of structures and stuff like that, because it's not a belief in anything. It's just it's showing you're negative on a specific claim. And
And even today, like when I find atheists, even like you and the atheists that come here, they're still my community. Like I still get along with them. We still have the same values that brings people together as atheists. The religion just gives me something in addition to that. I don't think it took anything away from that. It gave me an extra, it extended or expanded what I'm able to do with my experience now. So I still have that sense of community with atheists today. It still serves as that kind of um, gatekeeping or filtering device to find the people I'm looking for. Except for the new atheist and the social justice. What is it? Atheism plus the woke atheist.
I don't know if I've run into them that much.
Well, ever since Elevator Gate, it split the atheism community.
Wait,
And
what is Elevator Gate?
you don't know about Elevator Gate?
No.
All right.
I mean, in my defense, I'm a 19-year-old Norwegian who didn't really care much about internet politics or whatever.
Do you know about New Atheism and Richard Dawkins and that crowd?
Oh, sure. One of my new friends has some interesting opinions about Sam Harris and Dawkins.
Okay, I have the Wikipedia article up. So there's this atheist convention to 2011 in Ireland, and this lady named Emma Watson gave a talk at it on her experience of being sexualized as a woman within the atheism community, and said that a man from a group of so what happened was during the conference there was a man at a hotel bar and they were all hanging out at the bar, and then she left and got on the elevator, and he got on the elevator with her as she was going back to her room. And so she went and made a speech about it. She said, I was a single woman in a foreign country at 4 a.m. in a hotel elevator with you, just you, and don't invite me back to your hotel room. Right after I have finished talking about how it creeps me out and makes me uncomfortable when men sexualize me in that manner. So she just gave a talk talking about her experience as a woman, and she gets on the elevator, and this guy, I don't know, whatever he says to her, and it triggered her because of the context it just happened in. And so all of atheism, it split all of atheism. And this is the woke playbook. It happens in every community. There'll be some event that will polarize the community one way or the other. And so all the people that saw it through her lens, like oppressed female, patriarchal male, this is what women go through, men are creepy, toxic, they split off and formed Atheism Plus, and it was social justice, feminism, LGBT, women's rights, all that stuff. And the new atheist was the Richard Dawkins crowd. And then so Richard Dawkins put out this blog post or something spoofing it. And he took on this Muslim persona, this female Muslim woman persona named Muslima. And he wrote this like satirical letter mocking this girl. And so he became the figure on the other side. So Dawkins and the new atheists were on one side, and the feminist and the other people were on the Atheism Plus side, and that's been the state of atheism last time I checked it. And atheism, that's what happened with atheism. The wokeness gave that atheism a purpose and a meaning like the religion did for me. And so now it's not about we don't believe in God, it's about making the world a better place and progressive values. So it's like atheism with a social purpose now. And so all the people that come together and form a sense of community around a common social purpose, Atheism Plus is now meeting that need. And the new atheists are just the hard ideologues that are against religion and see it as a destructive force in society.
Sort of like that Hitchens or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's all new atheists.
Yeah,
Sam Harris.
The new atheists that came about, after 9/11 and the Afghanistan and Iraq wars have now been kind of seen as being pushed to the right in a weird way.
The sort of the specifically sort of anti-Muslim atheists that are not anti-Muslim because of recent immigration.
Right, the ones who are just like anti all religion, therefore by de facto anti-Muslim.
Those must be the ones from Vegas then, because I met them shortly after that, like in the 2000s, and we had a big atheist convention. It was a national convention. So that must have been
I think a
about
lot
the
of the new
time.
atheists don't fit in that because the whole point, one of the things that really got the new atheism movement far is that they really did push the idea like, no, we're not saying anything else. Atheism isn't saying anything else. It really was out there to debunk the idea that it was some kind of ideology. It's like it's simply a statement on a
Well,
claim. That's it. And now that's kind of
it became an ideology.
Yeah, exactly. Which is
the
why
new
it's kind of
atheism are rabid
cluttered out.
ideologues.
I'm still more of that old school. Like it doesn't tell you anything about someone in a positive way as far as like what their beliefs are. If someone says they're an atheist, it just says they don't believe in a god. You have to actually ask them further questions to see what they believe past that.
What do you call our brand of atheism? Like the traditional, just plain old atheism before it split off into all these sub denominations.
Right, it's just atheism. I think anyone who would add something to that, like you said, atheism plus, I think that says all it needs to say. Yeah, it has to be plus because atheism doesn't tell you anything about anyone. It's a anti label to the claim someone else made. Like if this were the world we'd love to live in, we wouldn't even have to label ourselves that. No one calls themselves an a-fairyist or an a-Santa Clausist. You know, like
I met one the other day. We have an a-Santa Clausist on here that does not intend to poison their children's mind with that.
but we don't have to have labels for them in a way, right? They don't have to like have
not
groups
yet.
and protect
Until it
themselves
becomes a trend,
right
like cis. We didn't have a label for like straight
normal people.
Yeah, until the trans came along, and then we all became cis. Even the gays are cis now. Cis gay. I'm a cis gay. Depending on who you ask.
Wait, I know what you meant, but it sounds like depending on who you ask. Like if you ask the right person, they'll call you trans or something.
I think we're all going to end up trans. That category is going to get just like queer is already expanding to include straight people. Trans people are going to swallow all. I mean, the trans category is going to swallow us all. There's not going to be any pure masculinity or femininity.
I completely agree with you, but it's not in the way you think. I think this gives way to not transgenderism. I think that's a whole kind of separate thing. But these ideas of what it means to be yourself, like this is going to flow right into just general transhumanism, and that's going to be the argument for the next
gender abolitionism or transcendence.
The transcendence of your body, essentially. So, like,
well, good luck with that because we are
like
bodies.
A guy a few months ago replaced his eye with a robotic one, or at least attempted to. Last I read. So, what if we get to the day where the first thing that'll happen is you'll see like amputees. There will be technology that gives them like actual functional robotic.
They'll have like lizard arms.
Yeah, then you'll have like No, I'm talking about robotics and stuff like that'll be.
Yeah, but they could get it customized.
They could, yeah. Then you'll see technologies that are helping like paraplegics and stuff like that. But this is going to be like the first wave. Second wave, then you'll start to see because hey, look, that robotic arm's really cool. I want a robotic arm. Now I cut my arm off
to get a
robotic arm. Yeah. And then you're going to start having huge conversations about you're cutting off your limbs to replace them with machinery. And how far do we go? Can you go all the way to putting the brain in a vat?
Yeah, I believe that in 1,000 years, gender's not going to matter because we're all going to be able to be whatever avatar we want.
Well, we're at the cusp of it right now.
Well, y'all are at the cusp of it right now. I'm not going to be around for it. No way. I'm at the edge of the volcano, and I'm just going to sit here, my little lawn chair.
So in a way, it's been going on for a while, right? So like we've been replacing internal body parts with synthetic ones for a while, whether they be joints or just bones or parts of things.
And like dentures and eyeglasses, crutches.
So it's just
like
really,
you could probably trace it further back than even that.
Right. It's us catching up with our limitations, our physical limitations of the human body, and
overcoming them through technology.
It's probably why we have like superhero comics and stories like that where they're super beings, because we can understand that we want more potential in ourselves.
Yeah. I think humans we've always transcended every limit that was ever put forth. This is all humans are capable. We've always found some way to transcend.
And we know technology
perceived limits
always helps us do it.
hang on. How was it?
Good. Good.
So no, good. I don't know if my first day of school went as smooth as all that, so that's good news.
Well, I mean, their
She's at
first
least not
day,
a Jeffrey.
well, I mean, it ain't like it's a big school. I mean, all the kids in the school she's been going to school with since she started school here.
Oh, so it's not like her first day ever. It's just the first day of this year.
Well, it was first day of high school, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like your kid's very first day
No,
ever in
no, no.
kindergarten.
No, no, no.
Okay.
It was my kid's
Oh
first
man,
day of high
I was
school, and
building up way more than
she's a
that was
freshman this
was.
year.
that
I
was
have a
so long
freshman, an
Okay.
eighth grader, and I have a 4-year-old.
You just dropped her off and said, "I'll see you later."
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Now, there's only 100 and maybe 120 kids in the whole entire high school.
Oh wow,
And
that's
there's,
smaller than mine.
and I don't even think there's that many, tell you the truth. I know the elementary school, my kids come there in first and second grade, they were student number 112 and 113.
They number them.
Well, I mean, that's enrollment.
Oh, okay. But
There was only
they don't make them
100.
wear little numbers.
No, there was only
Okay.
111 kids in the school before my kids showed up. Now, I mean, they're up to like 120 now, but
Wow, that is small.
yeah, yeah. I think there's 8 kids in her class. The Beals Island over here, they have their own school, which I don't understand. I really don't understand why. Because the 8th grade class had 1 kid in it. They hadn't, like, 1 kid. There's only 20 kids, kindergarten through 8th grade in the whole entire school. But we operate a whole school
But they'd have
for
to leave
20
the
kids.
island. It might be easier to just stay on the island.
There's a bridge.
Yeah, but you have to cross the bridge.
It's a half a mile bridge. I think you'll be fine.
Well, they
They go
think
to the high school
otherwise.
together, for Christ's sakes. So I
Why
don't
cross the
understand.
bridge? We could just teach them right here.
Same school bus. I'm
Well,
just like,
maybe the school board will. Who knows? The politics down there.
oh fuck, man, it's weird. We want
They
individuality.
did do that with my little small school growing up. They eventually consolidated it into a larger school, and then the kids had to be bused to one of the larger towns. So that
Well, I
could
mean,
happen.
here, I just think if they should combine some schools down around here. They talked about it years ago because we went from they were all school administrative districts. Now they're all like unions and CADs,
Leggy,
CSDs.
go holler, like go to one of those school board meetings and holler and stream it. Like go raise
No,
hell
no,
about consolidating the
Jeff.
schools and you could stream it.
ah, Fuck it, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, you'd be good at that.
I mean, I
Plus,
probably would be, but I
I've
really
never
don't
had
care.
someone live that could do that.
So, what's going on? What's the conversation like?
Well,
Are,
it
we,
just
are you
became
still
about
being
science acknowledging that reincarnation exists, because that's a new one for me.
What?
Yeah.
You know I'm going to ask for a link called or a source.
Right.
And we have just us. How is it
Quote
going?
unquote science.
G'day, mate. How you going, Jeff? Can
How's
you hear me?
are you doing a marathon? Or
Sort of. My dog's got a really bad eye, and I've got to put medicine in it every 2 hours. So I just thought I'd do this and do that at the same time to try and stay up.
okay. Yeah, well welcome. We'll up with that. And he's where I was a few months ago. He's just at his threshold of 500. So
I
if you
know.
could spread the word, help him out, tell your friends, he's almost there.
I know it sucked. I was there. Fuck, half these people that's talking about they got 1,000 subs, man. I had more subs than them, and fucking my channel's dead. God damn it!
What happened?
I lost my passwords from my channel when my
Oh,
phone. When I
right,
lost my,
right.
remember, I got a new phone because my 4-year-old, got mad because I didn't put what she wanted to. I didn't put the show on she wanted to watch on my phone, and she took and chucked it out the car window. I was not happy. I was like, what the fuck?
You can't. Is it like one you could call up from your memory if you thought hard enough?
No,
Like,
because
do you tend to use common words, common
so
passwords?
I'll tell you what happened. So, uh, I went to log into StreamYard with it, right? And or link my link something. And anyways, I couldn't remember the password at that particular time. I might have been a little bit stoned, so I used the Connect anyways, whatever. Where it just all it does is has you bring up your YouTube app on your phone, and then you're supposed to go in and change the password. Well, I just never did because, well, I mean, I just always used that phone. You know what I mean? Everything I use YouTube on's logged in, so I never thought of it. Now this one, I've had this email for a long, long time that this account's linked to, and I've never changed the password to it. So this one I know for a fact. I got this one down packed. But it just sucks because I was up to like one. I had a, I had like 1.5 thousand subscribers at one point.
It still seems like there'd be a way to get into that account somehow.
I don't know. I called Google, and Google's like, it's your it's your Gmail account, so we take your privacy very seriously. Anything else, we can help you figure it out. I'm like, what?
Do you think Elon Musk's going to buy YouTube, or that's just all hearsay?
Is he trying to?
Oh, I watched the video yesterday.
I hope he does it. I like Elon, but he completely fucked up Twitter when he bought it, and I can't even use it anymore. And I hope he doesn't come and do the same to YouTube.
Alphabet does have to break up now, though, right? Didn't they lose the antitrust case?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true.
So they're going to have to break up all of their holdings. All of their companies are going to have to split in some kind of way.
Well,
is that what they decided?
Have to split away the search engine, but not everything else.
They're going after all the. It's Google. They did this to some other ones earlier, and Google. This is just Google's turn, and they have other ones they're going after as well. It's just a process. It takes a while.
What are they saying? They monopolized?
Yeah,
Is that what it was?
monopoly.
I mean, they really did. They bought Google. I mean, Google smart. They bought up all these little tiny properties that were kind of similar to services they had and just integrated it. Sometimes
It's their
they were better
search. Like
services.
they have the monopoly on search data and search results because they have more of it than any other company, and so they have more of it to use in developing all the future products.
But that's because
AI,
nobody
machine
uses
learning.
Yahoo anymore. Like everybody used to use Yahoo once upon a time, and then AOL and shit. But once Google come around, everybody's like, let's Google it.
Google's about to get destroyed as far as the search engine is concerned. Everybody's about to use AI integrated search engines. So Google does that first.
What do you think, Jeff? What do you think he did to Twitter to make it worse? Because I never used Twitter, so I'm quite in.
Twitter used to be like the panelverse. It used to be hundreds of people all day long talking and chatting and sit. When he took it over, it was like crickets. Like nobody was seeing my tweets. I wasn't seeing any of my friends' tweets. I was getting all these porno bots that I had to constantly go and block, and the whole experience disappeared that I was having with my friends.
Well, also letting back on the trolls basically delegitimize the platform, and all of the actual like top level wheelers and dealers, like news organizations and all that, they all basically left their Twitter footprint and moved on to just their own websites and stuff in retaliation.
Right.
I like that. What was it? That Don Lemon or whatever his name was. That was
Yeah.
hilarious. He got fired with it all in the same day.
He was pretty stupid though, the way he was pursuing the question against Elon Musk. I thought it was a bit.
Yeah, he was blindsided him. He had Elon thinking it was one thing, and then it wind up being something completely different.
Well, it's a matter of legitimization, right? If someone's gonna like say this private platform and they're a billionaire that owns it, and they're gonna be like, look, we're gonna do journalism on my thing. If the first journalist that comes up and interviews one of the most interesting, important, money moving people in the world, and just gives them a softball interview, every actual journalistic corner of the world is going to be like, yep, those people are bitch made. They're not going to actually do any of that actual journalism work, because journalism is about asking tough questions. So to be seen as legitimate, Don Lemon had to do that, and yeah, it kind of all just wrote itself.
So do you think he didn't do it? Because I thought he honestly did it so that everybody would have their freedom of speech and the government couldn't own Twitter and push their agenda. I thought it was
That was some of it. I think it did help with some of that, but I think it broke everything else in the process. Like when he changed the algorithm or like the tech behind the scenes, and I think that's what
Right.
broke the experience on the ground.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, I think it is a little more free speech, like free speechy. But although I never really had a problem with it at all, and I say all kind of stuff, they never told me anything.
Right. Or now is it instead of pushing Democrats, now they're pushing Republican because he's just teamed up with the Republicans, right?
Well, I can tell you, I will tell you this. I have a separate Twitter with my porn on it. And I go and I'm supposed to see porn pictures. And I pull it up lately and I see Kamala Harris and Donald Trump posters and little political articles. And I can't find any porn. There'll be like one hot guy and 10 political tweets and then another guy. So, and I didn't ask for all that in my porn feed. So Twitter is putting all this political shit where I didn't ask for it.
Wow, that's crazy.
Well,
That
at
is.
least you can admit what your weird fetish is.
Well,
We
no,
know you like to watch
And these are
porn
all the
I
people
can
that were
admit that I
on the
have weird
Twitter.
no, it's
fetishes.
not there. All the people that would stop, that were like
How is
fighting
that? How is
God,
that a weird
fighting
fetish?
the crazy people who were against terms of service, like all those people who were constantly banning people. Those are all the people that Musk fired, like right when he got it. And that's why it's become a cesspool again.
Wait, he fired how many? What? Do what? I didn't hear that part.
I said a lot of the people he fired were in departments where they were the ones who were the ones worried about banning people, shadow banning people.
Oh yeah, I'm glad he fired
fighting
those
terms of
people. I don't.
service.
Yeah, that's what made it better. And I don't consider it. I
You
don't
were
think
just
it's
saying
a
how it made it
cesspool
worse.
now.
Like the things you're saying is the cops are gone. It's now all the crap's going everywhere.
No, my criticism is from the technical side. Like that he broke whatever the algorithm wasn't working the same way when he took over that it did before, and I wasn't seeing any of my friends' tweets anymore. So whatever he did on the tech side stopped me from having the experience that I was having before he did that. But it was nothing about the content. My criticism is not content related at all. I don't consider it a cesspool. I don't find it to be a cesspool. And I'm glad he fired the truth police or language police, whoever.
All right.
Because I don't think grown adults, self-governing Americans need that. Like that's not what America is about for me.
Have you guys ever tried the Truth, Donald Trump's version?
No.
No,
I had
neither
no
has anyone
interest.
else.
Neither have I. I'm just curious. Wow.
The definition of an echo chamber.
What is an echo chamber? Oh, Trump's thing.
What's the feeling there now, guys? What do you think, Kamala or Donald Trump at the moment?
I don't really look at anything political, so I'm just assuming Kamala's going to win. Without even looking at anything, I'm
I
just
say
assuming.
it just because, well, I mean, I don't know. Hate to say it, but I feel like she's gonna win it just based because she's a woman of color, personally.
Wow, that's terrible.
Or that she's not a male of non-color.
No, I just think that people have wanted. I feel
I
like
think people
people.
vote for their own reasons, and discounting it for shit like that is just a cope, an enormous cope. I think calling people DEI hires is just a fucking cope. It's a way to say something ignorant without actually saying what you want to say, because you want to
Some
say it to
people
say.
are DEI hired. Like they were hired for reasons, or
No, I'm
other
not saying
factors were
that's what it's there.
prioritized
I'm just
over
saying.
their skill set.
I'm just
So
saying
that's what
because
I
they
mean when
want
I
to
say
keep what's
DEI
going
hired.
on with the Biden regime. So if they pull somebody completely out of thin air that wasn't part of his regime, it would make no sense because then
Because even
everything
using the
they
word
Well,
work for would
regime
go
instead of
downhill.
he's
kind of
just
dictator.
it's not a regime. He's just a president. We just elected him for 4 years.
I just look at the crowds Trump's pulling compared to Kamala, and looking at the online interviews of people walking around in the blue suburbs and just seeing what the swing vote is amongst African American and Hispanics, and from where I'm sitting, it looks like Donald Trump's going to get in really, really easy, especially with
Really?
this. I mean, especially this last 13
Go ahead.
soldiers, the anniversary of the 13 soldiers that died at Abbey Gate in Kabul in the withdrawal. how she tried to politicise Donald Trump being at the cemetery this week, laying the wreaths when he was invited by the Gold Star families. I think that looks really bad on her behalf.
No,
You know?
not at all. Oh goodness! Like you must not know what went on at that cemetery then.
Oh Lord.
I just listened to the guy.
We haven't covered it on here yet. We might as well.
They tried to fake a public event and then say that they didn't come, and then they ended up with an altercation with the people at the cemetery, and the U.S. Army had to release a press release that talked shit about them.
I'm
one of the most
okay, fair enough.
ridiculous things I've ever seen.
This is celebrity gossip.
Have you seen the 13 videos that the Gold family staff members put up? The 13 videos they put up? It's pretty devastating. They addressed all that. They addressed there was nothing with the cemetery staff. They addressed that they asked him to put to take the photos and stuff. I don't know. It just looks really, really bad. And
what do the veterans and military think? Like, what's their take on the story? Because they're the ones that would have the most stake in offense.
Well, they want their commander in chief and their vice president at that occasion. I think that's what I'm a veteran, and I'd want my commander in chief there. I mean, I think it's respectful to at least go and speak to the families and go and visit the graves of the 13
How do
that
you
were
know
killed
they
that day.
didn't? And why is it specifically on that day?
I don't know what was the day, because it was the anniversary, right? Of the 3rd-year anniversary. And the fact that I think that she didn't, because in the statement she put out, she speaks from a point of view that she wasn't there. And if she did, I think she'd take that opportunity to say I was there. I'm not against Kamala or for Donald Trump. I'm just stating what I'm seeing from Australia.
So what I say, chicken or fish. You might not like chicken or fish, but them are your choices. So, which one are you
Right.
gonna have?
I take chicken.
Me too. Now, whichever one the chicken is, you
Well,
make up your mind.
Considering Biden's son was an actual soldier and died because he was a soldier, I am almost certain that man, the current president, Biden, I am almost certain that he has actually talked with these people face to face, like probably.
So are you the same one?
Real quick, for our viewers and me, who might not know this story, can somebody give us a brief little summary of what we're talking about here? The cemetery
okay, so it was the anniversary. The 13 soldiers that died in the withdrawal. Donald Trump went there, and he was apparently invited from the Gold Star families to come and lay a wreath. They also invited Biden and Kamala. They didn't turn up. Donald Trump took some photos and videos and put it out there because he was with them guys. Obviously, it was going to look good for his election. Kamala put out a post saying that he politicized that and that it's really not about veterans, and he called them suckers and losers and all this other type of stuff. And then Donald Trump went to the 13 Gold Star families and uploaded a video from each one of the family members of the fathers or the mothers of those families. And they said that in 3 years that they neither seen Biden or Kamala. Donald Trump's the only one that's come to their family, been there multiple times and have taken some of the grieving with them. It just didn't look really good. So I'd love to know whether they've spoken to him or not.
So the families themselves are saying that Biden never talked to them?
No, I'd love to know that.
So you think the families are lying?
I don't know. I wouldn't think
effigy.
So. No. If they say he hadn't, I'd love to know if that's true. That would surprise me a lot, considering his son was a solder in Iraq.
What's the controversy? Everything you said makes sense. It sounds like Kamala them were trying to start drama.
So pretty much the biggest controversy is they're saying that he used it for political gain, which
that's just their opinion.
Hold up. But the law prohibits if you're running or in an election of using national cemeteries for political gain.
Oh, okay. Well, then they need to charge him or cite him or something.
So they're saying that by him doing it, it was a publicity stunt on Trump's part at the cemetery, even though he wasn't actually
trying to say it was. Yeah, he's got it.
So they should charge him if they think he violated campaign law. They should charge him. Is that the claim that he violated the law?
But was he actually holding a? Did he hold a rally
Well,
afterwards?
they
Did he
should
have a?
charge him, and then they'll have a trial. They'll determine through the process what
But gonna
happened.
charge him
So
with
if
what though? So
they're
you're in
they're
agreement
trying,
that
they're
there was
doing trial by
actual.
media. If he violated the law, then charge him and give him his due process. But what they're doing is they're doing the same thing they did with the insurrection. They're trying him by media and determining what it was and what he did. That he violated the law. It wasn't really a photo op. It was an insurrection. Blah blah blah. We have a due process to determine this, and Democrats have shown time and time again that they're willing to go around our process to achieve their goals if they find somebody threatening enough.
Why don't they like him so much?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Here's our resident Trump
Why would we
correspondent.
like people who lie about losing elections? Why would we like that? Why would we like
You
people
don't
who
you
inspire
don't
people
have to like him at all. I totally, people that don't like Trump and don't want to vote for Trump, I have no argument with. I get it. I don't judge you for that at all. I'm just saying for this photo op thing, if he violated a law, they should charge it. If you believe in
Notice that you're not
democracy
talking
and our
about
system of laws, and you're
altercation.
accusing him of doing this thing, then charge him with it.
We're not talking about him doing anything at there. Like he was saying that. And you just went off on a tangent just now. Like the problem at the Arlington Cemetery was some kind of altercation between Trump staff and the cemetery staff, not Trump himself.
This
Trump
is the
himself was
first
trying-
time I'm hearing cemetery staff in the story today.
Well, that's
I
the
might have
that's
missed
the entire
it.
point of the story.
Because I thought it was Trump. Trump laid a wreath, and then Kamala made a post saying he's only doing it for publicity. And then some people saying that's illegal if it's in front of a cemetery. That's what I got from the story. I didn't hear anything about staff or anything.
She said in the letter running with the cemetery staff, but all the Gold Star families addressed all that. They addressed about him being there as a political stunt. They addressed about the cemetery staff running. They addressed whether Biden and Camilla had seen them since their family members had died in Afghanistan, which makes sense to me because the longer they don't see them, like now, the harder it's going to be for Camilla to go and see them because their family's going to be like, chest poking them. Why did you're the last person in the room. They want answers and they haven't. So I could sort of see why the family would be angry. And they addressed, if you look at those 13 videos that they put out, they're bloody, they're hard not to move you. That's for sure. It's unfortunate. It just sucks it's at this time and that they're making it about that,
Just so I can get my sanity back real quick, what is the controversy? What is the tangent I went on? Is the controversy that he committed some kind of campaign law violation? That's what I heard Leggy say.
They stopped the campaign people at the gate.
Wait, Chuck, hang on. You're coming in low.
Look, I posted an article that talks about it.
All right.
It had nothing. The actual reason that this was in the news has nothing to do with what Trump did there. What they were trying to do there is a whole nother conversation. But the reason it's in the news is because of some altercation between the Trump staff and the cemetery staff. That article is talking about the statement that the U.S. Army put out because they're the ones who are directly responsible for Arlington Cemetery.
Okay, I'm gonna browse through this.
Wow. See, I think Trump's an egotistical maniac, and I think Kamala's a bit of an airhead. It's but I think the world leaders, such as Putin, the Taliban, Iran, respect Trump and sort of fear him a little bit more than they would Kamala. And I think at this point in stage, we need somebody that can talk shit to those guys with the respect. I don't think Kamala would demand the respect off those people. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That I have less of an opinion on because I'm not really sure how to. I don't know enough to judge that accurately and get an accurate sense.
Why wouldn't she? Just from your perception of her as a person.
So I mean, apparently the altercation was a cemetery person, a security person at the cemetery trying to stop the photographer from going through, and the dude just kind of ignored her, pushed through, like walked through her type deal, and then there was verbal words exchanged.
But it says that the staff was thought they were breaking, like they were trying to stop them from breaking the law. The staff was like, you can't take pictures here, it's a cemetery, blah blah blah. So that wasn't a tangent, that is the
Well, no,
core of
because
the issue. I don't know
but
how that
Trump
was a
had
tangent. That
permission to
was the
be there.
controversy.
The controversy, it wasn't even necessarily the
Because the
photograph. It was the
article
fact that
itself says that right here. The
Yep.
U.S. Army said an employee at Arlington National Cemetery who tried to ensure adherence to rules that prohibit political activities at the cemetery. That's the reason this staff was interfering in the first place. So that's the whole justification for the original act. I don't see how that's a
but the same
tangent.
sense
No, the
is
tangent
the
is going
same
off on
sense
about
is
how people lie about Trump and da da da. When I was trying to talk about the actual event that happened between staff from Trump and Arlington Cemetery, like Trump being there and what he was trying to do with that event, that's a whole different conversation. Of what actually happened and got it into the news and into the papers as an event when these guys have multiple events a day as candidates. Like this is what it's about. It's about this altercation.
Yeah,
Right,
I
but
mean,
the
the fact is,
altercation was because of the existence of these laws that prohibit
I agree.
political.
well, I mean, Trump
But
was
it's
supposed to
not
go
anything
to
we're like
the
trying to make up
individual.
about Trump and be woke about, like as you kind of implied.
Wait, what
See,
did I imply?
I don't know.
I,
You seem to be like it was Democrats making up stuff because we like to make up stuff and we're woke or something like that.
no, I said Trump did this thing at the cemetery, and then Kamala then posted that he's doing it for political purposes or whatever. Like they used it for political drama, which that's what
And
political campaigns do. So
that makes
I'm not
sense to me.
criticizing. I'm
In the
just
video,
saying, like, all Trump did was go to the cemetery, do his thing, and then they made a tweet trying to make it into something
Sure,
dramatic.
but the altercation was them trying
what
to
I'm
keep out
saying is what
photographers.
you're saying.
Like that was the whole point.
What you're
I
saying
mean,
about that
and
article,
all it
mate.
was somebody
I
standing there
thought you
saying,
said they were
"Excuse me."
accusing him of doing it for insincere purposes. Like it wasn't just about the altercation; it was about his whole purpose for doing the ceremony. From the Kamala side, when they put out the tweet.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
right.
as far as Kamala, she had it there for it was no good intentions of him being there. It was only for the sole purpose of him getting
Which is
That's
just
political
a
right.
gain,
narrative. That's just a
which is
Well,
a
narrative.
that's
narrative.
Then why bring
well.
photographers?
See, but you got to watch the Gold Star family
I
videos
mean,
that
the
they put
press
out.
was there anyways. The whole point was the press was supposed to be at the tomb of the unknown soldier, and then after that, when Trump went and visited the private graves of the Afghan and Iraq soldiers and shit like that, there it was supposed to be a private thing with no photographers, and that's what they were trying to stop. Is when he walked to that section of the cemetery, and the photographer just kind of said when the woman said, "You ain't supposed to be here," they just kindly said, "Yes, we are," and just kept on moving through. That was the altercation. There was no
That is
physical
the
altercation.
sounds like Panelverse
I mean,
drama that gets blown up.
Right, and
legit. That was the altercation. That they walked by. There was no physical and them words. It was some Karen that got their feelings hurt that they were told, "Well, we're gonna do this anyways."
because in the
Like
video,
essentially, and it got blown out. It's like when somebody says, "Oh, I'm gonna beat your ass," and then from "I'm gonna beat your ass" works up to someone says that somebody else saying, "Well, you said this." Well, no, I just said, you know what I mean? Essentially, same
Yeah.
thing.
And
so
is it all tape? Like, do they have footage of what actually happened? Or they have people that can testify at least, because the army put out a statement. So
yeah, well, all the 13 Gold Star families that make because what you're saying now that how they said that you can't take photos there and they would have got involved is that the Gold Star families asked to take photos with Trump at their sons or daughters' graves. So they've come out and said we asked to take the photos with him. You know, so I see why now that why they've made that statement because that sort of clears him from the staff saying he's
but if
trying to
there
put.
is a law about that, like they really shouldn't be letting
There
him
are
do that.
federal laws, Army regulations, and Department of Defense policies which clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds.
They need to enforce it. I agree. If
Got
that's
it.
the
I
law,
mean, 'cause
he should
that's
not be allowed to take these photos.
No,
But if
no,
he's
no.
an
It doesn't say you're not allowed to take photos. It says you're not allowed to do it for political. But the way I
political,
look at
Oh,
it
so
is
they
you're
have to
not allowed
prove
to
it's
hold.
political.
You're not
that's
allowed to
right.
hold rallies there. You're not allowed to go. That's how I
Hence
interpret it
why the
more than anything.
photographers are the ones who got into the altercation, right? Hence why they were the ones who the employees were trying to stop.
Right, and that's
It's
why
not
the
like they
Gold
tried
Star
to
family.
tackle
But
Trump,
it
right?
wasn't. But you say an altercation, but it's like you make it seem like it was literally, Sarah, you can't do this.
Incident, whatever
Yes,
you
I
want to
can,
call,
and keep
shit
walking
calling,
by.
whatever you want to
It was
talk it, man.
words.
Like
It was words.
Well, you accuse me of
That got
trying to
blown out.
imply something, and words do imply. So then your words are implying something to him.
Do you think he was? Do you think Trump was doing it for a political
I
stunt,
mean,
or
I
do you
think
think
the
he
word
was there because
altercation
he
is about as
cares?
accurate as I can be.
Do what?
I mean, the photographs. There's no doubt. I mean, he was doing it to try to earn brownie points. I mean, you'd have to be a fucking retard not to actually think that. I
But the
mean,
families themselves requested too, so it wasn't
yeah, but
just
if the
Trump
families
saying.
want, but did they want pictures of the president there? Like, was that something they asked
I
for, or
thought that
something?
was the request. They wanted pictures with Trump in front of their sons.
You guys have got to watch
Great.
the videos from the Gold Star families. It's crazy. They're crazy. You got to be spun out by
Which would
the.
make sense. I would want a picture with the presidential candidate. Like if I was,
They're going to answer
that's
all these.
normal for people to want
Yeah,
pictures with politicians.
See, and that's the issue. You get a narrative to a story, and then people that weren't really there, like the American public, we're just running off of what all these news organs, and
I've
then
been
we're trying to
saying
come
it.
up. You know what I
Yes,
mean? It
that's
really is. It's one person's opinion. Probably that person at the cemetery didn't like Trump to begin with, so it just added on to it. I mean,
that's
that's
the
basically
situation
how.
we're in. We don't know how to talk to each other anymore because we don't know. Each one of us has our own version of reality. Like we are putting reality together with little pieces, and we're all coming up with different pictures.
I like to say, there's more than one. You got to take all stories, put it in a witch's cauldron, spin it around, and whatever you come up with for a concoction, that's the true story.
Well, it is a witch's brew because we all have different concoctions in our glass.
it's a shame to see such a divide. It's
Yeah,
I hate.
Fatty, that's what I took it as is the. Oh, you mean the campaign approached the families? Well, then they should charge him with this law. Like that seems easy to prove that this is political and he
What was
violated
that?
this.
What was that one?
That would be good for their campaign to like give him another charge while he's running. So if I were the Kamala campaign, I would slap a charge against Trump or whoever has the
That'd be
power to
fine.
do that.
Yeah, but Uncle
It would
Fatty,
have to be the
the
U.S.
family
Army
say
that would
they
have to lead that
clearly
charge.
invited him, though.
Well, Fatty's saying that the Trump campaign went to them first. They didn't go to Trump. The campaign went to them first and said, "Hey, we want to do this event."
You got to watch those videos from those families. They say the opposite.
Oh, okay. Well, Fatty, the families say otherwise.
That's the only reason why I'm speaking is because I think the families. Oh my goodness, you got to watch them.
Is it on YouTube? What do I look up?
Oh, yeah, it was on YouTube. Yeah, bloody oath. Just put up the Gold Star families.
Reaction to
You know,
Kamala Harris.
yeah, it's going to be everywhere because they're pretty incredible.
Okay. Is it about 20 minutes, 17 minutes?
Probably, yeah. They
All
do
right, I
about a
think I
3 minute.
found one. I'll drop the link. Here I go. Then Fatty, they should charge him. If somebody committed assault at that thing, then charge the person. But the article that Effigy sent me said that they decided not to press charges or not to charge. So I guess it's resolved. They determined it that day what they were going to do, how far they were going to escalate it.
Wow.
Yeah, and why would Democrats want to do anything? They ended up with egg all over their face, so you can try to point it the other way, but it's obviously not how it played.
This is why I'm staying away from all this stuff until November. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to peek at it like a few days before the election. Because it's just like panelverse drama. It's just never-ending loops of more and more noise. And the actual issues just get buried and obscured beneath all of it.
Have you managed to find the videos, Jeff?
Oh, yeah, I posted a link of one.
Oh, sweet.
I'm not going to play them, though, because I worry about copyright.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, they're
As long
definitely.
as you pause it every few seconds, or like every minute or so, when we talk
Well,
about it.
that's if it's chalice. Like, you can use that defense in court, but you still have to fight it in court. It's not an automatic
Well, I know, but
defense.
usually YouTube won't necessarily strike you if you do it
I know,
that
but
way.
I just don't like taking the risk, especially being freshly monetized.
How's it going?
So far, so good. He's sticking to schedule.
Now, I will say, I'm watching some of them now. I will say some of them seem like they're reading. It seems pretty a little scripted.
Somewhere in there, and then starts again.
How's it going?
He asked us to call him Captain Blondebeard.
Well, technically, Mars would be on the moon.
Yeah, I know. He explained it to us.
That's Moose, not Loss.
Okay. Moose.
Okay, well, do we have a new topic?
Well, I don't know.
Guess it's a free for all. Effigy, was there anything on your mind from earlier? Oh, maybe he stepped away.
No, I was watching the video. No.
Oh.
So it's obvious all these people are very much against Biden and Kamala. So it's kind of hard not to say that this is not a political point. So yeah, it was obviously inappropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's political from both sides at this point. But if it crosses some line, then that's potential to charge him.
What if they're not political and they're just pissed off the president hasn't come and spoke to them or seen them about their kid dying?
That's probably why it's not proceeding further, because that kind of stuff's kind of hard to prove.
Do you really think, though, that our country will be better off under another 4 years of pretty much the same cabinet?
No, especially after seeing that Kamala video today and looking at all this
No, I'm
DEI
not talking
stuff.
to you.
No.
I'm talking to F whatever.
Oh, okay.
Effie.
Yes, by far. It's not even a question.
How? Like, what's your?
What do you mean,
curious.
how?
What
We may have different moral foundations.
In your opinion,
When was the last
how
time
would
a
it be?
Republican presidency did not end in financial calamity? When was the last time?
I mean, I don't know about you, but I was
Wait,
doing
the
pretty
fucking
well.
question.
One
Answer
question,
the
real
goddamn
quick. What
question. It's the most
metric?
important
What are
question
the
you'll ever
metrics
answer.
of calamity? What's a calamity? What are you using to determine?
Well, enormous financial collapses are usually just
But how is that? Are there what
But
metrics
what was
determine?
Did the
what
last
was
two?
the
All right, here
collapse
I'll
that
be more
happened with
specific. Did
Trump?
the last two Republican presidencies end with financial collapses?
I need to know is that a specific technical term? What constitutes a financial collapse? I don't know what that is.
Huge loss of job numbers, huge crash in the stock market.
So we can look at stock market numbers and job numbers at the end of the Republican presidents to see. That's what you mean? I'll take your word for
Yes.
it. That those were lower at the end of Republican presidents
Yes,
than
at
other
the end of George
presidents.
Bush's presidency, we had the 2008 financial collapse. At the end of
I
Trump's
remember.
presidency, we
Yes,
had the
I was
COVID
not happy
financial
about
collapse.
that. I remember that.
The last
That
two
was-
Republican presidencies have ended in calamity. What the hell are we talking about?
But it was also it happened 2 years into a Democrat's term. So you how
All right.
What
So
happened 2
regardless
years into a
of the
Democrat's
he
term?
said, she said.
what do you mean? Because everything
Can
was
you give me
fine until
three
about 2
things
years
that?
ago, and then
Can you
that's
give
when
me three
everything
things
really
about
started to
Joe
go hell
Biden
in a handbasket.
that make you want to support him? Is all I'm asking.
Dude, the last year that Trump was in office, there was more. I made more money on a boat that year than I've ever made in my life on a boat. Like, you know what I mean? Everything,
My friend, the
financially,
last year that Trump was in
everything was
office, we were
clicking with
having to
Trump.
pull up semi trucks to hospitals to make temporary morgues. The fuck are you talking about?
But that all come from China, though. That had nothing to do with
Jesus Christ.
Trump.
Put your head through a wall and do us all a favor.
So, like, all these, but
Hey.
you can't say all these fucking countries had that
This
issue.
is
though.
not
It
political
wasn't just the
discussion
United
anymore.
States, though.
This is
Hallie,
aggression.
you can answer my
Well, yeah,
question.
he turned it into
There's not
aggression. I
three
mean,
things
that's the
about Joe
Democrats
Biden
for
that
you.
he
You want to be a
did.
fucking
Well,
jackass.
I've seen it from both sides, not just Democrats. I've seen it from both sides. And there are legitimate reasons to support Kamala. I don't judge people for supporting her. I just have reasons for not supporting her.
Yeah,
And
I
if
mean,
the
I don't
economy
judge
is
her.
a
I just
reason
want to
to
know
support her,
people's reasoning.
that's perfectly fine and valid.
But if I
She's
mean he
way.
wants to be a fucking douchebag and start going on an attack, I mean
Okay,
he can do
look,
that too.
look. We're gonna take a break. We're just gonna take a little break, reset, just for a few seconds. All of us, just
What do
brief
you
little.
guys think of? I might stir the spot again here, but what do you think?
Jesus. Peace. There we go. Welcome, Moose.
Yo, what's going on, dude?
Just.
I'm not gonna talk politics because you guys can't hang with me on that.
Probably not. I've been avoiding it just for my own mental health.
Yeah,
But I don't mind if other people throw it out now
I
and then.
think walking away from all that bullshit is probably the best way. But
It has helped me.
Oh, yeah, that who was that one? They got a good point. What about that apartment in was it I thought it was Colorado, not Chicago. But that apartment building they say has been taken over by a Venezuelan gang. They got videos of these people coming up with like ARs and shit, like and shotguns and pistols and all
That does
that.
sound a little far fetched, but I'll look into it. Let's see.
I'm dead
This is
serious. They have
Chicago?
it. It was either Chicago or Colorado. I thought it was
it was
Colorado. Someone said
Oh,
Aurora,
Chicago.
Colorado.
Colorado,
Oh,
and
Tommy was talking about this.
and I'm
Is this
not
with
I
the
100%
think it
Hells
was
Angels?
Tommy.
sure whether it was
Is this
legit
to,
or not.
is
But
this
there
to do
was
with the
some fake. Hold
Hells
on, there's
Angels?
some fake Hell's Angels footage. People were using old footage of the Hell's Angels, saying the Hell's Angels were on the way to go take them out or something, and it was all bullshit on that part. So I don't know how much of the whole story is bullshit or what's true. So I yield.
Well, I mean,
So it
what
could
I
be.
watched it off the news channels that was there. So,
Well, which one, though? Because it could be misinformation
well, it was
or
two
an outright
different
hoax.
news. It was two different news stations. It was like a channel 8, like KSTV, K. You know how they get them
Well,
fucking.
USA Today has an article debunking it. It says a gang is not running a Colorado apartment complex and tenants are not paying its members rent money, police
But yet
said,
there's.
despite speculation from the public after images of men carrying weapons at the building went viral.
Doesn't matter, Jeff. It doesn't matter. As long as it aligns with what I believe and as long as it paints the people I hate in a bad light, hey, it's the truth. That's what the way it is now. We pick our own
But
truth.
I think you're right,
Facts
but that's
are
the way
what
it is on both
aligns with my
sides. On
feelings.
both
Yeah, but you have the
sides.
mayor. But you have the mayor of the city saying that it's true. Then you have the governor saying it's not true. So who do you believe?
It's easy to determine if it's true. In fact, I closed the article because I thought that was pretty definitive. But let me get the details of the debunking. Police chief says, and you're saying the mayor is saying the police chief is lying? Because that's his police department. Now, there are Tren de Aragua gang members in Aurora. That has been confirmed. It's a large criminal organization from Venezuela. A small Tren de Aragua presence in Aurora, and the police department has been taking it seriously. So this could be just like a bunch of little separate facts that, like you said, the witch's cauldron, that get thrown into this narrative cauldron. And a task force was created to address these gang members. I don't see anything about the mayor, though. I mean, this is official communication from the Aurora Police Department. So if if the mayor thinks they're lying, then they need to fight it out somehow.
If there was a task force created, there has to have been some kind of evidence to support that. They don't just make a task force out of
Well, it's
nowhere.
evidence for the gang. So they do confirm that the gangs exist, like the gangs are there, but that this apartment complex hotel thing is not true.
Well, that seems funny when there's. Then so where did the video footage that these people have
Well, it
come
looks like it
from?
was old footage from Hell Angels videos.
See,
Like
the
it
footage
wasn't
I
actual
watched,
footage. It was fake
the footage I
footage.
watched was very much Hispanic fellas walking up them damn up the damn
Yeah, but
stairs.
how do you know it was actual
That's
footage
all I
from
needed to
today at
see.
that hotel?
Oh.
Like it could have been footage from anywhere.
I mean, there
This
was
is why
new in the
sources
news
fucking
in the
matter.
news interviews that I was watching. They were interviewing residents that were packing their shit up in a U-Haul and was moving out because of it.
Well,
So
they need to go talk to the police then, because the police is saying that's not true. It's not true. That it's not happening. So if it's happening, they need to go tell somebody. The mayor wants the task force. See, this is already confusing. Like, it's impossible to know anything from a distance with all the fragments of information out there.
So, can I ask a question about immigration? I just want to know, so are all people that vote for Democrats, do they agree with the border being open the way it is, or is that just the administration fucking up? Or I don't understand what the people on the ground who vote Democrats think about that.
How is the border open?
How is
You
it?
want the border open?
Yeah, explain how it's open in the way. Like most people that come in are seeking asylum. So whether or not they were coming up to a closed gate or not, they would be welcomed in because it's asylum laws that say that we take them in.
Okay, then they should be taken to an area where they're proceeded to be vetted and checked and make sure that they can.
And the
But
border
so
bill
you
that was
agree that we
quashed by
should
Trump that was going
openly
to put a
invite?
lot of money for judges to help us get through the backlog, which is why they're
Okay.
here for so long,
Okay.
that got quashed and we didn't get to pass it. And so we're just kind
So
of
it just
stuck with the
got
way things are.
stalled.
There are
But
just so many
so
people
you
and we have
believe
so few
though that
people
we
working on
should
the
have
problem.
borders that we allow anybody that comes and claims asylum in? Like, I guess I don't understand what you're
Well,
saying.
you see, there was this thing that happened called World War II, and all the actual good countries of the world kind of decided, hey, next time a group of people come up to our border and say, hey, let us in, we probably need to believe them so that they don't get exterminated. So
And there are
basically,
there are giant cartels there that these people are fleeing from, and those are a real danger.
Well, I
So there is a
understand that,
legitimate
yes, it
threat.
is
They are
built
fleeing.
into our
but not
laws,
you
into our
can't use
morality that
that
we
for
accept people
every
who are
single
refugees and who are
person.
seeking
No,
asylum.
but a lot. It you can use it to explain some of the increase. Like they're a danger to us. We should be like we as a
Well,
country should be
all I
concerned
know is
about
when
these.
they can come here.
Some of them are bigger than states than
The number
some of
one
the
thing
states
that
down there.
correlates to high immigration, the number one thing that correlates to the number of people coming knocking on your door to get through your border is if your economy is good or not. During good economic times, more people want to come here. During bad economic times, less people want to come here.
I mean, everybody's always wanted to come to the United States because
Like independently of if the economy's good and there's a cartel, they'll stay.
Sure, people have their individual reasons. Like if an entire country goes, and there's a refugee crisis, sure. But as we're talking about, like the ebb and flow of immigration, people don't go to places they don't see opportunity.
So this narrative of the cartel that is not
No,
accurate.
It's true for individual people, yes, but it's talking like immigration as a thing that is
Well,
constant.
I thought we were
as it
talking about
is.
asylum, and I thought the asylum was from the cartels. The asylum is from poverty. Let us in because we're poor. I thought it was
No,
let us in because
asylum
these
is a
drug
specific
people are.
thing claimed. I'm talking about just immigrants in general.
I thought were we not on asylum before?
But well, I
They're
mean,
not
we
mutually
were, but I mean, I
exclusive.
was
Like
talking
these
more
two
about
groups of peoples can be immigrating at the same time, right?
Right, but we
There's never a
started with
time of zero
asylum.
immigration.
We started with specifically asylum and the backlog and the processing and the judges. And I understood that the asylum had increased because of the cartels. And then you said that the number one factor is economy. Like you just look at what the economy's doing, and that's going to determine the rate of immigration. And
Well, I
so I'm
said
trying
the
to
number one
separate
thing that
the
correlates.
cartel from the
The number
economy
one
and
correlation.
asylum from immigration.
Yeah, you can. It's specific and less specific. So asylums are
Okay,
the problems in South
I
America are
mean, so
specific to the
so
glut of
you're an
population increase
individual
from
though.
those specific places, right? But in
that
general, there will always be people who are immigrating to a place because they think there's economic opportunity. That's the main
Right, but is
reason
there a
that they move
crisis
from
like
place to
that?
place.
Yes, that's like the baseline norm, and we always have to plan and prepare for that. But is there a crisis because of asylum or poverty currently?
In South America, I think there's always a crisis, to tell you the truth.
So then we're always going to have these. These are our new rates of immigration.
Yeah, but to get asylum, don't you have to prove political that you're going to die because of your political beliefs, your religious beliefs, or your what was it? There's one other belief. Don't you have to prove that before you can get asylum? You can't just rock up to a country because you were born in a poor country.
No. Sure.
I mean,
Yeah, the
essentially,
asylum
though,
seekers, like we said, are refugees. They're
I'm going to
trying to
speak as
escape some
far
kind of
as
violence.
things in
Like,
Maine are concerned.
but people
We
who are
got a
just
lot
coming
of
here to
refugees that
look
come
for a better
here.
life just because they live in a shit country, you know.
Yeah, well, they come here because they, like as I said, here in Maine, in the Portland area, they come here, they go there, they get housing, they get food stamps, they get main care, which is their main care is your health insurance. What else? They get a vehicle, they'll get child care subsidy if they need it. Like they get everything fucking handed to them as soon as they walk through the fucking door.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
it's a
unfair
big
for the
thing.
American.
Portland within
I mean, I'd have
the
to
city of
see everything he
Portland
just saw
has
proven, but
100,000 person increase in their population within the last 2 years because of it, according to the census last year.
Well, they just had corrupt elections, not laws. So
I'm lucky we got a big ocean around our country, so we got a good border. So
it does say that there was a court order on August 3rd of last year. Under the rules, certain individuals who entered the United States through its southwest land border or adjacent are presumed to be ineligible for asylum unless they can demonstrate an exception to the rule or rebut the presumption. Individuals are encouraged to use lawful, safe, and orderly pathways to come to the United States. And there's three ways. There's for asylum. There's what's called the affirmative process, an asylum merits interview, after positive, credible fear determination, or the defensive process. So, it looks like the affirmative is if you're in the United States, you can apply for asylum regardless of how you arrived or your current status. And defense is when you request asylum against removal, against deportation. Like, don't send me
and this
back
kind of
there
thing is
because
not
of
going
this
away. I
reason.
hope everyone realizes that we're only dealing with this kind of it now because of crime, because of money, stuff like that. But in the coming decades, you're going to start seeing the hotter parts of the world become far more arid as temperatures rise, and you're going to start seeing massive movements of population as countries start to dry up around the equator.
So this is the new norm.
Yeah, I think so. I generally do.
So we do need to come to some kind of resolution.
Which countries around the equator do you think are going to dry up?
Well, it's not so matter of dry up, but like become almost unlivable, right? Like there are places. I mean, Saudi Arabia is trying to help themselves by causing rain, right? And ends up with spectacularly crazy results. But people are going to start trying to deal with increasing temperatures with all kinds of means.
Right. Okay. I'm not convinced on the climate thing, really. But
me neither.
keep breaking temperature records.
This dude's drinking the Kool-Aid hard.
What's that, mate? Sorry. Sorry, mate. I missed that. What did you say, buddy?
Somebody's
I
drinking the
said he's
Kool-Aid.
getting Jim Jones.
So fatty, is it that there's lack of funding? Is that because are we expected to pay for people we don't have the money to pay for? I don't know what the answer is, but
I
Someone's
mean,
lighting
we
off
better figure it out.
in the background.
The USA is the leader of the free world. What happens there it reflects in our country. That's why we have a vested interest in what's going on over there. And
Yeah. From what I understand, the two main issues are the illegality of it. Like people don't see like to see people cut in line and get like not there not be consequences. It's cheating, it's the free rider problem, etc. So there's that. And the cultural like differences, too much cultural change at once. Like too much and really it's the cultural difference is not even the issue. It's the violence, the vandalism, the destructive effects that come from the clash of different cultures. If the cultures could exist and not clash, the differences wouldn't matter as much, I think. But the differences provoke aggression.
Just
Well,
us.
I
How
would
would
Those
also
are the
you
say
two
feel
that,
if you
complaints
walk?
I hear from Americans
yeah,
about
but I'd
immigrant: the
also say that what
crime and the other one I said, the breaking the law. That it's illegal. They don't have
But
any
I'd,
problem
I'd
with people
also
that
say
come
that
legally.
programs like what he was complaining about earlier about people getting, if they come to this country, are one of some of the main reasons to try and get around that, right? One of the main problems with some kinds of immigration or refugee taking in groups is that you are not doing anything for them when you bring in. Therefore, you're kind of creating a permanent subclass of people who have to do other means to get by in certain ways, right? So that's why the people who come here with nothing are given things so that they don't just immediately turn into a problem.
But are these the legal people? Like once they pass the legal process, they're given things, or do the illegal people get to come over and get the same things?
I think the only people that are really given anything are asylum people who are waiting to go
Which
through the court system.
those are legitimate, right?
Right.
They're in the
I think someone
process.
who just walks in illegally doesn't give anything. They just kind of walk in and kind of like integrate into society however they can. They usually know someone or know people.
so, do you guys think I could get on a plane tomorrow, fly to Venezuela, walk up through Mexico, cross the border, and then get entitled to all the things they're getting? You think that
Yeah,
could
you're a
happen?
white guy. You can pull it off. No, I'm just kidding. Probably not. Not
Hey
you.
Jeff, look up migrants getting $10,000 credit cards in New York City.
Oh, now I did look this up on a few streams, and there are certain local and state programs that could be doing this, but on the federal level, it's very difficult for people without a social security card to get benefits. But there could be like specific New York City nonprofits or organizations that are helping migrants get this stuff.
Come to the state of Maine, buddy. They have no issue getting any of that shit. Legit.
USA Today says false claims migrants in New York getting.
But
See, it's
do we
It
kind of
funny
see
seems to
both
be
because
what it
sides of
seems
it
to be
though,
a
right?
social media
so
post, and then
no,
the media having to debunk these social media posts.
what I was gonna say is it's funny because I read that in the newspaper. I read it in the New York Times because I
But
read the
do we
newspaper every
get
morning at work.
how it's going to get no matter what side it is, right? So if you come and drop a group of people off here, here's a group of dirty, sweaty, poor people who gonna rob and beat people up because they have nothing. But if you hand them a credit card so they can buy things and not live like poor, slovenly, homeless people, then all of a sudden you're giving them my money, and how dare they take things they haven't earned? It's a no-win as far as people's opinion on immigrants. It's a no-win every time.
Well, I have no
So what do we
issue
do?
with somebody coming over here legally, coming and getting a job and doing it. When you got people that's
Asylum is
coming over,
100% legal.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are criticizing asylum that I heard. It's really the illegal immigration and the
I just
crime.
feel like it's the fact that we say, "Hey, come over here. We'll give you a place to live. We'll give you." That's why
I don't know
That's
if we
why
say
you
that.
know the areas that do it because that's the highest population of your immigrants are in them New York,
Yeah,
Texas,
but I don't know
Maine.
how many people actually get that, and then even then it's like it's the government. It's not your fellow dude doing this. So I mean,
To
And
me, it
and
looks
the
what are
like
you
ten
gonna
thousand
do? Go vote?
the
a
ten
lot of the
thousand dollar thing, they have prepaid debit cards that they put. We have those in Washington State. They put your food stamps on a prepaid card. The card is like designed to hold up to $10,000. They don't get the 10,000. That's just the capacity of the card. They get like a certain amount a month, like 1,400 or whatever is loaded each month. They're not getting a card with $10,000 on it.
It looks like to me in New York City that the homeless situation is a lot more. It doesn't look like they're getting that much money to me. They look like they're, but what do I know? I'm just an Aussie. It looks like they've contributed to the, to the homeless and.
Actually, the homeless get it worse in New York because the city installs all this like anti-homeless stuff, so that way they can't sleep on the benches or sleep on the streets or whatever because and there's like spikes and all kinds of weird shit. You can look it up.
That's hostile.
Are you guys aware of Australia's immigration, our refugees process? How we towed the boats back to the countries they came from?
No.
That's wild. That's wild.
That's what we did. We towed them all back to the countries they came from and told the cartels that's what's going to happen. And then we never had any illegals come across on boats anymore. So now what we do is we say, if you're an electrician, a school teacher, or whatever sort of trades that we need at the moment, you can come over, free citizenship. You'll get social security, all that stuff that you guys talk about. But you have to have a certain trade to qualify to come into Australia. And that's working pretty good.
What about when, like in effigy scenario, as it increases and people from all over the equator are going to start finding new countries?
Well, I mean,
yeah, well,
Australia's got a
y'all
unique
already set the
advantage.
reputation for yourself.
And
Y'all
it's
might.
got water on all sides, so.
But they had people show up in boats. He said they towed them back.
Sure, but they're never going to have as much immigration as a country with a land border, though.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right. That's
so
right.
what do we do then? What is the solution?
Oh man, I don't know.
Effigy, this is your side. This is your
just
team.
what in general? I mean, people have moved from place to place for the entirety of human history. I think thinking that countries should have like these kind of landlocked, like no one should move kind of ideas, or we should only have a trickle of certain people. Like,
so you're for open borders? Just let people.
No, it's not. It's not a switch. It's not open close. It's just not. There are many different kinds of people who are moving for many different kinds of reasons. I think we all generally agree that refugees need to be helped. Asylum seekers need to be helped. I don't think any of us like the idea of people just, crossing the border illegally and not being processed in some kind of way. I don't think anyone's for that. But I'm also not for exerting enough cruelty to dissuade it. Like,
that's where we might differ.
I think we just have to.
It's letter of law,
need to increase a lot of money to increase all aspects of it. We need to have more judges, more border people, more everything. If we just want it to move more efficiently, we have to treat it seriously. And I thought the border bill that came up a few months ago was a really good compromise because it was a lot of Republican ideas and a lot of Democrat ideas, and most importantly, it pushed a lot of money. But no, it got poo-pooed because we want it as an election topic.
Oh, is there hope for it afterwards? I guess depending on who wins.
Depends on who wins.
So even if Kamala doesn't win, do you think Trump will do some kind of border something, even if it's not the same one she would do?
That would all depend on what the House and Senate look like. I think that's for any president. It really depends on what the House and Senate looks like.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know why we think it's the presidents that get things done. Do they set the agenda? They're a co-equal branch.
Not to toot the left's own horn, but it's from what I've seen, the left are the only ones who actually ever get any of the right to vote for their bills. So like there's been some mild kind of bipartisanship during Biden's term. There's a lot of bills that have a few Republicans on it. Not like heavy bipartisanship like there used to be back in them good old days.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if Democrats win and they win big, which I know there are a lot of people are in denial, but and even myself a little bit, but it seems like there's a groundswell. I think there'll definitely be a lot of big bills going through, the border being a big one as well.
Okay.
I even think if the Republicans win one of the houses of Congress and the Democrats win the presidency, there will still be a border bill. I think it's important for the Republican Party that Trump lose so they can finally shed him off like a snake shedding its
I don't
skin.
know why they didn't take the chance this time. That's what I was screaming at them to do.
He's got a hold on that core constituency, and no one else came up.
Yeah.
And geez, the people definitely love him. Like you can't deny, he pulls big crowds.
No, some.
I even love him after
He's
that
not
that
pulling
rally
the
with the
biggest crowds right now. He
fist.
genuinely isn't.
Okay.
He what?
Oh,
He's
are you
not
talking
pulling bigger
about
crowds than
ketchup
Kamala.
gate again?
Well, Justice was saying that he watches from Australia the different rallies, and to him, it seems like Trump's crowds are bigger. And then he said something about the suburbs too, like you said the swing voters in the suburbs.
Yeah, they're going out and they're, especially among black men, young black men. They're like, I've been told by granddad and great granddad that we always got to vote blue, and now they're opening their eyes and seeing the policies that they actually probably lean more conservative than they do what the Democrats stand for at the moment. But then I think the Democrat Party was more conservative back in the day, JFK in that day. It seems like the craziness now.
Parties flipped between 1965 and mid 1970s.
Right.
And sort of flipped,
like,
more like solidified into their current form.
By the 70s, by the mid 70s.
But the Dixiecrats definitely flipped. But pre 1965, the South was solidly Dixiecrat Democrat, and then post 1965, it pretty quickly flipped solidly to Republican. Those same people turned into Republicans. Not all of them, but in general, the voting population and the things they stood for.
In Trump's last election, all the minorities went for him. He got more of the minority vote of every minority went for Trump over Biden.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. The only demographic that broke for Biden over Trump were white women and college-educated white men. Or college-educated men, something like that. Every other demographic.
Are you saying that Trump got more of the black vote than Biden did?
Not more of the black vote. The percentage of black people. It's the percentage. The percentage of people that voted for Trump in 2020 was greater than the ones that voted for him in 2016. So he got more of the vote, more of all the minority votes than he did previously compared to Biden.
You're just saying he increased his support among minorities compared to the previous election.
Yes.
I mean, I think
after 4 years of Trump, minority support for Trump increased across all minorities.
Well, so I think I've actually talked to you about this for a while as well. There's a phenomenon happening in conservative politics where they're finally pushing out their further right a little bit, and the conservatives, historically, like black people, Hispanics, these people they voted for Democrats in extremely high numbers, like. Black people 80 to 90%. I'm not sure what the Hispanic number is, but it's always been extremely high numbers. So you naturally have to assume that some of those people voting for the left are not liberals. They're conservatives voting against their actual ideology.
Oh, they're returning to your ideological roots.
That's what's happening. I think honestly, and conservatives are going to hate me saying this, but I think the Conservative Party is liberalizing, and they're finally pushing out their more kind of like dark elements. And so those people can now not feel like that side is hostile to them, and they can gravitate more toward their ideological home.
So that's a good thing. Isn't that an improved Republican Party?
Totally, it's a great
thing. Can you please tell all your friends that? That was wonderful.
I think it's a great thing. That it's gonna hurt the left for sure, because that's
well, I'm telling y'all how to keep us, but I think it's too late at this point.
No, I think it helps the country, because the thing that drove out the racists from the Democratic Party in the 60s and 70s was black people registering to vote, running for office, and like just becoming a part of the Democratic Party. That's what ran them out. The Democratic Party was the KKK party. They were in the early part of the 1900s, but that is what ran them out. And if we run them out of the Republican Party, they have nowhere else to go, and that's fucking fantastic.
I think that's where they are now. That's why I keep calling them a fringe minority. I don't think any party really takes them seriously anymore.
I would be super happy with you if that were the case, yeah.
Like the Groypers and Nick Fuentes, those people.
I mean, they are
I
on the
think
right for sure.
Even the conservatives I know laugh at them and think they're ridiculous.
I think when it comes to the young black men, Hispanic, and some female voters changing from either independent Democrat back to Republican or towards Trump is the court thing when he was a felon with all those things that never stuck. That was a big thing amongst voters, I noticed. And the second one was not the assassination attempt. It was I'm sorry, guys, it slipped my mind. I had it there, but there was two major events. There was the fuck. It slipped my mind. Fuck.
It'll come back.
You could see from that, people were like, oh shit, they are starting to politicize the, justice system against political opponents, which is something that,
Well, Trump was
communists.
guilty on 34 counts. He's a felon.
Right. It's either they're politicizing justice or the guy's just guilty of doing shit. And boy,
I have no
look
problem
at how
submitting
many
him
people.
to the process.
I mean, you realize
But,
that
I mean,
amongst
it's pretty
presidents of
crap.
the United States, his administration has the most indictments of the last, maybe ever.
But what
he's got the most people who have gone to jail out of his administration. Or at some point, it's just
But I mean, Nancy
either it's
Pelosi
this
has it
entire
in for him
conspiracy or
personally.
it's people committing crimes.
Yeah, but I mean, look what the indictments are for. You're talking about the money that he borrowed because he said that
He
Mar-a-Lago was
forged
worth
records 34 times.
Did he?
Classified
Yeah.
or was it
To
a
hide
case
the
where,
hush money.
you know what I mean? Like everybody got paid, like what they said, everything got paid, everyone was okay, everyone made money, nothing was done. I don't know. To me,
I understand supporting Trump.
I don't support
I don't know
him
if
at all.
you're going out or if I'm going out. Are y'all able to hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Yep.
Oh, I think I'm going out. I don't mind if people support Trump. I totally understand that. I kind of want to do it myself. But to pretend he's not a crook, if you're going to support Trump, that's fine. But to try to redeem his image in the process, I think it's going to be very hard to do for a lot of people.
As just a citizen, I think what they would charge of those indictments were a joke. Like they weren't really anything substance in them. You know what I mean?
What is it? Voter conspiracy against the voters of the United States, falsifying records, taking classified documents. That all sounds serious.
Yeah, I think they made them that way to frame him because of who he is.
No, see, I think you're seeing Trump more innocent than he is. He's a crook. He's a bad person. He's a crook. He's a narcissist. He's everything they say about him, and there can still be reasons to prefer him over Kamala.
No, fair enough, for sure. Fucking knows.
Because I'm voting for the person that can get the job that I want done. I'm not voting for the most moral or the most righteous or virtuous person.
I like RFK. I think RFK is a cool guy. I mean, it's a shame that the Democrats censored him at the start of his run for presidency, but I hope Trump puts him in charge of the assassination shit on his dad and his uncle.
Yeah, the Democratic Party was like, no, we have a sitting president. We don't run primaries against sitting presidents. Like that was.
Oh, they wanted to primary Biden with RFK.
No, RFK wanted to primary Biden. No, he wanted to do it himself, and then he was like, "Look what they're doing to me!" And everyone was like, "Yeah, like we don't ever do that when we have a sitting president. What the fuck are you talking about?" And now he's like, "Oh, look, I'm gonna endorse a Republican," and his entire family is like, "He doesn't speak for us."
Why? What if it's better for the people, though? Fuck the sitting president. What if it's better for the people in the country? I'm just saying, for argument's sake. Or it doesn't matter.
Well, we as the people get to determine that, I guess. But we also have processes with which to do that.
Are you shitty that they picked Kamala without a vote?
I don't know. I'm not a Democrat. That's their mess.
She was on
she was the
Biden,
next.
right? Like,
Yeah, the next.
Yeah, no, I was
kind
just
of the
wondering.
idea of the vice president is that they can become the president at any moment. That's the whole reason they're the vice president. It's the literal only function of the vice president is to become the president if the president goes down.
But isn't it picked by
And
these
essentially charge
delegates or these
to the people
caucuses and
who
all?
win.
Like enough of them switch to Biden themselves to make it legitimate. Like, so, I mean, switch to Kamala to make it legitimate. So the people that voted for Biden, whatever, whoever those delegates or whatever,
Yeah, all those delegates could have just
all of
they could have said
enough
no.
of them
Yeah.
agreed to switch to Kamala too. So she wasn't just installed. The same process that put Biden in put Kamala in.
It's definitely I'll agree with you. It's an imperfect process for sure, absolutely, but it's the natural result in our system of when the president chooses to step down, like just with almost no notice, or at least is convinced to step down.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if everybody remembers, I mean, I'll bring this up just for like total transparency. There was a time I remember right around when he got elected, he was saying he was only planning to be a one-term president.
Right.
Like I
Why do you think he
genuinely
was saying
remember.
that?
I never believe them when they
He
say
was
that.
already really old. Like it's the whole
Because you don't
thing,
know what they're
right?
gonna do at
No
the
one
end of those 4
who wants to
years.
spend their 80s having to get up and be like the most intensely aware of everything happening for every second of the day all the way until you go to bed.
But you can never truly know till you do
You're
it
in
for
the
4
twilight
years.
of your life. You might want to just like relax and take a breather, especially
Or
after
you might
working
want to
in
say,
civil
"I
service
love
for
this. I don't want
50
to
years.
go out doing it."
No, the reason he wanted to stay is that he's wanted to be president his whole life, and the way to sign your name in history and say this was a successful presidency is to have 2 terms. It's the unmistakable way to do that.
Well, he did pretty good. 40.
I don't know. I have to ask him. I don't
Oh
know
no,
his
he's
psychology.
going to be known as one of the most fantastic first term, like one-term presidencies ever. I think for job numbers for one term, it's absolutely
Man,
insane.
see, you keep talking about job numbers. I'd like to know what, I don't know. I'd like to know what jobs, but
Well, as in the jobs they created? Is that what you're?
I
Or
mean, I'd like to know
Well,
what
they sure as
jobs were
heck
created.
made a whole bunch of new manufacturing jobs. That's for sure.
didn't they overestimate by 800,000 or something like that, or was that just more propaganda?
No, every single
Well, we
monthly
could
jobs
probably get
report
the job
always gets
numbers.
reassessed a time down the road. So it's either revised up or down, depending.
Okay.
So that happens all the time. So yeah, there were some revisions down on a lot of stuff, but those things were already like extra good. So not a super great thing, but not like calamitous.
Are you guys shitty that your country's sending money to Ukraine? I mean, I'm pissed off our country's doing it.
No, especially not after having Tatiana here yesterday, who was from Ukraine, and talked to us a
No,
lot about.
Spewing.
I think it's
I'd love to see
the
that.
greatest bargain we've ever gotten, especially after the egg on our face that we've had suffering through Middle Eastern countries over the last 2 decades. Being able to just ship a little bit of money over to Ukraine and watch Russia absolutely like put itself in the wood chipper, like killing people and it like destroying almost all of their Soviet era stuff. Yeah,
You're
it's
And at
sick.
the same time,
You're
inflation because of
insane.
it
You're
at home
insane
is
and
going
sick.
up because
It's
we're
also
sending
stopping them
more
from
and more
taking over
money.
Ukraine, getting close to Europe, and then putting the entirety of Europe on a war footing, meaning that we would have to go to a partial war footing because of NATO and our alliances with them.
I mean, we're still already there at a partial by doing a proxy war. I mean, that's what we're in. We're in a proxy, or were in a proxy war with them by sending the money. Just
We've been
because
in
when
proxy
you
war
send
with
them the
people
money
since
and the supplies, if you even just
1987.
because we're not using our own men, don't mean we're not fighting the war.
War is a very specific thing, though.
Well, I mean, I trust me, I understand.
I mean, there are our
Like,
men fighting there. There are Americans and
I
Americans on the
just
ground.
don't see your point. That I'm gonna disagree with you full-heartedly on. Sending money to Ukraine is not a good idea. We need to focus on our
But it
issues
doesn't
here.
make it a proxy war, is all I'm saying.
Ukrainians
Whether
don't
How?
it's
want to
a
How
be
do you
good
invaded.
say
They
that?
want to
idea or
be
not.
free from being
Because
invaded by
we're
Russia.
sending them money
I morally
and
agree with you.
equipment, so that, like, I don't, and we're advising them. So how is that not a proxy war? We might not
I agree with
We
directly.
you.
do
Jeff said
that. We do that for a lot of
100%
countries.
possible.
We're not in a proxy country with a war with all the enemies of every country we do that with.
But but there's no other thing like this though that we're doing it for. Like this, like
Are
you
we
know what
doing
I
it for
mean? Name it.
Israel?
I mean, I don't think we should be sending money over. They've been blowing each other up in that Middle East for thousands and thousands of years before the
I
United States
I
was
agree.
ever.
I agree. But
This,
our
you
we
might as well
definitely
let them
have
keep on
interest.
fighting because no matter what we do, it's never going to change that that
All we're doing is looking out
religious
for our own
atmosphere.
interest. There's
We've
reasons,
already
but
changed it.
just out of self-interest to
Without
support
our
these
involvement, they
countries.
would have gotten rolled by now. Like, what are you talking about? Ukraine is going to be a war that's studied for the next 100 years. They're redefining warfare. It's the first time an entire naval fleet has had to pull back because they can remote control jet skis with bombs on them. It's amazing what's happening in Ukraine.
What makes me sad,
Okay, but
guys, is that
what's happening in
put
Ukraine though still shouldn't affect us here, but it is
Well,
because we're sending them money and our
Well,
inflation
sorry,
keeps
we
going
can't
up.
control the fact that the Russian dictator wants to take over a country they used to own, thereby getting closer to Europe and would freak them the fuck out. So we want to make
So
sure that
let
doesn't happen.
Europe fucking handle it. Like
Well,
you don't
we've
have
got
any
treaties
other,
with Europe that says that we have to handle it if Europe wants to handle it.
but no other.
So if
But
we
what other
keep the
countries
business happening
handling
in
it right now
Ukraine, that
though?
means we don't have to go full balls crazy on it.
what were you gonna say, Justice?
I was just saying 30, 40 years ago, these men that are fighting against each other on the ground would be fighting side by side as brothers. It's such a shame. Such a shame. That war. It's horrible. And I mean,
You get
nearly a
that
whole
Ukrainians
generation
do
of.
not want to be a part of Russia again, right? Like a lot of them really, really hate Russia. And you get why part of
No,
Ukraine has native Russian speakers, right? Because of what was done to their country, forcibly
of
being
course.
removed and ethnic cleansed and things like that.
Well,
They have a
Fun with
lot of
Dirt is
reasons to
saying
not want Russia in
Ukraine
their
was
shit.
doing the cleansing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Ukraine definitely has some blood on its hands, but I wouldn't say there's no reason for it. I would say it's more of a.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a shame. A number of years ago, these guys would be brothers fighting side by side.
Yeah, that's war.
Yeah, it's
and
fucking
now
weird, mate.
Putin's calling them Nazis.
I mean, this is Putin. He could have not done anything and just let things stay as they are. So he escalated.
Yeah, I think Zelensky's a slimy little bugger, though. I think he's not as clean as he makes out to be.
Yeah, I think Putin probably is too.
Putin's just, a dictator. He's going to. Doesn't he want to invade Ukraine to keep the NATO or the UN away from his borders? I don't really know. I'm pissed off my
Well, I
country
know
sending
that
shit
was
there.
the thing. Ukraine, they wanted Ukraine to join NATO, and that was a big thing. That if they did join NATO, then he threatened to use it's all kinds of fucking shit. I don't know. In the long run, if we wanted him out of power, he'd be out of power in the long run. I mean, the U.S. has a very well reputation. When we have the shits of a world leader, they usually wind up dead. So,
I don't know. Like
What?
every world leader exists because America has decided not to take them out. I don't. That's
no,
not
no, no,
my
no. I'm
America.
saying
Not
like,
countries with nuclear weapons, man.
like you got Hitler. Hitler was taken out. Then we tried that coup on Castro
Hitler
back
took
in
himself
Cuba.
out. What are you talking about?
What?
Yeah, but we did. I mean, there was a war. Come on.
I understand, but we also, I mean, I guess it was Russia, not the United States, but Russia had tried to take him out. Like,
No. So you're using general terms. Are you talking about taking out the leader as in assassination, or are you talking about taking out a leader as in the country as in war?
like taking him out in general, like a
No, be
dictator like
specific.
that.
Don't stop being vague. Be specific about what you're talking about. Use your words. Are you talking about taking out the human being, the one person? Are you talking
Yes,
about?
yes, taking
Okay,
out the motherfucking human being. I'm
cool.
pretty
Hitler
sure that
wasn't
was.
taken out. Hitler committed self-deletion in a
But they
bunker.
tried to though. They tried to take him out, just like they did with the coup
Yeah,
with
but do you think
Castro.
Hitler was an exception, or do you think he's the norm? Like we go and assassinate every world leader we don't like. Where are all the bodies of these world leaders that we've been killing all over the place?
No,
They're all in South America. Sorry.
I mean,
Oh.
there's only been a handful, really, in the last 100 years of world leaders that.
Look, we did that in the 20th century a lot. Yes.
Like we don't just go kill people we don't like that run
I
countries.
mean, we did
Well,
try it though.
Iran is
I
the
mean,
way
we
it
did.
is because we do. Yeah, we did in the past.
We did for
Yeah.
sure. I
So
know.
so because of that, then the fact that Putin exists is because America allows him to we're because of the Iran thing. We're now responsible for every world leader that exists
No.
after
The
that
thing
because
he
we
doesn't get is
could go
that
and
all
do
those
that with
countries
every
that we
leader.
did that to, all of those
wanted.
countries were not nuclear.
Is that the
countries.
argument?
That's why we can do those kind of things to them with impunity because they're not nuclear armed countries. That's the game the world has been in since post World War II.
So
if you got nuclear
Putin
weapons, we can't invade.
Putin we can't So
No,
he's
it's
saying
not.
that Putin exists because we let him exist, but
It's
we
a ridiculous
couldn't let him
statement.
not exist if we wanted to.
Yeah, as soon as you would do that, they would figure out it was us. There would be war beyond your imagination.
Yeah.
Like, it would
Well,
be
I
So
mean,
we're
it
not
all
responsible
depends,
for
because
Putin existing.
Would it, or would somebody take his place and just kind of,
Yeah,
you
they'd
know what I
immediately
mean,
take his
or would they
place.
go
And look
right
what
into
America
immediate
did.
war?
Let's launch missiles. Yes.
I don't know. It all depends. It all depends on how the people under him feel, because there
I
has to
just
be at
don't
least
think
one
America has
person.
the power you think it does to just snap its
What do you
finger
mean?
and
I
change out
mean,
leaders.
Oh no,
Or
you can kill people. That's not hard.
you
But
could
there are
exactly.
consequences for your actions. There are consequences to these kind of actions. Like this kind of like caveman thinking, or like we could just kill him. Like no, there's a reason that the world is
Obviously,
this
there's a
complex.
reason. I didn't say you could just go kill him. I didn't just say. Never did I say, "Oh, you just go kill him." Obviously, there's consequences because there's an equal.
But that we
What?
could take him out if we wanted to, and the fact that he's there
Yeah,
is
we
because we
could take
haven't.
him
But
out
I
if
don't
we
think that
wanted
it's
to.
as easy to do that as you think. Like the fact that we haven't done it.
Like holding a stick of dynamite and saying, "I could light this and blow up if I wanted to." Sure, you could. You can do anything if you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, the
it's a
fact that we have
nonsensical
not
statement.
done it doesn't mean that we want him there, that we approve of him being there, that we sanction him somehow.
We could launch every nuclear missile in our arsenal and turn the entire world into a layer of glass. We could do it if we wanted to. Like, see how it's a nonsensical statement.
I honestly think there won't be
But
any
you
nuclear
also have to
war.
take a statement into context too. Like you're just now rambling on and going, putting everything to the same scenario. Like
I see what you say, like
Number one, it would be a terrible, terrible thing. As bad as Putin is, every single person underneath Putin is way worse. And
yeah,
they
not
would
laws.
have
We're a
to all know
superpower.
it.
I like that. I love that about America. You're right. I'm glad about that. I don't apologize for it. That's what a superpower gets to do.
Yeah, killing Putin would be a horrible idea right now. He's got absolutely shit human beings underneath him. Those oligarchs are all just absolute human trash.
I mean,
Yep.
he did take out his. I mean, let's be real. It's probably pretty sure thing that he took out that mercenary leader and that convoy. I mean,
It's not even a question.
exactly.
The guy was like,
And I think
I'm going to come back and
isn't he
apologize.
best mate?
By the time he gets on a jet blows up.
Isn't Putin the best mates with the Chechen bloody leader? Yeah. Is it the
I think
Chechen?
it is. I think it is the Chechen one that is like really buddy
Like
with him.
they.
Yeah, that crazy one that's always posting the YouTube videos.
Oh, just those fighters and those people. Their beliefs are fucking insane. Yeah. I've been lucky enough to fight with like I did 22 years in the Australian Army, and I went to Iraq, and I've been to Afghanistan twice. America have some things that people just don't. These are way more powerful than you think. I think they could easily take Putin out if they wanted to, and it wouldn't really matter because they could control the situation there, but they choose not to because it's not in their interest to really get involved with that. I think they fight him, like they say, by doing things passive aggressively, like sending money to Ukraine and doing stuff with the UN or the
No, no,
NATO.
man. Until you show me a missile shield that is 100% going to knock down ICBMs, we're gonna take it light with any country that has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I agree. But do you know Metal Storm and the satellites they have with Metal Storm up there?
Oh,
You know,
I think it's gonna happen one day. Like one day, someone's gonna get squirrely, shoot a missile, and it's gonna get shot down, and we're not gonna know why. And then someone's gonna be like, "Well, there's this missile shield that we've got. There's this new anti-missile system that we've been working on for 50 years."
I reckon
And
they've got them floating,
then we're not
floating
gonna
over.
care about Soviet era ICBMs because none of their fucking missiles have been upgraded to anything modern.
I totally agree, mate. And I think America has stuff floating above Russia, North Korea that would take those ICBs out the minute they took off from the land.
They say Russia's got a
I think
lot.
Metal
I
Storm.
mean, probably even worse condition now, but they say they still got a lot of like old Cold War era type fucking equipment. So they really don't have a lot of modern shit per se.
I mean, that's what the war in Ukraine has showed us. Like they're throwing like 50-year-old equipment at them, and like we're like here you go. Here's like 5 Bradley tanks, and it's just like death.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like I don't know.
They're dying from drone attacks, like
the drone
in
stuff has been
Afghanistan.
the most interesting to me. Like this is it's redefining warfare. Like it's crazy.
You know, it really has.
You couldn't get a
I was in the
here in
Air
America.
Force and shit, and it interests me how much the drone technology has changed. Because when I first went in, it was just at the very beginning, really,
Can you
2005, six.
imagine
They
how
were really
different
just starting
Afghanistan
with
and
it.
Iraq would have been with this kind of technology?
Oh, way different, man, way different.
They would have had little
What?
flying drones casing everywhere before anyone came in, right? Like they would have.
Not near us. We had jammers that were so powerful that the drones would get within 500 meters of us and just fall out of the sky. They
No, you
wouldn't be
guys are
able to
blanketed
get.
the whole time.
Well,
What's
you'd
that?
have to
Sorry.
have an EMP burst in order to knock them
You guys are
fucking things
blanketed
down.
in jammers the whole time.
Yeah, bloody oath, mate. Once
Oh
we
yeah.
go anywhere in the village where the intelligence threat is from that, we could jam the mobile phone frequencies if they're using like radio servers, like helicopters, and the servo units to set off IEDs. Whatever the case may be, we could jam them. We had our generators in our vehicles, and they could jam out to 500 meters because jamming is just a power struggle, right? Whoever has the most power wins. So yeah, drones wouldn't get near us, not like that.
I
I
wonder
don't
why we
know.
haven't seen more systems like that to kind of like gum up
That's what
drones coming across the lines.
that's what I've been saying. But I mean, it's new technology, and I mean, and you need a lot of power. You need a lot of power. You need vehicles, and you need generators, and you need to have that maintenance, and you need operators, specialist operators, to be able to be there to sort that stuff out when it goes awry. But our jammers I use in Afghanistan were powerful, and the drones just wouldn't make it near us. No fucking way. So I don't know what's going on there.
That's so interesting.
And but just the way the trench warfare is, it's the first time trench warfare has been recorded on video. So I have a vested interest because we like to specialise in trench warfare as Australian soldiers, and their discipline and the way they're living and the way they're maintaining and the way their communication skill. It's just absolute joke to me. It's so unprofessional. It's so horrible to see. They're drinking vodka on the lines at night time.
Well, to be fair,
Fuck man, they're a
it is
joke.
very Russian to just throw people at a war.
It is. But when you don't look after your soldiers like that, if you're not feeding them or looking after them or have the backman of them, then how do you expect them to fight with vigour and to fight with that love of their heart of country and citizen like the US does and the Australians do? They don't even go get to collect their dead. They leave their dead out there to rot. I mean, you hear the Ukraine grandmothers are putting sunflower seeds in the pockets of dead Russians so that they push up, the beautiful flowers. That to me is just like, if my government didn't have backing of me when I was fighting, I'd be worried about me and my men, and then we'd take things into our own hands because we need to survive this, right? It's just fucking so weird to me. And then
No,
the
it's
drone thing, I'm like,
yeah, and I hate like when I talk about the Ukraine war, I hate sounding callous because I don't like seeing people die in general. I don't think those soldiers out there,
I
even Russian
understand.
soldiers, I don't think they give a shit about
I
conquering
understand, mate.
Ukraine. Most of them are like, even you can just tell from the videos, most of those people are scared as shit to be there at
Right.
all.
Right. Yep.
Well, a lot of
Like
them at the beginning of a war, I know a lot of them didn't even have a fucking clue what they were going to do.
right. Well, I was told
They
they were
were
going to be.
kind of marching on blind orders.
Yeah, they were told they're going to go cook, and then all of a sudden they find themselves with a machine gun in the back of a tank. Whereas when the Americans go to war or they're about to make a stance, they've been training for this back in their own countries with other coalition nations. Like my training before I'd even get into Afghanistan, I've been training for 12 months with my team. We even build a mock-up fob. We build the environment we're going to be in. We're ringing the people we're going to take over every day for problems so we can apply them to our training now. So when we got there, we'd shut our eyes and really know the environment we're going to be in. We just got to learn the villages and get to know the intelligence, and that's our minimum standard. So to see these guys, I mean, Russia and Ukraine, it just hurts me as a soldier to see them just like that. You know what I mean? It sucks. Yeah, it just sucks. but
It, it
that's
also it also is what I mean by getting a bang for our buck as far as like our foreign policy with aid to Ukraine, seeing just Russia and the way they treat their soldiers. That because even though Russia has limited access to the internet, they have access to it. They'll find those videos. They'll
right,
see that kind of stuff.
of course.
They know that they're getting thrown at this wall and getting shredded. And as far as our own foreign policy, it's worth every dollar because it's better than us having to send all these clandestine operations in there and do that kind of work anyway. And it's just doing the job. He's weaker, domestically than he probably has been in a long time just because of that going on.
Right. Well, I mean, I always thought Russia was this crazy, the big red army, you know what I mean? But I haven't seen that yet. Where are they? Is he keeping those troops hiding? Or I don't understand why Russia hasn't run through Ukraine, even with the aid. You know what I mean?
What do you
I
think
mean,
of the Tucker Carlson interview with Putin?
who, me personally, me?
I didn't see it.
I thought it was good. I thought Tucker was brave to go over there and do it. But you can't trust Putin. You can't trust one thing that prick says.
No,
But
I mean it was definitely Russian. It was him trying to spew Russian propaganda for sure. And
Yeah,
he
definitely,
definitely dictated that broadcast. Well, that
I
interview.
think
oh,
Tucker got
yeah, mate.
used.
I mean, it's funny how he's saying Donald Trump gets in. He wants to entertain the fact of stopping the war against Ukraine, and Putin sort of says that he respects that fact. So that's another reason why I thought I need Trump in other than Kamala, because Putin's already respecting Trump before he even gets to the table. Just on those type of facts, you know what I mean? I think Hamas would probably be more worried as well. I think Iran would be more worried. I don't know. What do you guys? That's why I think Trump would be a better leader at the moment. But
I mean,
so that's me because I'm not in America. I'm thinking the world stage.
That's what's hard for me to
person,
know.
I'm surprised Putin's still in power with all them big. I mean, I don't know if it's still enacted, but I do know at one point all them rich millionaire Russians that had properties and yachts and shit over here, they all got seized. I don't know if that's still a thing, but I'm surprised when that happened that there wasn't a mutiny against Putin.
I mean, yeah.
No, I think Trump would immediately give part of Ukraine to Putin. I think he would try
You
to
think so?
negotiate out of it. Oh yeah, oh
Does he
yeah.
have the power to do that? How does Trump give Ukraine to Putin?
I don't know, but he would try. Um, no, I think he has shown way too much deference to the dude. I think he basically kissed his ass when he met with him. I think he threw our entire intelligence agency under the bus right in front of him. I think that was one of the most
Who did? Sorry?
despicable acts. Putin, when Trump was with Putin, his meeting in Helsinki with him.
But do
He
you
said that
think?
he literally said he believed Putin over our own intelligence agencies, and that's like, what do
stupid
you say to
saying shit
that?
like that.
Oh, I do remember that. Do you think he would be better for Israel though?
I do, yeah.
Better for Israel? No.
Yeah, like I mean, Kushner isn't Kushner Jewish?
Who?
Oh, you mean the one who got $2 billion for this from the Saudis that we still don't know the reason for?
Right, but do you think Trump would be more pro-Israel? Like, you think he would hand Ukraine to Russia, but would he hand Israel to Gaza, or would he like try to support? Is it in his
I don't think
interest to
there is a
support
more
Israel?
pro-Israel party in America. I think Israel has a
I
left
mean,
and right, just like America has a left and right, and America's left and right supports Israel's left and Israel's right. Like, both sides are supportive of Israel for
Oh, I
different
see.
reasons to different people. The
and
right in
remember,
America is super supportive of Israel and whatever the right wing in Israel wants. The left wing is super supportive of Israel and whatever the left wing in Israel wants.
So, what does
remember,
that mean for Trump's position on the Middle East thing? You
I
think
would
he
also
would?
say that his deal that he likes to laud between that he was trying to negotiate between Saudi Arabia and Israel was the catalyst for what's happening right now, because on the other side, Iran and Hamas, they didn't want that deal at all. They don't want any kind of
Does that?
normalization of
So, is that a
relationship.
reason to not do the deal, or was the deal going to be a
No, no,
good
no. I'm
deal?
just saying that was the catalyst for it. Like,
Oh, okay.
it was probably just because it was done in a clumsy kind of overt way. Like, everybody knows that the Saudis want to ally themselves with the West. It's like one of the big contentions in the Middle East right now. It's basically a civil war, right, in the Middle East right now, that's happening just slowly over an incredible amount of time. And one day it's going to really pop off. And I hope we're not in it. Hope we're nowhere near
Yeah,
it.
that's been happening my whole life. I remember even as a kid hearing about the
and
Middle East.
you remember too, Jeff. I mean, Trump had the audacity to go into Jerusalem and declare Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. I thought,
Oh yeah. Well,
I
see,
mean,
he
that,
is pro. It sounds very pro-Israel to me. But yeah, I remember that. Like, I think, yeah, we should probably just keep him away from that
I mean,
area altogether.
that's assuming that every single Israeli wants Jerusalem to be their capital. There are
Yeah.
plenty of Israelis who are completely fine with Tel Aviv and who aren't like centeredly religious. There is a religious right in Israel.
Do you think I have a lot of friends that are mistrustful of Israel because it's religious right is very scary to them, and they think it's more representative of Israel than I think it is.
I
How
think Israel's really
representative
easy
do
to
you think
understand.
it
I
is?
think they're very much like a Western country. They have their left and their right. Their right has a religious crazy side. Their left
But
has a progressive secular side.
is their religious crazy side a danger? Or are they like, because in
I
the
think
U.S. I don't take them seriously, but in
I think
Israel,
any fringe ideology can
not if
take the
they don't
spectrum
have
of
access to
extremes.
power.
look, I
Right.
don't think there's extremist Jews are going around killing people in the name of God, like extremist Islam. I think that's the difference for sure.
But
On
people
all
like that want to
So,
rebuild
like,
the third
I think
temple or
people would
whatever and
call
start.
extremist Jewish people like the Zionists. Basically, that's what the word they would use to try and describe what they want to say when they mean like extremist Jewish people.
right,
But
People
Zionism
who
is broader than just the religious
sure,
extremists.
absolutely, but people use it for all kinds of strange definitional reasons or things that in their head that lines up with basically this idea of this people who want to like conquer this entire land and create this country and stuff, and they see them as a different kind of thing. But and those people do exist, even if they're French, but I don't. From
and
what I've found from every Israeli person I've ever met, most of them are, for all intents and purposes, they're just like Western people. You
That's
know,
but me too. That's my so this
You
like when I
know,
hear
I
about
can
this
understand.
scary
I don't know if I've
religious
ever met
right
anybody
faction,
from
I
Israel.
don't. That's not most Jewish or Israeli people I know. So I don't know how. I don't know why it's so scary to people because I don't think of it as the majority of Israelis.
Nope. I've never met anybody from over there. I've met somebody from like Lebanon and stuff, but I've never met anybody from Israel. Now I think about it.
um,
So
I just the fact that all the Islam over there being the Hamas, not all the Palestinians, but they put the Jews out of there. Whereas the Jews are happy to live together. So that's where I look at the actions there. I think the Jews are happy to live with both of them, but they're not happy to live with them.
Yeah,
Why?
no, that is
What's
it.
the
They're the ones that they don't want the Jews there at all.
but
They don't
no?
want
why
to
Which
though?
is what
coexist.
What is the big deal? Like I've never understood that. Like
well,
someone help me, please. Like
Jerusalem is
It
the central point for the three main religions.
well, I mean I do know that point, but why
So
is
isn't
Islam
it
it
is
the
one of
something
those
like
two.
in the Muslim religion, if you once conquered a land, it's always your like it always is yours and it can't ever be unconquered. And so they had that land at one time, and so it always is theirs in their religious framework. They don't accept that Israeli people can claim the land ever. Their religion
Well, I
won't
think
allow them to accept that.
well the Jews were practicing Jewish shit way back before Jesus even came, before Christianity was around, and then Islam another 500 years after, 600 years after that. So truly, they have it. That were their first practicing their shit before Islam was even a thing.
I mean,
Before Muhammad jumped on.
Right, but when Israel
that
came
area
along
was so
and
many
conquered
things.
it,
Like there were
then
two
it became
entirely separate
theirs.
Jewish kingdoms that both rose and fell before any of the the stuff that caused any of that to even happen.
Right. I
To,
mean,
to
and
me,
then
the most
Christianity.
I genuinely don't care about anybody's historical claims at this point. I want what
Me
my
too.
favorite line on it is a line from my favorite show. I no longer care who's right. I care who's suffering. Um, I think that's always been my guiding principle when it comes to other people's
Not
affairs is when
me.
we're fighting over stuff.
What if the bad guys are suffering? I don't think
So
suffering's the criterion.
Well, in this case, when people
everybody,
are in like a doom spiral with each other, it like the only way this seems to end is in somebody's annihilation, right?
well, it
That's
sucks
when
when one
that's
side's happy,
So the side that's
but
suffering the most, even though they're the aggressors,
no, that's
can
the
be
problem.
this.
The problem is that both sides are suffering. Like it's locked in
it's
this cycle
But
of
do you
suffering.
think October 7th was a significantly more amount of suffering than the other side?
oh,
Like it's
what
not
they
like
did.
two kids scrapping on the playground. There's clearly one that directed a
So
massive amount more force than the other.
so how many people died on that day? Like what, 2,000, 3,000? It was someone kind of roughly equivalent to 9/11, right?
It was a lot to them.
Much more
Yeah,
worse, but as far as percentage per capita of
no, it was an
population.
active.
But
It was an act of aggression like
on the
9/11
other
was.
side, they would probably say um, how many innocent children in the war since have died because of bombings and things like that. And I think it's in the tens of
Hey,
So
millions.
if enough innocent people, if enough innocent enemy children die, then the war suddenly becomes not justified, and the enemies become the victims.
here, can I put
It
something to
goes
you
by the
guys?
number of children that die on each. So if more,
See, this is the problem with this entire conversation is that it seems like every time you have the conversation, any argument you make has to be viewed as favoring one side or the other. I just gave you two examples of people
I'm
dying, and
trying
I
to
can disprove
understand your
both of them.
reasoning. That's all I'm trying to do.
Sure.
I'm not doing what you just said. I'm just
If
trying
if
to
it were,
understand. You
if it were
said
two,
suffering is the standard, and specifically suffering of like children and innocent. So is the side with the most suffering children automatically the most righteous side? You said right doesn't
no,
matter,
it's not. It doesn't
suffering
make
does, and
them
I think
righteous.
right
No,
very much matters, no matter
it
how many children are suffering on
it
the
kind of
evil team side.
shows you that both sides are allowing children to die. It doesn't
That
mean
happens in war.
either.
That
I
happens
mean,
in
it's
like every
war.
war that
I was gonna say
I
it's
know of.
war. Unfortunately, in war, there is no winners or losers when you're a
Yeah, but
civilian.
like, if I'm a father in Palestine with my children and my wife, and they're about to come into where I'm living, I'm going to head to the Egyptian border. I know I can't cross because the Egyptians got it shut, but I know it's going to be safe, and they're not going to be blowing them up there. So why the fuck would you stay where the Israel are coming in unless Hamas are using them as human shields? That's what
Because
I
they're
don't know.
innocent victims.
So as a father, I'd grab my family and get the fuck out of there and get up to the border where I know there's humanitarian aid. Why would you stay there?
Yeah, they're victims with no agency. They're just passively waiting to be slaughtered by the evil Israelis.
Oh, fair enough. I just think that matters. I think as a father, that matters.
See, I don't
Right.
understand. So if this is Israel and Palestine, where the hell's the Jews playing a role in here? Isn't it two countries fighting over it? Like
What
this
is
is
Yeah.
where I
Israel?
always get fucking confused because then you hear Palestine, Hamas, Jews,
Now,
but
Palestine's
like
the country, and Hamas is the in-time government.
Territory.
Yeah, the territory in Gaza. So the Palestinians are the people, and Hamas are the government that they've elected in 2006 or 5 or whatever it was.
And Palestine is kind of split into two territories. There's Gaza and there's the West. What is it, the West Bank?
Yeah, the West Bank.
So
Yep.
Gaza is where Hamas governs, and that's the one that attacked Israel.
Yeah, the West.
Right.
Gaza is basically an enclosure of people that is surrounded mostly by Israel and on one side by Egypt.
Yeah.
And they're Shiite. They're
because
Shiite,
it's
I
what
believe.
it's
Hamas.
Judaism, Christianity and is it Islamic? That's the
Yeah.
three
No,
main
there are no
religions there,
Christians
right?
in this equation.
Well, there are
Yeah.
Christians in those
Yeah,
countries,
yeah.
but I don't know that
Well, don't they
what
have
role they play in this
the
conflict.
burning tree, the eternal flame? Wasn't that supposed to have been in Jerusalem though?
Oh
There's
no.
something about the temple and the rock and all three
Yeah, the
religions.
Dome of
It
the
plays
Rock is
some
in
role in their
Jerusalem.
eschatology.
Because
Well,
it all goes
Jesus was.
back to the first temple of Solomon, King Solomon's temple, the first temple. I mean, that's
I mean,
really what started it.
it goes. Yeah, it goes further back than that. But this is basically just a land full of peoples who are arguing over the land that they've been in forever. Both of them, all of them. They're all the same people. Now they're
Yeah.
believing different things, and yeah, they're both right. Nobody's right. Yeah, basically just stop letting kids
So,
die. That's my argument.
so it's all
Yeah,
the
for sure,
same
mate.
people, just different religions,
I
pretty
don't.
much.
Letting kids die
Is
is
that the
not the.
difference between them? It's the religion, right?
Definitely religious, yeah, because Hamas say all infidels should die.
Hang on. I still don't agree that the country that has the least amount of infant casualties on its side is automatically the worst person. Like the country with the
I'm
most
not
dead
using it as a
kids.
comparative metric.
Huh?
I'm not using it to say somebody's better or not.
Well, then it doesn't seem a relevant metric. If you're going to war over specific issues or principles, the number of dead kids doesn't seem like the relevant metric to drive the war. It should be whatever the issue of the
No,
war
I'm
is.
not saying it's from the drone of the war. I'm just saying it's obvious that both sides don't care.
I think that's yes, that happens in a
I
war.
mean,
Both sides want victory in the war.
it's true.
Like
I
they
mean, let's
care about
face it.
winning the war.
To win World War II, the
Has a
United
country
States did
stopped
some
war because
grimy
a
ass
bunch of
shit.
children died? Like said, "Oh, all
So,
your children are dying. Let me stop
would you call it a
attacking you."
war if like the militia of a state, like the militia of Texas, declared war on the U.S. Army?
I would laugh.
Sure, exactly. You should laugh about Hamas trying to fight Israel.
But the government of Texas didn't
Israel has potentially
shoot
200
missiles at
undeclared
a
nuclear
music
weapons. They
festival
are
and
a
kill all those
nuclear
people. That
power.
would certainly change my laughter.
No, sure, yeah, I agree, but it's just scale, man. Like
And for me, it's
it's why
principle.
the
It's not
casualty count on
scale.
one side
It's
is, you know,
principle.
it is absolutely scale. It's why the casualty count
Well,
on
for
one side
you
is
it's
so
scale, and I'm
scale.
telling for me it's principle. So you don't get to say what it is for me. It can be scale for you, but for me it's principle. That's how I look at it. Look through. That's the lens I look through. If you want to look through scale, that's fine.
Well,
I'm just telling you how I'm seeing it.
if Hamas could have had the capabilities to kill tens of thousands of children on that day, they would have, right?
I think Hamas is the aggressor. They're the bad actor, and so
Absolutely.
nothing's going to
In
diminish
that
it.
situation,
Nothing's going to
absolutely, yeah.
mitigate that or let that off the hook for me at all. It doesn't matter. Like dead children or any other metric, they were the aggressor.
I mean, especially when the Hamas leader comes in and says October 7 is going to happen again, again, and again, and again, and again. So what do
It's
you
in their
do with
charter.
Israel? I mean, it's such.
But does that justify an action that results in the death of tens of thousands of
Yes,
children?
war does. Like what war? Like did war suddenly change? Because every war in human history, this was never consideration. All of a sudden, it's like, wait, you suddenly can't fight wars until there's no dead children. When did this
You just said it
become
was
the
a
new rule
laughable
for
thing for the
war?
U.S. Army to fight the Texas militia. I'm just, that's why I'm saying scale matters. To me, it's not even a fight. The two forces are nowhere near comparable.
Well, then why haven't they defeated Hamas? If it's that easy of a fight, why are we still fighting?
I'd say it's that easy. We've proven over and over that it's not easy for a larger power to root out a dug-in enemy. But
Well, then what was the point of the analogy about Texas?
I think there are good
And they
moral
still have
arguments to be made
hostages.
about how much damage you do trying to get to your enemy, right?
I think Israel.
if there was
I get what you're saying.
Being
I get
very
what you're saying.
restrained. I think they could do way more damage than they've done.
Absolutely, you can always just kill them all, right?
His
Like
point
boom,
is, the
all
point is,
Palestinians gone, then therefore no problem, right? You could just do that.
I'm
can,
satisfied with
but
Israel's response so far in proportion to the act of aggression.
I think it's there are good moral arguments to be made about how much damage you do trying to get to your enemy, right? Like boom, all Palestinians gone, then therefore no problem, right? You could just do that.
I'm satisfied with Israel's response so far in proportion to the act of aggression.
I mean, you look at Russia right now
Sorry,
with the way
I will
they're
always
already
have a
talking
general
about.
problem with innocent people dying in large numbers. That's just
I
me.
understand
Okay.
that, but I also understand in war that that happens, and I've just accommodated myself to that reality. I mean, I don't know what else to do. Like I can't override reality.
Yep. It fucking
You
sucks seeing
know,
that shit.
they were saying with this war where Russia has killed off X amount of their men, you know, out of their country, that is it within 50 years? I think it's within a 50-year span that as far as Russia goes, Russia will be on the cusp of almost like, lack of a better word, extinction. Like the native Russian people will die out because there's not going to be enough to repopulate because their population's very old as it is, and a lot of women are encouraged to marry Americans or foreign men.
So,
So
so you actually have a point. It's a clumsy way of saying it, but you actually have a really good point.
yeah,
The
you might
entire
be able to
world,
technically
the
push it.
entire world is like on the middle of a demographic collapse, right? Uh, we're reaching one of the first points in a long time in our history. Maybe I can't remember first time ever where our younger generations are not bigger than our previous generations. And certain places in the world, this is going to cause like extreme economic upheaval. Russia is in a case where they are sending how many of their young men to die? Like they are kneecapping an entire young generation right now at
I actually
one of
heard
the
they're moving
worst
to the
points in
older
history.
generation now.
It's ugh, it's calamitously
Is
short
it
term thinking.
desperation? Is like they're that desperate that they're willing to take that risk?
Well, like China, they say China, where China had that the law you could only have one
Yeah, China
child
screwed
for
itself
so
with the
long.
one child policy.
But they had the one child, yeah. So
I think we
therefore,
screwed ourselves by sending our manufacturing overseas.
Well, we've
Yeah,
gotten a lot of that
definitely.
back. No,
Yeah,
industry is already
we
starting to anticipate China's collapse. They're starting to move a lot of raw material creation back over into the
but
West.
Oh,
but
including us?
sadly though,
Yeah.
China owns
Oh,
a
okay.
lot of
Good. That's great.
China. If you look though, does own more than 50% of all the world's shipping ports. Like, you know, the major ports, they do own them or have some ownership in them. They're also
Let me
buying, if
fact
you
check.
read, they're buying a lot of land around military installations and stuff like that all over the world, not just the United States.
our bloody
Like,
government lets us buy all our farms. All our farms are being bought up by the Chinese.
yeah, that's what it is, the farms, yeah. Geez, man,
Yep.
we've actually, in the last year, we've had three. And it's funny to even say it, but we've had three marijuana busts, and it's just funny because it's legal. So,
I
but they're
know.
illegal
That's what I was
grows,
about to
and they've
ask.
all been ran by like ties to like where the money's all going back to China. Like it's all tied in, and all that money from the illegal grows are going to China.
Well,
It's funny.
we have legal weed here. Why is China? Why do we need Chinese weed? Hey, Jack.
See, you make good points, and then you just trail off into conspiracy land right at the end. What are you talking about?
Who,
Here
me?
in the state of Maine, where I live, in the state of Maine, in the last year, there's been three major marijuana busts, and they've all had tie. They've all been Chinese nationals that are here illegally. On top of it, and they track the money, and it all goes. All the money, the paper trail leads all to China.
And it's all pot.
Yeah.
It's all well, I mean, I'm sure they're finding other things, but the what they're
Hey,
getting busted on is for large illegal marijuana growth. Like they had the pictures of this one in the newspaper or on
Australia
the news or
actually. Same
whatever.
in
The
Australia.
shit they had, how this place never burnt down because the way they had it wired into the panel. I was just looking at it like, what the fuck? But yes, there's been three in the
But
last year
like,
here.
are you saying these are like recreational legal? Do y'all have legal weed there? Is
Not
this
in
the
Trying
Australia, we don't
recreational
know.
stores,
trying
or are
to
people
rot our
buying?
brains with the marijuana.
I'm trying. Is this underground, like black
No, they were
market weed, or
illegal. Yeah, black market.
so people are still buying illegal weed even though they can go get it from the recreational
Oh yeah.
stores?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
because
still
it's
In
black
cheaper.
enough
market.
in enough amount to have these Chinese nationals running these operations.
Well, yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. Most people just
Sure.
drive over to a state that it's legal now.
It's a
That
cash
Well, I
seems
mean,
crop,
I live
and
in the state of
China
Maine where it's
exports
legal
for it.
medically
Give
and
you the
recreationally.
price.
There's still plenty of people that grow it and sell it.
yeah. I
Now
don't
can just
understand
sell
how
it
a
cheap.
black market even thrives in that environment.
Well, like
Well,
here,
because now the black on the black market, instead
it
of
is
paying $30 for a bag, you're paying $15 for a bag.
right in Australia. An ounce of medical weed's 380. I can get the same thing on the street for $10 a gram for 250. That's why people buy it on the black market.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
just
and we just had all those Chinese people over here with massive farms of weed just got busted as well, mate. You just struck a memory of mine here in Queensland where I live.
It's a good point that as soon as pot gets into like the actual like economic system, you actually deal with all the markups that every product gets. So like
oh yeah.
now
I
you've
mean,
been dealing with straight from producer prices, or at least like one person getting a markup in between you and there, or one or two, but then now you've got an entire system in between. So you're gonna it makes
it's like
sense that it
here
would
in
happen like
Maine,
that.
the rec shops have a stricter testing policy than the medical shops do. Like my wife went to her and her one of her friends went on a girls trip down to Portland. Well, they stopped at this it's called Marijuanaville. She bought these oil carts, and they were $10 a piece. And I tell you what, you paid for what the fuck you got. It was some of the worst quality shit I've ever tasted in my life. Had to throw them all the fuck away. But you go and spend more at the rec shop, and you get a much better quality. But you're spending more. But it's a much better product.
Right, that's right.
What do
So,
you guys think about those weed pens? That's like the craze in Virginia. The weed
well, that's what I
pens.
was just talking about. The
Weed
carrots,
pins.
the dab carrots, the oil,
Oh, the vape pins. The
yeah,
vapor.
yeah. But
Yeah, I
they
used
have
to
them.
do those in Seattle. They were very convenient, but they were too concentrated, too strong.
I don't know.
As in the effect.
Some of them. There's a company called Paul's Boutique that make throwaway disposable carts like that, and
Yeah.
they're probably one of the best companies here in the state.
Hmm. And I know that that whole vape, like I didn't realize because a friend of mine vapes, and I was like, bro, how much is that? He's like $100, and I was like, damn. And he's like, and then the
What?
charge is all this much. Yeah, some vapes are expensive.
Holy
You
fuck!
get the little
Yeah,
vape
You
chamber, the little battery thing, and then
yeah.
the cartridges are like $20 maybe. Sometimes
Yes,
you
they're
get
all
them for
different kinds.
less.
His was like
yeah.
all silver and fancy looking, and it had like lights on
Well,
it. And I was like, it's like looks like
Oh,
a freaking.
Oh, you're
they have
talking
all
about
yeah
the
they have all
battery,
kind of
the
weed
Yeah,
actual
toys.
unit, not the cart itself.
yeah,
I was like, damn, $100 for a cart? That's expensive.
yeah.
Jack, what's up?
It's happening.
Do you smoke weed?
Me?
Well, the topic on it started out with how China was buying up a lot of these things in these industries, and it turns out as they raid them, one of the things I've learned is China outsources slave labor.
Hmm.
That's how they're developing these African nations. They sell their citizens out, and their citizens go work literally like slaves to build things for the corporations and for the state. So the fact they're doing that within the U.S. doesn't surprise me.
I mean, aren't they behind the fentanyl coming across the border as well? Just throwing it
Mm,
in there. So
yeah.
they're slowly killing Americans with fentanyl as well.
Yeah, that's another big issue here. And
It's scary.
it makes you wonder how so much illegal fentanyl and shit gets across the border, and how, and why and how it does it.
And
Is
when
it
they,
coming across? Is it some of it from within the U.S.?
I mean, I'm sure some of it's from within the U.S., but I watch that show To Catch a Smuggler, so you see that they catch that shit all the
Oh,
time on there. That's why said across the border.
it's kind of like cocaine is still prevalent. Cocaine's still prevalent, that it comes across, but I think it's like 10 times more fentanyl now than it used to be. You know, it used to be like 1 to 10 coke. I think now it's like 10 to 1 fentanyl. Like there's so much fentanyl. I
It's
guess
not the
it gets you.
'80s anymore.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I guess
You
fentanyl
see
gets.
them do some of these YouTube personalities do interviews with the cartels and things, and they say that they're getting
What?
paid by Chinese to bring in fentanyl. You know, I mean, I just think of what it is. I mean, it makes sense if China are sneaky like that. You know, they're sneaky like that. The government, the people. I'm like, the people are lovely, but their government, fuck. Well, whoa.
The patterns, sorry to interrupt, the patterns of history repeat. I mean, the thought just came up with what Britain did to China during the Opium Wars, right? Started smuggling in the drugs and then corrupted their people. Why wouldn't they do that to America?
Yeah.
Remember seeing all those? Remember seeing all those movies back in the day of like in London and outside London, the opium dens where they would go down. You know, basically people just laying around smoking opium and stuff. Man, you ever heard
They
of the
had
opium
movies about
dens?
it.
Well, you know, like it's about drugs. Yeah, opium den. In other words, they go to an underground. It was run by the Chinese, and they had the best opium. You
Oh,
get
yeah, kind of. In the back of my
And in
mind.
India as well. I mean, Westerners used to go to India for opium den holidays. You know,
It
read
was
that book
pushed by,
Shantaram.
sorry, it
What
was
book?
pushed by Britain. They grow the opium.
Shantaram by Gregory David Roberts. Amazing.
Okay. The what, Jack?
Sorry, mate.
What I understood is that's what Britain was doing. They were growing the opium in India and then smuggling it into China to create the epidemic and to get more power over the resources. Humans are humans are evil sometimes, man.
Yeah.
Not sometimes, all the time.
I don't know all the time. I think they're capable of great goodness.
I think
I
that
have
Achievement,
Yeah.
compassion, love, creativity, community. We run the spectrum.
I
we
mean, I've been
do.
around the world, some horrible shit. I'm saying that there's more good men than there is evil. That's for sure.
I think so
Otherwise,
too.
otherwise we'd be fucked.
I think so too. I don't think the world is as dark as some people think it is. I think for the most part, people can be counted on to be decent in normal situations.
it's funny because like people have different addictions, and for me, I don't mind saying it. I was drinking for a while to kind of ease stress, and it's like I wasn't even enjoying it, and I've stopped for months and months and months ago. So, but now I'm drinking coffee like crazy. Like I'm obsessed with coffee. So there's always some kind of something that's pulling you to it. You know, it's almost like a crutch. But no, I love coffee. But
Coffee.
yeah, I'm
That
drinking.
sounds good.
Yeah, drinking like 3, 4 cups a day.
That's it? Like 3 or 4 pots a day.
Oh my goodness. But
I
yeah.
like coffee as well.
Yeah,
Yeah. Manufacturing overseas, that's a big one.
Yeah. Coffee's, you know, it's a big deal. You know, Jeff, you drink tea as well, or just coffee?
just coffee because it's easier. I'm lazy. You have to buy the tea. You have to like. I do the herbal teas. You have to buy the different flavors. Take them out the bag. Make the individual coffee. You could just make a big pot. Just drink on it all day.
When you
Is
get
that
it
what
big,
you do? Make a big pot?
Yeah.
Hey, me, I like. Have you ever seen the coffee in the tea bags? Like,
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Like
Yeah, I
instant
have.
coffee.
well, it's kind of like instant coffee, but it's perk because it's in a tea bag, so you technically perk
Yeah.
it. But that's
Like
what I
Robert
use.
Timms.
yeah, yeah.
Robert, coffee in a bag.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's it.
Yeah.
It looks like a tea bag, but it's coffee in it. And you pop it in the top of the
Yeah,
percolator, or you can
yeah.
put it in your coffee maker. You can. That way, it doesn't make a mess. It doesn't overflow. It's neat. You just pop it into the trash and you're done.
Oh.
For sure.
Oh. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I have seen those before.
Yeah, that's what I use. Cause I see, I don't like them K cup machines because like I've taken them apart to clean them, and them straws and tubes there, the water, right full of mold.
Ooh.
So they just creep me out. So I go like this, make a cup at a time. I'm just dandy.
Have you guys heard of Nescafe? Nescafe coffee?
We
Oh
had that growing up. The
yeah,
Instacoff,
yeah,
Nescafe, and
Yeah.
Sanka. And what was the
yeah,
other one? Maxwell House
Well,
yeah.
and
Nescafe
Folgers.
is made right here where I live. That's why it's in my
Oh,
hometown.
really? Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember
And
Nescafe.
Nescafe was always in the MREs, just us. It was always in the MREs, right? You got the Nescafe in the MRE. Yeah.
I love it. I love the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's Nestle. Nescafe. Nestle
Yeah.
Cafe. I just got it.
It's convenient too.
What y'all talking about? Got to drink that New Orleans coffee, that Cafe Du Monde with some chicory in it.
I heard
What
about
was
that.
that
Is it?
coffee shop on a magazine? Is
There you
it?
go.
Oh, CC's Community Coffee Chain. I like those, and they had Zots. That was my favorite on Oak Street. Hey, Spike.
Hey, someone mentioned the coffee and the MREs, and the thought came up to me. Humans will fucking eat anything. We are some crazy creatures. I remember in the
Omnivores.
service, we found a tray of the old, before there was, I think they were T rats or C rats, the tray of eggs. Find that in the woods, and you'd be like, man, time to eat.
You ate it? Really?
I'm
You
sorry.
know,
Yeah,
out of the MREs, my favorite ones was like the chicken fajita ones. Those were good. The spaghetti and meatball ones were good.
That
The
sounds
rib ones were
fancy.
good. Yeah, but that's if you were lucky to get them. But a lot of times it was like that lentil soup or whatever that they had like it was like tomato soup with like vegetables and noodles in it, or
That sounds good.
vegetarian soup or eggs. MRE eggs, the most disgusting fucking thing you ever eat in your life.
Mm-hmm.
I've
I used to
never
love
figured
your.
out a way to elevate them to make them taste good. They just
It's
taste
it's
like
called it's
snot.
called lots of hot sauce. Like hot sauce is poured on in. It's the only way to make
Well,
it
yeah.
edible.
And
yeah.
actually,
The
we were never
American.
allowed. We were never the tea and coffee that come in them. We were never allowed to have it because we were told it dehydrated you. The caffeine
Mm-hmm.
dehydrated you. So we automatically were made to throw them away.
Yeah.
I love the milkshakes in the American MREs, the chocolate strawberry milkshakes. They were like currency in Iraq, mate. They were unreal, those fucking things.
No, I don't think I ever got that.
Yeah,
My
dude. When I, go, Mike.
yeah. I guess the prized possession. I don't know if Leggy agrees. The prized possession, if you had an MRE with the blueberry cobbler in it, that was like the most famous dessert, the blueberry cobbler. But
No, I don't know if I ever had a blueberry cobbler one. Tell you the truth.
yeah. And then someone would have a pack of M&Ms in them. Someone would have a pack of Skittles in them. And then someone have no candy. Like, son of a bitch.
The
You want to
gum.
get something
I
sweet.
always liked the people that had the gum that come in it. I would always trade. I would always
Yeah,
trade. You know, like if I had the candy bar or whatever, I'd always trade for the gum.
the gum.
Our Australian ones were terrible because they were made in the early 80s and late 70s. So when we'd open them in Iraq or in the very early 2000s, all the M&Ms were like white dust. The chocolate was white dust. The beef and gravy had big things of lard and fat through it. But yeah, we just had to push through and eat that shit, eh? Then we saw the American ones and we're like, holy, these things are amazing. They're like five-star meals. I remember eating my first ones. That's what I said. Those milkshakes were like currency for us.
That's a rare MRE item. Like they're like, I don't know what it is. Like, I guess there's two different makers of the MRE. There's two different companies, and one company puts some. It'll be the same number in the same batch, but some of them will put something different in there. Yep. Yeah.
As far as I know, there at one there's only I think there's 15 different combinations you can get all together at one point. That's what it was. They probably changed it now, but
I'll swap in one of these for 3 of them, and these are worth $350.
Right on. Yeah, but me and my son, we were kind of like MRE collecting for a while, and we would go camping, and we would take the MREs with us. You know, we would still try to fish, but if you didn't catch a fish and you were hungry, you just busted an MRE out. Just cheated. You know, you got to eat something.
Or,
Just
you
get
know, if you can't get a fire going, you can always use them MRE bags there to cook your food in.
the heaters.
Yeah. We were always taught you take water out of your canteen, swish it around in your mouth, and you spit. A mouthful of water was the right amount of water for inside that bag.
Yeah, those things were amazing, that chemical reaction, because we still have to cook ours on open fire. When I saw those things, they're bloody amazing, mate.
We got
Yeah,
we got a French one, we got the Russian one, and we got one that was from Italy. Italy was the hardest one to get. We had to wait forever to get that one. But we got a French one and a Russian one, and they have the Asket stoves, the little stoves that you burn, and you put the fuel tab in the middle, and you actually cook them with fire. It's pretty wild, man.
Did you guys ever get the taste an Aussie one?
I never had an Australian one. Never had it. Doesn't have
you would
Vegemite
have
in it.
had the old school MRE. You wouldn't have ate the same one I had. You would have ate the 80s style MREs.
Yep.
You would have ate the Vietnam style, I should say.
Yep.
They changed them.
Exactly.
They changed them in like the 90s, late 90s.
Yep. Egg and ham in a tin and all that type of shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrible.
I'm trying to figure out
Every
this.
once in a while, we'd get one that come in with that would have like a Kool-Aid pack, and like you were saying with the milkshake, where you trade those would be just like gold.
Because of the cordial, you could put it in your water bottles and mix it up, have something different than water. Is that why?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, because I was like one of the first Australians into Iraq straight after the invasion, so we never had any of the messes. We never had any showers set up, so we were burning our poo and piss and shit in fucking 44-gallon drums of diesel, and we were getting these American MREs in Baghdad, and we're like, holy what? It was amazing. Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
it's
you guys.
cool. I always
Yeah.
like talking to guys from other countries. Like we had the Indian Air Force. They flew into base one time, and we got talking because I did comm nav. That was my job. Well, their aircraft that broke down. It was a fighter. Well, I did it on heavy aircraft, so we weren't allowed to touch the fighters. So they had to bring their crew up to fix. Anyways, got talking to the crew, and it's kind of cool the similarities, but the differences at the same time. It's very unique.
Yeah, my own cities, mate. The patriotism I love the Americans had. The patriotism you guys had as soldiers and Marines, and airmen and seamen is unbelievable. It was infectious, mate. I loved it.
Yeah, I
But
mean we bust each other's balls, but in the end of the day, no matter what branch you're from, we're all brothers and sisters. So
yeah, no, it's good, mate. It was really good. Um, just the fact I'll get in the showers and you'd be wearing stars and stripes on your socks, on your jocks, they're tattooed on their arms. I'm just like, look at these motherfuckers, bro. They're fucking patriotic as fuck. I love it. Whereas Australians are patriotic, but they're not like that. You know what I mean? They're not like in your face patriotic. I know. Like, I just rated it. I just fucking thought it was
you
badass.
guys all look like you're ready to go fucking find a dinosaur bone or something over there in Australia. Fucking getting ready to go on a fucking safari or something in the outback. Now tell me, do
Well,
you guys drive Subarus over there?
Subaru, yeah, for sure. Yep.
Outbacks? Are they called outbacks?
Yeah, but you don't see them in the outback though. No way. That's definitely a gimmick. In the outback, you'll see Nissan Patrols, Toyota Land Cruisers, Holden Rodeos. That's about it. Fair income four-wheel drives, fair income diesel four-wheel drives. Because there's no petrol stations in the outback, so if you got a petrol, you're fucked.
You guys have the wet monsoon season, don't you? Too?
Up north we do. In the very north of Australia, the Northern Territory and the top of Queensland we do, yeah. But there's not very many people up there, so our population is all south on the east coast. 90% of Australians live within 90 kilometres of the coastline because the rest of Australia is inhabitable.
And is there really as much gold as what that TV show makes it seem to be in
Oh, yeah, mate.
Australia?
Yep, 100. Yep.
Like, have you yourself ever found a piece of gold?
No, but I live on a property here. My mate just bought 400 acres down the road, and he found a quartz vein, and he grabbed the quartz out, and he crushed up with sledgehammers, and they
Yeah,
shivved it and rolled through that. So I haven't, but I know a bloke that has, and I've seen it in his pan. So
that's cool. That's cool.
yeah.
Jeff, I'm not
See,
gonna lie. When you switched Mike and him around, that freaked me the hell out because like I was looking at him at just us. I was looking at him, and then all of a sudden it was Mike. I was like, "What the fuck?" Like you that like that played in my eyes like hardcore.
ta-da! What time is it there, guys?
Right here it's 4:15 where I am.
7:15 here.
Afternoon.
Yep, same thing.
Oh,
7:15.
What time is it there?
it's
It's Wednesday, huh?
yeah, 9:15 in the morning.
Oh
Yeah, how
wow.
does it feel to be talking to the past?
How does
Can you tell me
it
how?
feel?
Can you tell me how the stock market's opened?
That's what you guys always say. You always say, "Tell me the lotto numbers, the stock markets." I'm like, sorry to disappoint you. Don't know. Well, the timeline starts with New
What
Zealand.
about the score of the basketball game? Can you do that?
The what?
Basketball game. I was just being smart ass. It reminded me Back to the Future having that book.
The almanac.
Yeah, yeah, the
I love
sports almanac.
America's first gold rush is about 20 minutes from my house. Yeah, sweet. The biggest gold nugget in the world is found in Australia. I think the top two.
I thought it was in Vegas at the Gold Nugget Casino.
That's the biggest nugget, which was found in Australia, I believe.
The biggest nugget in the world is found in Australia. Yep.
Oh.
Fucking huge. See, why the gold's so good here is because the bedrock's so low and there's no permafrost. Or, you know what I mean? You can literally go around with a gold detector, with a metal detector, and pick up gold nuggets, $50, $100 notes everywhere. If you're willing to walk around the
Wow, that's like
And
free
flaky, I
money
think in
lying around.
Australia they're classified as crawfish. I don't think they're classified as lobster in Australia.
crayfish, we call them crayfish.
Yeah,
Crayfish? Are
yeah.
they crawfish? Is it the same thing? Or is it a different
No,
species
crawfish,
called crayfish?
crawdads. They're all the same.
Yeah.
It all
Oh,
just depends where you're from. Crawdads, crawfish.
When do they turn into
crayfish.
prawns? What's a prawn? What do you call
I thought
those?
that was a shrimp. Or
That's
is it a
shrimp,
Yeah,
separate
big
thing?
shrimp.
shrimp.
Okay.
No, those are giant, like the big shrimp.
The shrimps.
Yeah, we just call them prawns if they're small or big. And we do
You
not
don't call
throw
them
them on.
shrimp? You call them prawns?
Yeah, and we don't
Oh.
throw them on barbecues either. Nobody
What?
I know.
What? Oh, that's good. Why do they
Throw
call it
another.
prawn on the Barbie then? What's
They
with
don't.
the shrimp on the Barbie?
Australians eat them raw, and we dip them in Thousand Island sauce because prawns is a summertime food for us. We eat them at Christmas time when the summer's really hot, and we have the prawns on ice, and we dip them in seafood sauce. That's how most Australians I know eat them.
Wait
You
a
just
second.
gave
Did you
away a
just say
secret.
you get them at Christmas time when it's really hot? That just blows my
Australia.
mind.
Yeah,
I know,
their
but that just
seasons are
blows my
reversed.
mind. Christmas should be cold, not hot.
It is cold if you're not
No,
Australia.
Christmas is spent on the beach, mate. 35-degree weather, 107 degrees. But because of you guys, we do have a Christmas in July now at like there's this weird trend going. It's getting worse every year that we got to have
What?
Christmas. Yeah, because
So
they
that
want
it
to
can
see
be
Christmas.
cold, so the Americans have their white Christmas, white supremacy Christmas.
No, it's more Australians wanting to have a white Christmas. You know what I mean? So they jump on it. And like Halloween, is it? Halloween, is it October 31st?
Yeah.
That's just going
Yeah.
crazy. That's going crazy in Australia now, and it's got nothing to do with us.
Well,
Y'all
I
don't
mean,
have
it
Halloween.
technically
Y'all
has
didn't have
nothing to do with us
Halloween.
either.
That's what's wrong? Oh God.
I never grew up with Halloween, but now the kids are. You know, you'll see in the cities, you'll see the
Good.
kids going around knocking, getting lollies and stuff. But
Yeah.
that was
Now, do
not a
you
They'll
thing
have a
think
lot
for
of
that
us.
fun.
has
I'm
to
glad they
do
have that.
They do. Yeah, they do have a great
social
fun. It is good,
media
yeah.
blending in cultures now?
Sorry.
I said, do you think that's because like social media has made it so cultures can blend together now?
Oh damn, I don't know. That's a
When did it
loaded.
start? The Halloween trend.
Probably when my kids are 24 and 22. So when they were about 10 and 11, I started walking around with them thinking, what the fuck are we doing? But I did it for the kids. So probably the
What the
last 6 years. Like, 'cause I never really understood what we're doing. We're just going around knocking on people's doors for
So,
lollies.
which would be the social media trend, which is the
Did
last.
you have them in costumes at least? Like, did they dress up?
Oh, yeah. They'd all dress up, you know, all horrible too, like blood and axes out of their heads. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? See some little 5-year-old kid walk up with a knife through his head, asking for lollies. I was like, what is the history behind
My
Halloween? What is?
signal went down. Did they dress up in costume?
Yes, they did, mate. Yep,
Okay.
they
All
did.
right. At least they did that.
Yeah.
Doing it right.
No, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger now. Like in the cities, it's huge. It's a big thing. But out where I am,
Yeah.
nah, it's still not a thing. Don't see no one out here doing it.
We have some viewers that want to see the Coriolis effect one day. Maybe you could
What, the
run some
toilet?
water down your sink or something.
Oh no, I'm going to disappoint you because the toilets here, they don't. When you push the button, they just suck the water straight down. So there's no spinning effect now. It's like just a suction gone.
But it should
So
still spin. It
But
should still have some type of spinning motion to it, though. It's if you look at it, though, when you do it, it still should have a direction to it.
not in
well,
Australia.
let's have a
Wh-
look here.
Um, what if like can
Sure.
you run a like like do it on your sink or your bathtub where it makes the little whirlpool where it goes down?
Yeah, I'll do it in the laundry.
Because what here it goes right, it
Oh wow,
goes
we're getting it right now.
clockwise. So
This is
in
the most
Australia, it
exciting
goes
part of my whole
counterclockwise.
day.
So what way should the water naturally run?
Here in
Here,
America, it goes
wait, it's
clockwise.
clockwise here, isn't it? Clockwise.
Yeah, because it goes to the yeah. So it should
Oh,
go
that's.
counterclockwise.
Wait, let me see. So we're watching
Well, you got to
Australian
fill the
water,
sink
y'all.
and then let it drain.
Oh, righto.
No, wait.
Wait.
Let me see. Is it going down? Is it clock? Whoa. No way. Is it that water's going clockwise, isn't it?
It does look that way, yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea why this excites me so much. I'm finally getting to see the clockwise water. I mean the counterclockwise water.
Oh,
No, that's clockwise. What is ours? Counterclockwise?
but you have to take in one consideration. I
Hold
installed
on,
it.
now I gotta
That
go
you're
flush
not in
my toilet
Australia.
just to see which way it goes. Hold on.
That was fun. I never thought that was a thing. I thought people were just mucking around when they said that shit
What?
on
That's what I
movies.
want to
And
find out. Like, because that looked counterclockwise. I mean, that looked clockwise to me.
I think so too, Jeff. I think
Mine
I
said
saw it going clockwise.
Oh, this guy put
counterclockwise.
dye in the
Mine just went
commode and flushed it.
counterclockwise when I flushed the toilet. It just went counterclockwise, right?
Oh,
It
we're
started at the
counterclockwise.
top and it
Americans
rotated
go
to the bottom.
counterclockwise. So we're the ones that go, and so his went clockwise.
It did. Yep.
Oh, really? So it can move in different directions in either part of the world, depending on the toilet.
Sadistic wombat. That's a cool name.
He's being passive aggressive.
Wombats. So the only animals in the world that shit in perfect cubes. They shit perfect cubes.
What? Wait. What? You're gonna have to explain to me how that happens.
I can't. Just look at it, Jeff. Just go
Okay,
wombat
let me
shit,
see.
and it's perfect cubes.
Wombat, can you shed light on this, maybe? Let's see. Why do wombat poop cubes? Scientists may finally have the answer. This is from CNN.
They have square buttholes.
They're perfect.
It looks like little bouillon cubes. If that's the kind of cubes they're talking about.
But they're definitely cubes, aren't they? Square, aren't they?
Distinctive cuboid poop, which researchers believe they didn't disperse tactically in order to communicate with one another. Oh my God! It's like their social media.
It's like a panel.
Right? It's like
Hey, let me send you a message. Oh my God.
Okay, I'm on the edge of my seat trying to figure out why.
Excellent.
The digestive process can take up to 4 times as long, so the animal can extract all possible nutritional. So we're not maximizing our food like the wombat is. The cubes are creating inside of a soft tool. Wait, what? Oh, it could have implications for manufacturing, clinical pathology, and digestive health. So they're like looking at the model of how these wombats create cubes to apply to other areas. It's a result of the drying of the feces in the colon and the muscular contractions, which form the uniform size and corners of the poop.
So you're saying that wombats have strong buttholes?
Yeah, and very. Oh, hang on. Wombat is going to actually come up and explain it all.
Does that make you horny, Mike?
No,
You know that,
The
Jeff.
square,
So it is true. Wombats are the only animal that make square poop or cube poop, and it's the motion. It's the squeezing motion of their like colon or bowels. I don't know what evolutionary advantage it gives, or like what
They
why.
communicate. You think it's the shape of the cubes?
Maybe.
Oh, that's the one that came out of his colon. I know what he's trying to say there.
I know. Yep. Yep. But yeah, that's true, and it's the motive action of the colon.
So their colons just naturally kind of squeeze it into squares.
Yeah. Why it evolved that way, I don't know. But yeah. But thank you for saying I'm passive aggressive. I'll take that over sadistic anyway.
Well, hey, I didn't name you. You named
you
yourself.
said I'm sadistic. No,
I think you. I think you are. But I also think it's a passive aggressive sadism. Aggression can be sadism at any point when it crosses a certain line, and the fact that it's passive, I don't think changes that. So it could be all of it.
All right.
But the changing your name to sadistic was kind of a little passive aggressive nod to our conversation.
Was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, me and Mike is blowing your theory out of the water that we can't be on panel together.
Yeah. No, I didn't. No, I didn't have that theory about you.
Yes, you did.
It's not everybody. It's just.
Yeah.
And it's not even all people at all times.
I was invited to come up yesterday, right?
I mean, you were paid. You actually paid to come up.
Oh, yeah, it was Pat. Yeah, someone paid for it, and you wanted what happened, and that was the most polite conversation we ever had. So.
Wow,
I set a pretty low bar.
And I honestly do believe, Mike said something that provoked that initial. I don't think he was innocent.
Let's not rehash it. Yeah. But yeah, but don't reduce me to just being a sadist.
Wait, do we have 2 Aussies up here now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we do actually. Yeah. This is an American Aussie.
That's like 12 Americans. 2 Aussies.
Or is it Aussie American?
Who's an Aussie American? Wombat?
Wombat.
Yeah, on both.
Oh,
Where
are
do
you
you live
really?
in?
I thought you. I didn't realize you lived over here.
Yeah, I'm a US citizen.
Oh.
Where did you live in Australia?
I grew up in Victoria, in Melbourne.
Okay. Yeah. No.
What state are you in?
I'm
Western
in
Australia?
Queens. No, I'm in
Oh
Queensland at the moment.
God,
Yep.
that's the most conservative state in the country.
He's like, oh
What?
god.
Turn it up.
Isn't
Is
it?
it like the South? Is that their Dixie?
Kind of, yes.
What?
The closer to the equator you get, the more conservative it is.
Oh, I don't know.
I wonder, is it
What do you
related to cold and
Chris?
heat? Maybe does climate have an effect on culture, political culture?
Um, it's the best state to live in, though. Definitely.
It might be
Queensland.
close. Sorry, Chris.
It's a sunshine state, mate. What's our slogan? Beautiful one day, perfect the next.
Well, no, 'cause we have California. I mean, you'd have to explain California too.
Yeah,
so I
that's
guess
true.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like it's in the middle. It's the end of our winter now. It's the first, second, third day or fourth day of spring, and I put my jumper on probably maybe a week and a half.
That's a sweater.
So since there's two Aussies up
Thank
here,
you.
can you
I
guys
had it pictured
explain to me
completely
where
different.
oi 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 come from?
Aussie.
Oi, oi,
Well,
oi.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the hell did that come from?
Would have
It's chanted
definitely
at
been a
cricket
sporting
games.
event.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
sporting
cricket.
event against another country.
What's the oi? Is it from the punk oi, or did the punks take it from the Aussies?
No,
They used to
someone
say
would
that.
yell out Aussie, 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 and then some other bogan who's got a gut full of alcohol in him's gone oi, 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 and then that's how that shit. Really?
Well, y'all sound better than Canada.
Oh,
I can't
Canada.
imagine that going on in Canada.
Australians, we're known to be, like larrikins, and do you know what a bogan is? I don't know.
Like I
What's
know it is
American
like a little
of a
folklore
bogan, do you
creature,
reckon?
but like a I don't know,
Redneck
like
with
a
a mullet.
redneck working
Yeah.
class,
Look, all I know
rough and
is
rowdy.
Australia has come up with the greatest cartoon ever. Like I can sit down and watch Bluey with my 4-year-old all day long and laugh my ass off. Like, not gonna lie.
It's the #1 kids show, isn't it? I think.
I believe it
In the
is.
world. Yeah, in
Like
the
I
world.
really believe, and dude, like, legit, I can laugh at it all. Like they put enough stuff in that an adult can laugh at it.
I've never seen one.
never
I've never seen it. Yeah, I've never seen it.
Well,
I haven't seen
I
the
got a
Wiggles or whatever
4-year-old,
they are.
so
Are they Australian?
no, but Bluey's like
The
all over,
Wiggles.
Yeah.
the world.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
I think
that's right.
Check
Disney
out
owns
this
them over
Bluey
here.
person. No, I've never. It's a little dog. I've never
It's a
seen him
dog.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
Bluey
a
and
good
Bingo.
Was Teletubbies Australian?
No.
No, I think they were Eastern European, weren't they? Like,
I'm
Oh,
not
I thought
sure.
they were. I just
US.
assumed they were us.
American.
Let me
Teletubbies,
look it up.
they're just really weird creatures.
Oh my god, those
They
were the
are.
most fucked up things. And that Baby in the Sun to this day creeps me out. I can't watch it.
Well, Teletubbies is the reason they invented the television strap that goes to the wall. Because I remember,
Teletubbies is British.
because Teletubbies, they used to, when they first come out, a lot of kids would try to climb up and would pull the TVs down on top of them because they would try to get into the Teletubbies' bellies or whatever.
What?
Yeah, you should look it up. When Teletubbies
I
first
am.
aired, like over here in the United States, there was a big thing where toddlers were like climbing up onto like the TV because like the Teletubbies had a picture, like had the TVs or whatever on their stomachs, and it usually started with like a baby or something inside of it, and so like yeah, it was very fucking weird. And the only reason I remember it is because my baby brother, he fucking used to watch it like he was going out of style. I tell him maybe that's why he's fucking a weirdo. But
How is he today? What effect do you think it had on his development? I'm always
oh, my
curious.
brother,
Yeah.
I think he's. Well, I don't want to offend you, but I think he's a closet. I think he's a closet gay guy.
Oh, that won't offend me. Like, why?
Well,
You don't need the closet
I used a
anymore
different word. I
these
used a different
days.
word than I was going to use.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm surprised there's still closets.
Well, as I said, it's still where I live. It's still nobody's gonna like lynch you or chase you down the road and all that. But behind closed doors, there might be a few choice words about people
Oh my
like that.
God.
So.
I don't.
I mean, there's
I
the
hope I make it
store in
through.
town that's we got the local yeah, and
Well,
them guys
Moose
down
went to the
there.
gay pride thing like a few weeks ago in Maine, right up there.
Who went to the gay pride?
Moose. He said, well, he went to take his daughter into town, and there was a
Oh,
gay
he went
pride
to
going on.
fucking
He didn't. He
The
didn't
Bangor one
specifically
probably.
go for the gay pride. He just got caught up in it.
Yeah, yeah. They do
Don't
one
we
up in
all?
Bangor. Look, my wife and kids go right for that shit. I go, you guys make whatever float your boat. Just leave me the fuck out of it.
Leggy, is there a way to tweak your microphone? I think is it yours that's throwing out the little clicks and pops?
Oh, sorry, I'm by the dryer. Sorry.
That might be it.
How long did you were in Australia, Wombat, before you decided to go to the US?
I thought you were going to say before you decided to be gay.
No, well, definitely.
I've spent the first half of my life in Australia, then the second half here. I think I was 29.
Oh, okay. So you did all your schooling in Australia.
90. Let's see. Yeah, so I was 30. Yeah, 29. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. How did you get US citizenship, if you don't mind me asking?
I got sponsored for an H-1B visa. Then that went for 6 years. Then I got sponsored for a green card. And then I think after you have the green card for 10 or 15 years, you can apply for citizenship.
Yep.
And,
Okay.
kept my nose clean, bought 20 rifles and guns and stocked up on ammo. And they said, yep, no worries. You're good.
That's what I wish I could do. I wish I could do that.
You can't do that in Australia?
No.
Get me started on the gun rights here.
Really? I thought Australia was all for firearms too.
No. There was a mass shooting in the 90s, was it, Chris?
1996.
Down in 96. And 35 people-ish got shot at a at a national monument sort of type thing. And after that, it's like, no, one mass shooting's enough. Everyone turn in your guns. You got a 12-month armistice, not armistice. Is that the right word? Hand in your guns. And I think there's limited circumstances you can own rifles and things.
Oh yeah, no, you can still get a gun.
Can't kill the kangaroos with them though.
Is there hunting over there?
Unless you're Aboriginal.
Yeah. So you can get a gun license. To get a gun license, I've got to apply for it 6 months with the police. It's a hard vetting process. Then you've got to go and do a 9-hour safety course, and then you've got to have a reason to have a gun. So you've got to be able to say somebody's employing you to kill vermin. You have a property that's bigger than 40 acres, but you have to have a legit reason. Then your gun safe is inspected by the police and has to be dynabolted in, and the ammunition has to be separated from the rifles themselves. And they can come at any time onto your property and check that, and they do. And you can only have a bolt action rifle or a lever action or a side-by-side shotgun or an under and over. That's it. And to get a pistol, you have to be a member of a pistol club. You have to shoot every day, every weekend at the pistol club. You've got to show that you go to the pistol club meetings, that you're a contributing pistol club member before you can even get a pistol. But
So like, there's no. So you guys don't hunt over there? Is that what you're saying? Like, there's no.
No, they do hunt. They do hunt. No, but it's with bolt action rifles, and it's deer, mostly white-tailed deer is what they hunt over here, or you pig hunt. You go pig hunting, which is just killing vermin. But like, I go out and kill roos because roos are pests, mate. Like, we'll go out and drop 10, 15 roos in a night. Got to remember, kangaroos are fucking pieces of. They get into everything. They wreck the fences. They wreck your plants, they wreck everything. Like I've got
Will
them
they
down
really
going.
turn around and box with you?
No, that's rare for them to do that. That's not typically what happens. If they're cornered, they'll fucking, because what they do is they don't usually box. They'll go back on their tail and use their hind legs. If you look at that center claw on their rear feet, they go back on their tail and they try to gut you out. They're trying to hit you in the chest and rip your guts out.
Ooh.
So what they're doing when they're trying to do this, when it looks like they're boxing, they're trying to grab you in the back of the head and sit back on their hind tail and rip your guts out with their feet. That's what they're trying to do, which they can capable of doing. They're unbelievably strong.
I was gonna say some of them videos I see of them damn things turning around and flexing are just like
Oh, they're the big reds. They're the big reds. They're in the outback, so they're not typically where we live. Where we live are called eastern grey, and they're about 5'5". Whereas the big reds, they're in the outback. They get up to like 6.5 feet. So and they're a different temperament too.
Mike, they're bigger than you. Would you take on a big red, Mike?
I would
Yeah.
not fight a wild animal. No thanks. No thank you.
Yeah.
I'm six
No
foot
thanks.
three, and I don't think I'd want to look up
Yeah,
to no
you,
fucking. I don't want to look up no fucking 6'6"
yeah,
fucking goddamn animal.
yeah.
Fuck that shit.
And they're built
The
like a
only
shit
man
house.
person I'm
Big.
looking up to is my old man. Other than that, no.
Yeah. I saw those big reds. But they're like muscular. They look like Mike Tyson freaking kangaroos.
And all they eat is grass and plants, plant matter.
And they shit in a cube. They shit in a perfect cube. Nah, but yeah, I saw
No,
this. There's a picture on the internet. I don't know if it's photoshopped or not. It shows like at least a 6-foot fence, and it's a kangaroo jumping the fence, and the kangaroo was like 3 or 4 feet above the fence. I don't know if it's photoshopped or not. It says super kangaroo jumps fence, and I'm like, this can't be real.
they can
no
do
way.
that easily. Easily, they can do that.
They can jump 12 feet in the air.
Easily, mate. Yeah,
Holy
a
crap.
full-grown one. Yeah. They're the only animal in the world. Once they start getting at full tilt at their fastest pace, they use the less amount of energy because it's like a spring. Every time they land, it's just a natural reaction for them to bounce. So they don't actually invest in the energy. That once they get that momentum up, that energy is just maintained through like a spring process. It's really cool, awesome to watch them run across the outback. And when they see a highway, sometimes when they see the highway coming up, they're scared and they'll just jump the whole highway, just clear the whole thing. Yeah.
That's crazy to think they could jump that high.
Oh yeah, and they can jump sideways, so they'll be jumping this way, and then they can just go fully to the right as well. So they can not only just go straight up, they can just go boom and then jump fully sideways. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, and they're little we got wallabies here as well, which are just smaller kangaroos up to your waist, like
And
up to your waist.
do you have koalabees?
Koalas,
You'll have koalas.
Yep.
Those were my favorite animal growing up. They were the cutest things in all the animal picture books.
Yeah, they're cool little things. They get hit on the highway a lot. They get run over. That's unfortunate. And they're no good in the bushfires. You would have seen the bushfires here a year or two ago where we
I remember that.
lost over 1 billion animals. And koalas they're bad. They're poor because they love gum trees, and that's where all the fires are in the eucalyptus trees. And once that fire gets hot, the eucalyptus has some sort of oil in it that explodes. And when the fires go off in Australia here, when the trees just start exploding, and it's just horrible. It's just unfortunate. What's amazing is the firefighters that actually go out there and try and fight that stuff, because there's no houses or any property to be lost or anything to worry about. It's purely animals, and
they could just let them burn.
We could just let it burn. In fact, it's good for our bush.
That speaks to your humanity, I think.
I think so too. And men have died out there trying to save the animals. They've been caught in the firestorms and unfortunately lost their lives. And they never needed to be out there in the first place, really. So they're heroes to me. They're doing that for the innocent little animals. It's amazing. But yeah, Yeah, that's the problem. The fires. There's nothing out there really, and plus our land loves fire. It's, you know, some of the trees and seeds and weeds and things. That's part of our sort of Australian nature. Is that we need fire to go through every 4 or 5 years for everything to come back the way it does. It comes back really invigorated after a fire. You know, it's the best. But you know, the animals will come back because we do have a lot. We do have a lot. Yeah. But yeah, the animals aren't going to kill you over here. It's going to be the outback. The outback's where there's no water. It's hard to navigate. If your GPS goes down or you get a flat battery, that's how a lot of tourists, they think, oh, I'll go into the outback and we'll have this whole you know, not realising that, you know, you may as well be in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or the Indian Ocean. It's a dangerous place, and they take the wrong fuel and the wrong food, and it's always people from Europe.
Oh.
Yeah.
If I did it, I'd want to do it in like a big pink bus.
Yeah.
With maybe like a big silver slipper on top of it.
Oh yeah, like what's that movie? With
That's what I was thinking. Like
the Queen of
watching
the
the drag
Desert.
queens pull it off. I think I could at least match that.
Yeah. Nah, a mobile
That's
home would
not
be
a bad plot line for a movie. Like send a bunch of drag queens to the outback.
Yeah. That's a cool it's a cool show. I like that show. It's just it showed you the hardness and the softness of Australia in the same time, and it meets in the outback, you know.
Yeah, what's that little town they went? It was Alice Springs.
Alice Springs, yeah.
They were trying to go do a drag show at some little remote town.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to go to Alice Springs today, though. Today, oh my lord, it's taken over by our. I don't want to sound racist, but our First Nations people there. The young kids. There's no work prospects, and there's a bad thing with alcoholism and drugs. So they get in there, and there's a lot of crime. You know, they're beating a lot of the locals up, stealing their cars, breaking into their businesses. And there's a lot of media coming out of Alice Springs that's not really good at the moment. Yeah, Alice Springs isn't about.
I went through Coober Pedy once, and it was just awful there.
Coober Pedy. Coober Pedy's a hard place. It's a hard place.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Most of the people.
That's where they mine the opals, Jeff. That's where the mine.
Oh, is it the only opal mine, or are there?
Oh no.
Do opals only come from Coober Pedy?
No.
Oh.
A lot of people go there and prospect. You know, they just dig a hole in the ground and prospect.
Yeah, there's different.
That's the one that's underground.
Yeah, exactly.
Coober Pedy, yeah, and most of the 50% of the population live inside the ground.
It looked cool. I looked at the pictures the other day. It looked cool. Like, I want an Earth ship. That's my dream home. So it looked like I could live in Coober Pedy.
Yeah. I always wondered why the people that live in the tornado belt in America, why they don't live underground and they have a cement slab on top of the roof, park their cars, so when the tornadoes come, they're already underground in there. Why do they keep building above the ground?
You know, that's a very good point and very good question. I don't.
I mean, they do have
understand why
basement
that doesn't
shelters,
happen.
right? In the Midwest, don't they have like basement under the house that they go under, like a storm
like
shelter?
the Wizard of Oz with Dorothy.
Yeah, exactly.
To go in.
But why not build the whole house underground? And then park it and
Vegas has an underground house.
Yeah.
They built. It was like some nuclear bunker for the rich people. And there's this fake tree that you access it through.
I was going to say, if you live underground, people can't see your affluence, and you can't have conspicuous wealth.
No, it was like I think it was like if there was a nuclear thing, or they needed to be in a bunker. It was where all the rich people were going to hang out. It was like it was a big fancy it was like an underground mansion.
Are you guys into Skinwalker Ranch at all?
Is that Tony Hillerman?
No, in Utah, where what's his name? I can't think of the guy, but Bigelow was working on behalf of the government for 20 years, and they had the National Institute of Discovery Science by the farm in 1996, and they researched it for 20 years. and all of that's top secret. You know, they released what they learned in that 20 years, but after that, Bigelow made Bigelow space discoveries, and now a super real estate that lives in Salt Lake City has bought the ranch, and now he's got the cameras out there, and he's doing his own discovery and research on the ranch, and he's 4 seasons in. Have you seen that show?
It's a show?
It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
Oh, Bigelow make that inflatable. Are they the ones that made that inflatable module for the space station? That was
I think,
testing?
Yep.
Oh yeah, an inflatable habitat. Yeah.
Is it The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch?
That's it. Yeah.
Television series. Okay.
Yeah. Brandon Fugel. That's the guy that owns it now. Brandon Fugel. He's a Mormon that is a big real estate mogul in Salt Lake City.
Paranormal and UFO related activities.
Oh, heaps of stuff goes on there. It's crazy. And they've got lots of it on camera. It's good. It's just a spin out for me.
5 seasons? Wow.
You know, they've got prestigious people. Like one of the main physicists on it is that Travis, the redheaded guy. He worked with on the UFOs with the CIA. Travis, he's a well-known
Smiley.
physicist.
Travis Smiley.
Could be. I'm not too sure. He's a redheaded guy. You know, the team that they got there.
Oh no, I'm thinking Travis Smiley, someone else.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting if you want to watch it, because they've got stuff going on there from animals with a UFO above it, and the animal dies, and they run over there, and the animals, it's completely fine. I don't know, it's just a spin out, and then they go back 2 years later, and the carcass is still there. They bring it out. Just weird shit like that. They've got a signal that pumps out of the mesa that's 6 gigahertz constantly at 6 gigahertz. That's a lot of power to be able to produce that, and if it's coming out of the ground. And I mean, the people that Bigelow bought the property off in the first time when it worked with the government there in 1996, the stories, because it was like 7 generations family. He didn't want to leave that be the generation to fucking lose the farm, but what was happening there was scaring his family and him so bad that he had to do something about it. And that's what got the government's interest in there. And I think there must have been something there, because the American government wouldn't sit there for 20 years if there was nothing there, right? Disco duck. What does that mean?
He's just being silly.
Deuce Bigelow. Yeah, Deuce Bigelow.
Jeff, I think you mentioned before about kangaroos can't be hunted, but I think they are.
Yeah, Barnabas came and brought up that controversy of only Aborigines can kill kangaroos, but not white people.
That's bullshit. That's total bullshit.
They're cold.
Oh my God! I even looked it up in the. Actually, I looked it up in the AI, and I was going to give them the answer, and they kept talking, so I never got to say it. But the AI did say it was a complex and subtle issue, and it wasn't as black and white as.
They kill them by the thousands for dog food because
white people do.
They damage everyone, particularly farmers, because they damage crops. They're a pest.
Nothing illegal about it.
Nope,
nothing illegal about it.
So that came from Taffda, I think. The Australian guy.
Yeah, their populations are thriving. I think.
Oh, okay.
There's really that many kangaroos out there?
Piece of misinformation.
I think the only animals that are illegal to kill are birds and crocodiles, because they're protected. I think that's
What if a crocodile was eating your daughter?
Yeah, then all bets are off, obviously. Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm trying to see where the sanity line is.
I think dingoes are protected as well. But everything else, emus.
What about koalas? What about koalas?
Yes, I don't know, but you wouldn't want to be seen killing one. You probably have everyone against you.
That's
They're too hard to find. But yeah, that's a good question. I don't know about koalas, but I don't know anyone that kills koalas, so because they're not pests.
Yeah,
they just sit up in the eucalyptus. Except for the gonorrhea or syphilis or whatever they have.
All right,
chlamydia.
For the kangaroos.
$10.
What?
For the ruse. Thank you, Chuck.
What?
Thanks, Chuck.
Animal
That's true, Leggy.
Humanitarian.
They have
The
chlamydia?
the koala population is rife with chlamydia.
Why?
Yep.
To each other, or can it jump to human?
No, to each other.
I don't know how it would jump, but never mind.
Well, I mean,
Jeff. That's dirty.
That's what can they do?
I'm sure
about
there's somebody out there, Jeff, that would try it.
it? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
I'm from up here in Washington. I'm sure there is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but killing roos, that's definitely legal, mate. You know, we do it every other day with thermoscopes as well. We don't even make it easy. Like at night time, we use spotlights or thermoscopes. I mean, and wild dogs is a big one in my local council. If I take the skull and the backstrap to the local council, I get $75 per dog because they're killing all the calves at the moment as their cattle are giving birth to their calves. They're coming out and eating the calf alive while they're being born, mate. So, yeah,
dingoes?
No, wild dogs. Dingoes are good. Just the wild dogs.
Is it
They
a
look like
dingo a wild
Babies, they
dog?
can't be that good.
Well, no, I guess I did see that video of the dingoes on the beach with that chick in the bikini that was sniffing her ass, and then she like smacked it away and it nipped her then it bit her on the ass. That was quite funny.
That's on Fraser Island. That's
This
right.
from
I
a
live right
movie?
where Fraser Island is. No, this is on Fraser Island.
Oh.
The dingo population's like, see, people go there on holidays and then they go for a run down the beach in the morning thinking, beautiful, go for a run. But the dingoes, you're not meant to run there. And they're not educated. So the dingoes come out and start to chase you.
How do you get to Fraser Island? Is there a ferry you take your car on, or
There's two where I live here. You go to and you jump on a ferry and it's like $170 for the car. Or you go to Harvey Bay and you can get on a passenger ferry, then you can hire a forward ride. There you go. For everybody on the panel in the chat, Fraser Island's like a bucket list item for all Australians to go to.
Why is that?
It's the biggest sand island in the world. The fishing is amazing, and all the water there that you swim in, you can drink. It's all fresh. It comes up through the sand.
Oh, wow. What's it called?
Fraser Island.
Fraser Island?
Fraser, yep.
Fraser.
So they have an island within an island. Who would have thought?
Yep. And all the water comes up through the sand, so it's like really well. What's the word? Not civilized. Filtered. It's filtered. It's crystal clear, and you can drink it as you swim. It's beautiful.
I gotta say to Jess, a dingo ate my baby.
Yeah, a dingo ate my baby.
There you go. He did it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, what was that movie? Fuck.
Meryl Streep, right?
Everybody knows the line, but nobody can name the movie. Cry in the dark, or cry in the night, something.
Huh.
Strangers in the Night. Let's see.
Yeah, Cry in the Dark
Cry in the Dark
with Meryl Streep.
I don't think I've ever seen it
I know,
actually because I
And
knew
the other one,
the
yeah.
story. I never had to bother watching
It was
'cause
on the
everybody
news
talked about
endlessly.
it so much.
Yeah, it was just.
It's
It was in
Evil
the news for
Angel.
20 years.
Evil Angels.
Angels.
Well, they all thought that she'd killed her. They thought that she'd killed her own baby.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was based on a true story.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
bloody
it was
hell.
like a drama, some Hollywood
There were two
storyline.
Two royal commissions, at least one, maybe two royal commissions, which is the equivalent of a presidential commission.
Yeah.
Into whether.
Yep. Because she
was
did time and everything. She did time and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Australia, caught her a murdering, piece of shit, a bad mum, all this stuff. So she got ridiculed, and now we know it's all not true. A dingo actually took the baby.
Was that proven? Was that in the end?
Yeah.
or- I never worked out what happened in the end.
Yeah, but I'm not good enough to speak about it now, though.
Okay,
I'd
yeah.
fuck it all up. But
Yeah.
But the other one the Americans love us to say is, that's not a knife, this is a knife.
Oh.
You know, that one from Crocodile Dundee with Paul Hogan.
I don't think I ever
Crocodile.
saw that one either. Because everybody.
Oh, when he's in New York, he's in New York City and he's getting robbed by like a Crip or a Blood, and he's got a knife, and then he pulls out his crocodile knife, and he goes, "That's not a
Oh
knife."
right, the big knife.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Meryl Streep is good. She is one of the greats.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know,
That
Jess.
actually,
Like, I don't.
that was a
How
real
is the
thing.
movie? Anybody know?
Like that's based on a real thing.
Yeah. Did
Mm-hmm.
you see it?
No, I didn't realize it. I was just reading about it.
Yeah, I
That
didn't.
in
I mean, I knew about it growing up, but I didn't know it
that
was
in
based on a real thing
'82,
either.
that '82, the lady got convicted of killing her kid, but it really found out that it was a dingo.
Well, there were 4 coroner's inquests over a 20-year period, and a royal commission.
Did they determine she did it?
No, she was found.
Like it really
The
was a dingo.
yeah, the 2012 coroner's final report identified that a dingo was the cause of death.
I felt
So
so
they
sorry.
In and out of the
did
news.
they find the baby? Is that
They found the baby's clothes in a dingo den
Yeah.
after she was convicted.
so? What was the state's theory that she took the baby and like buried it somewhere?
Exactly. Yep.
But then,
You know,
but
'cause
couldn't a dingo come and dig it up and eat it? Because I mean, a coyote would do that.
Yeah.
So I
And
mean,
somebody could plant it in a dingo den.
I mean, it was just
how?
weird
So I
because
guess how did they prove that a dingo ate it?
Science.
Well, the mother always maintained that she saw a dingo carrying the baby out of the tent where the baby was in. But they also found blood in the car, and I think that was the most incriminating evidence.
Well, why wouldn't you have chased the fucking dingo down the fucking road? It would have It would have. You either would have
You'd never
chased the
catch a
fucking
dingo.
thing, or it would have dropped the baby.
It just would have bolted off into the bush. You wouldn't have caught it.
Yeah, a dingo is just
Johnny
like
Cochran.
a dingo is
But
just a
did they
red dot.
try? Like, could they at least have tried? I would have been running I would have been Forrest Gump running after that
That's what I'm
dingo.
saying. Like I would have at least tried to take off after the fucking thing.
The dingo jumped in O.J. Simpson's Bronco. took off down the freeway.
Well, you know, that kind of reminds me. That kind of like the American version. I mean, the Australian version of Casey Anthony. That bitch
Yeah.
got away with murder.
I don't know if I know that one.
You don't know the? How do you not know that's the
Because
Casey
I don't
Anthony
pay
story?
attention to this. If it's not on my Twitter feed, I don't see it.
Dude, this was all over the place.
2008. Partly, I was in transition in 2008. That's when I was moving between Vegas and New Orleans. So I wasn't really paying attention to a lot of media at all at that time. I just come from living out in the desert. No, I don't. This one does not sound familiar to me.
Moving to New Orleans in 2005, wasn't that Katrina there in 2004?
2004.
Yeah, I moved in 08. I moved back in
Oh,
08, but it was in 05 was Katrina.
Yeah, because I was there in 07. Down in Biloxi.
Oh, you were in 07?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, how long were you down there?
4 months.
Oh.
I was at Keesler.
At where?
I was at Keesler Air Force Base.
Oh,
In
okay.
Biloxi.
Yeah, we had just missed each other.
We you still had like all them casino boats and shit like that. We still all washed up onto the beach. How them old school plantation mansions that were there on the beach were all fucking destroyed. Yeah, there was still a lot of damage when I was there in 07. So a lot of damage.
Yeah, she tried to blame it on the nanny. I didn't hear about that one. I think my signal is. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
He's going to adjust his antlers.
Dropping out, drop back in again.
Yeah.
And then there was 2 Aussies.
Yep. Where's Effigy? Come on.
Oh, now I'm right here. I've just been
there you
doing
are.
some other stuff, working on some other stuff.
Have you been in Queensland your whole life, Chris?
Oh, no. I was born in Whyalla in South Australia.
Oh, yeah. I've been there.
Yep, I was born there.
Is that near Flinders Ranges, like Wilpena Pound?
It's down near Port Lincoln. It's right down
okay.
on the coast. You know how when you go to South Australia, you've got all those inlets and those juts.
Yeah.
It's the last jut, right? Sort of, if you go to Port Augusta, then turn south and drive from Port Augusta.
Got it.
Yeah, that's where I was born. And then my dad joined the army when I was 1, so he moved to Toowoomba in Queensland. That's where I did my schooling. Then I joined the army from Toowoomba, and I went everywhere. I lived in Perth, I've lived in Melbourne, I've lived in Wagga Wagga, Brisbane, Townsville, Sydney. So
I worked in Adelaide for a year.
Yep.
In the early 90s.
Yep, the city of churches.
That's it.
It's very pretty. Yeah.
Lincoln, I see. Do you remember the secret women's business stuff on Kangaroo Island? Remember all that nonsense?
Yeah, I do. It does ring a bell.
And I think they found that was all a bunch of nonsense in the end.
Right.
It was something about like land developers or something like that.
Kangaroo Island, that's why does that ring a bell?
It's down off that beach, like Cape Jarvis.
Oh, Jarvis. What?
It's just southwest of Adelaide.
I'm just trying to think. What else? Yeah, what else happened with that? I'm brain failing me right now about that. What?
Well, I think it was like it was going to get developed, and then people blocked it. Sorry.
Yeah. Did they set fire to it or start burning the properties down or something like that?
Don't know. Don't know.
I'm just trying to remember. I remember there was something big going on there, man.
Jeff, there's an island off the coast of Australia called I think it was Kangaroo Island, and there was going to be some property development on it, like a bridge built from the mainland to it or something.
Yep.
And a bunch of people objected, and the development was stopped because people asserted there was secret women's business related to the island, but you weren't allowed to say what it was because it was secret. It was like there were some indigenous claims about secret women's business that no one was allowed to talk about. If you Google secret women's business,
the people on Kangaroo Island were saying this.
I don't know whether it was people on the island, but yeah, they were making claims about the island and its significance to Aboriginal Australians.
And so that caused them to stop the construction.
Yeah,
it was like a woke thing, like these are the indigenous people, and this is colonization or something.
Yeah, and it was completely fabricated.
Oh, it wasn't even true.
Yep, completely fabricated.
Yep.
Did they go back and restart the construction?
Don't know.
No, I don't think Kangaroo Island's ever been constructed.
So the bridge, yeah. So they did a bridge eventually. Yeah, it was over a bridge to the island. And it was some indigenous women that came forward to dispute the claims in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to Aboriginal rights in Australia, mate, everything stops. Yep.
For 20
And
years. 20 years and litigate it.
yeah, it's now everybody's calling Australia Day Invasion Day here, mate. Like, oh, dude, it's getting crazy. It's like, why can't we just all celebrate being
Oh,
Australians?
like colonialism,
Columbus. It's like Columbus Day, you know.
where the
It's
white
like
people came and invaded our.
That's yeah. So the date on which Australia Day is celebrated is when the colonists arrived.
Yeah, but we worked with the Aboriginal. We had a pretty good relationship with the Aboriginals. You know, the first settlers. You know, up until the stolen generation, it wasn't too bad, really. You know, I mean, there was a bit of toing and froing, but there wasn't. It wasn't like where we rounded them up and put them on reservations or anything like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like the 1900s is when it all went pear shaped.
Yeah.
Like, have you guys ever heard of the stolen generation in Australia, Jeff?
I've heard of the maybe that's the lost generation I'm trying to think of. No.
It's different, yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
where the
like
government.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I just
Oh,
like the
you
government.
told me about it, where the government took the kid. They tried
The
to like
children.
outbreed the Aborigines. Yeah, you had told me about that.
And civilize them. And,
Yeah, more
They
educated
tried to do
than
that to
civilized.
us too.
yeah. Yeah, it happened in Canada.
Yeah, it happened in Louisiana. It happened with not necessarily the breeding part, but kind of that forced assimilation with
Yeah.
the Mexicans, the Native Americans, the
And
Cajuns.
cultural annihilation. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, some of the what they do if they live in a certain postcode, they're not even allowed to drink. They got a fence around them and they lock the fence up at certain times at night, so they can't leave their fenced communities, and it's pretty hardcore in the outback, mate. But unfortunately,
You're saying that Australians are doing this to the Aborigines, locking them in fences?
The government is, yeah.
The government is.
Yep.
That seems bad.
Yeah, but what happens is they get unfortunately on the alcohol and they drink way too much, and then they start abusing their women, and they tip boiling water onto dogs, and they fight each other, and they pull
I thought
houses
they were
apart.
like these peaceful spiritual beings.
They are. Well, alcohol's involved. I mean, pretty much white man introduced alcohol to the Aboriginals. They never really had much alcohol before we came, so it's new to their system, so to speak. Whereas it's been in our blood for thousands of years, and I think
Oh, and it
that's
brings out the demon.
yeah, yep. Unfortunately, so they make them dry. They're not even allowed to go and buy alcohol. So depending on what postcode you live in and where you are, but what they do is they'll get their mates from another place to buy them, and they just get on the highway. They'll walk, 50 kilometres into the bush, and they'll just sit there for a week and just drink. Like I've been in the army patrolling, coming through the outback, and come across these big hills of beer cans just everywhere, where they just sit in the bush and drink warm beer and just throw their tins away and just fight each other. It's fucking crazy, mate. It's insane.
That's kind of what we do back home. It's not that unfamiliar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not on their level.
No, it's definitely not on their level. Yeah, like they'll pull all the floorboards out of their house and start a fire in the lounge room because they're cold.
Yeah.
And it's a brand new house. They've just been given a brand new house off the government, and it's just pulled apart and burnt and destroyed because they're all cold.
From drunk, or would they do this sober?
No, drunk.
So okay.
I've heard this too. I don't know whether it's apocryphal or how true it is, but I've heard that as well.
Oh no, I've seen it. I've been up through there and seen it. I've seen
Wow.
some of this. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my wife's mum and dad used to live in a really remote Aboriginal village, and she used to teach the young kids their English. And just the stories they told us was horrific. Yeah. It's just the alcohol, though. Other than that,
Lovely people.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've served with them
every
in the
time I
army.
see them on like shows and stuff. They seem
Yeah,
very nice.
they're very knowledgeable when it comes to tracking and Australia flora and fauna, and the way they can navigate through the outback without using the stars by doing these dances. They call these special.
Yeah, and it's in their language too, like the way they incorporate the cardinal directions into how they use ordinary language, so they're always conscious of where things are oriented.
Mm.
I'm going to drop down. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Chris,
thanks for clearing up the wombat poop.
Yeah, no worries. Keeping him in line, Chris. Don't let him spook too much.
Thanks, mate.
Like it was earlier. It was like very dramatic earlier, listening to the DEI stuff.
Oh yeah, that brings out that gets me. Yeah,
I wanted to come
There's
up.
more
but
tomorrow.
No good would come of it. Yeah, okay.
There's more tomorrow.
All right.
I was actually reading up on that, Jeff. I went to the Washington website and I was reading it because I was interested in what you were talking about.
What's up, yeah? All right. Bye.
Take care.
See you, mate.
Wombat. Thanks.
Later,
Hey,
mate.
Hebrew.
You later, buddy. How we doing, everybody?
Pretty good. It's been pretty chill for most of the day.
Yeah. G'day, mate. How are you?
What's up, Justice? Justice, I never got your channel. I looked, but I couldn't. If I can get it, that'd be great. I was trying to.
Who, Justice?
Find it. Yeah, I want his
Yeah,
channel. I
I'll
enjoyed our
drop it for you.
conversation last time. That was great. Let's see if we can get it.
Here you go.
Was that just me and you, Brew, before that day?
No, I'm Hebrew. My name changes a lot, but I was
Oh.
Hebrew. It was us. We were talking about guns and hunting and all that kind of stuff with a bunch of people up here. And
Yeah, awesome.
thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate that, buddy. How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
Good, mate. Yeah.
How about you?
I'm enjoying it.
I'm doing good. Just making some dinner. Just kind of waiting for dinner to get done so I can eat. I'm hungry.
What are you making?
I'm making it's green curry, but I'm adding squash and I'm adding zucchini and squash to it because I have a lot of zucchini and squash, so I'm cooking that up with it. Kind of like making it with the sauce, kind of.
That sounds good. Do you eat that over rice or?
Yeah, with rice and chicken. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that
it should
sounds
be.
so good.
Should be very good. Yeah.
Do you make the curry or is it from a jar or a mix?
Yeah, we make it. I shouldn't say me. My mother makes it. She makes a good curry, so I try to get her to make me a bunch when she comes. So. But yeah, no, I saw that you guys are up, so I thought I'd just stop by and at least say hi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Was it your guys' Father's Day on Sunday? Just gone? Was it
Father's Day? I think that's in June.
Yeah.
Or May.
It was Labor Day.
Labor Day was Monday. Was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was Labor Day. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, it was Father's Australia on Sunday.
In Australia.
Father's Day's on June. Oh, in June for us.
Yeah, it was, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, something.
Well, y'all have everything reversed down there. Anyway, so.
Even the toilet water.
We watched it. He showed us his sink earlier. We saw it.
Are you serious? Did it work?
Counterclockwise. But then Wombat said that it can move in any direction in any hemisphere depending on the design of the bowl. So that
the plumbing,
that's not always a determinant. Yeah. But he did show
like it
us
depends on how the water comes out of the spout that it goes into the toilet, because like it could be faced a different way, or you know what I mean? Yeah, that would make sense too. Yeah.
But to me, it looked today like it was going clockwise, which is how it's supposed to go in Australia. So I got to see the clockwise water.
That's cool.
That's hilarious.
Cool. I just subbed to the old channel. There we go.
Good. He's almost. He's trying to get his 500. He's close. So we're trying to help him over the line.
Yeah. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah.
Well, I can add like 23 to that if you give me a little while. I'll do that later.
Oh.
I can add 23 subs for sure.
He's our Australian partner in men's mental health.
And
Okay,
if you don't mind, I can drop it in my Discord and get you even more from other people too. I can do that. All right.
You know what? I'm going to do the same thing. Although most of them are from here. Let's see.
Yeah, I had what's it? It's the what's the guy that helped you get to your 500, Jeff? It's the
Mike
he
Cerrone.
helps. No, he helps stream. He's the Outer Limits or something.
Mike.
Moose.
No, his channel's called the Outer Limit or something like that, or it's called
Live with no fear.
Oh man, I'm stuck.
Fear.
No,
because La Puffy is technically the one that got me over the finish line.
He was restreaming yours today.
Gotta
Actually,
love
he was restreaming.
Oh, it could be anybody.
Spike?
Sanity
No,
Machine.
it's called the Out. Oh,
Let's see, what was I
I
doing? Oh, I was putting your channel. Let's see.
Moose Knuckle, check this. Flow state?
Hang on. He was
Flow
in my chat
state,
earlier.
Spike, Puffy. Do a lot of people restream you? I've noticed that too, Jeff. I've noticed that.
It's because they hate watch some of the trolls that come on here. It's the lolcow, like the lolcows that come on. They
Right, I
clip
get
and hate
it.
watch. So
I get
I'm
it.
really making a name for myself in certain circles.
There's nothing wrong, dude. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I mean, you're doing your own thing and just do it. You know what I mean? Fuck what other people think, man. Just what you're doing is what you're doing. Bro.
Oh, I
and
do.
like,
I
if
don't
you're
watch any
comfortable
of
with
it.
it, like, yeah.
I don't watch any of it.
I watch it all, but I'm just a little turd like that. I like it all.
Well, good. Let me know if there's ever anything juicy I need to know about. Because normally I just ignore it.
Hey Jeff, do you know a channel called Grub Mud?
Grub Mud?
Yeah.
Grub Mud, huh?
He's got about 300,000 subscribers. He's a guy that does concreting in America, but he sits out the front of jails and he waits for people to be released from jail. He's like, "Hey, you want a job?" And he takes them concreting and pays them. And he was in my chat. He was in my chat the other night, and I was like, "Hey, man," because whenever someone subs to me, I always sub back to them and check who they are. And I was like, "What are you doing over in Australia?" And he's like, "Oh, I appreciate what you're doing, man. You're awesome." I'm like, "But dude, you're actually out there doing it. We're talking about it. You're doing it." Like, he's an awesome guy, man. Grub Mud.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome, man.
What's his name?
So I Grub Mud.
Let me try to find his channel.
Yeah, you're saying it right, Jeff.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm gonna hop down. I'm gonna go eat. Sorry, I just wanted to come up and say hey and get the channel
good.
from
Yeah,
Jeff.
it's good to see you.
Y'all stay blessed and stay beautiful, man. Take care of yourselves. See you around.
Much love, mate. Appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, here's Grub Mud.
Where's the teas?
Well, I almost put in my 8 hours today, so I might wind down myself and wrap it up and
I've been working on some other stuff as well. I was going to drop down as well. You guys take care. Good as always, Jeff. Just us. Great conversation, man.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, see you too. I look forward to more.
Bro.
Take care. Have a good evening.
Take care, fellows.
Hang on, Jeff. I just want to get this name. I'm nearly there. I'm just going through them. I've got like 400 subs. Hang on. Here we go.
I just put you in my Discord, so you might get some more from there.
Oh, thanks, man. Come on. The optics are high.
That's Moose. Optics are high as Moose.
Right. Optics are high. Yeah, I was in my chat and he was like, bringing a lot of American guys over this with me last night.
Yeah,
so.
we're trying to get you there. Yeah,
he's a good dude, man. And you're a good dude. Thanks for having me today, Jeff. I appreciate it, mate.
You too. I enjoyed it. So I hope your dog gets okay.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Another day of doing this, so we'll see tomorrow how it goes.
I'll be out here.
Thanks for asking, mate, and have a good evening.
You too,
see you,
Chris. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, let me I was doing something. Okay, I think that's pretty good for today. It's about what I want to. This is I'm trying to build my new daily habit, and this is about it. Wake up in the morning, start the stream, go for about 8 hours or so, and then I can always do another stream tonight if I have it in me. I'll do a bonus stream. If not, I'll come tomorrow and do it again. I'll tomorrow is the DEI, the 7 new types of racism. Racism 2.0 through 8.0, I guess. And then there's that interview with the guy that created the trainings here. So it gives more insight into his thinking at least. And then I want to go over that story about the King County training that they had to suspend because they called the firefighters racist. Like, okay, identify the problem, sure. So depending on what the problem is, you develop a goal for the solution. So I don't know what their goal is, but to me, calling people white supremacist and racist and patriarchal and all that, I'm sure there's other ways to get to the goal than that. So even if they're right about the problem, and even if they're right about the goal, I don't know why it has to include all this ideological divisive crap in it. So we're gonna maybe find out some more tomorrow. Now, I'm scratching the surface, and every day it's layers. So there's even more of this that gets more complex. And this is Washington State, so these are tech geeks. They're bureaucrats, and so they go very nerdy with this. It gets very granular, and so we could look at some of that tomorrow too. All right. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and if I don't show up here tonight, I will see you again tomorrow. Thanks a lot, everybody, for everything. Take care. I need to get me some new tracks. All right. Bye.